Welcome to the EML Challenger Series. My name is Anne and I'm joined by the amazing Grace and Happen. We have an exciting day ahead of ourselves as we'll be sending one team to the EML. Absolutely huge. I hope you two are just as excited as I am.
It is going to be very fun indeed. Like, it's been a while since we've had teams qualify and you know, having the opportunity to do so. But sadly, there's also going to be a lot of heartbreak, and that well, is also going to be providing for quite some good matches.
Definitely should be. Yeah, we'll have a look at the bracket as well, because we've already been in one weekend of the EML Challenger Series. We've already sent some teams home. We've eliminated 2 teams last week. Another 3 teams today eliminated, and we'll end up with 3 teams left in this bracket. But this is the majority of what we've had last week, where we finished most of the upper bracket. And today we'll do a bit of a zigzag through the bracket, as we'll have our 3 best of 3s on the stream today. Macko Esports and Wylde will be our second game on the broadcast, and in the lower bracket we'll start with these lower bracket quarter finals. Mind you, they're being played at the same time on our stream. We'll have the bottom game between Wylde and GK Esports, and over on YouTube you'll be able to find the M&M Academy and the Le Galerion game. So those will be played off stream. That game, we'll have the bottom stream, the bottom game here on our stream between Wylde and GK. And yeah, one of those teams is going home, guys, and one of them will be moving up into that game that'll be played later today. That will be our third game of the day. So either the winner between M&M Academy and Le Galerion versus the winner of Wylde and GK. So that'll be our 3 best of 3s for today. But recapping everything as had happened in general, I feel like a lot of surprises last week. Some teams that went home that definitely shouldn't have been going home yet.
Yeah, and I think that the one and only team name you can name at that point is Twisted Minds, being knocked out and just not having the opportunity to fight for their spot now. Top 8 in the world to losing to Wylde at that point. So they've definitely put up a massive performance here, and it really is good to see that the level of competition is this high.
100%. Like, I think this is the thing, right? I was having a little ponder this week. I was having a little thunk, and I was like, if you're Twisted Minds right now, you're kind of thinking, okay, we just got like a bad day where we got bested by an EUT2 team. That takes a lot of wound licking going forward, right? That's where you have to have that resilience as players, as a team, to be like, how do we come back from that? What's on the horizon that we need to focus on right now? It's a really, like, not an ideal situation for them to be in. I don't doubt that there will be tournaments this year for them to kind of focus on and work towards, but especially for players like Hashram, for example, you know, think about how many people have said that he's, you know, one of the best players in the world, even like the typically top of Pro League saying that he's the kind of player that you don't want to, you know, 1v1 against, for example. Seeing players like that kind of be out in the cold a little bit right now is a little bit upsetting, to be honest.
Oh, it truly is. Yeah, I mean, you kind of hope that these players will be able to regain themselves. Like we said, it is unfortunately a whole year before you have another chance of qualifying together as a team. But you'd hope that maybe some of these players individually have showed off enough to be picked up by an organization in the future, because that is what this Tier 2 competition is all about as well. It's a big stepping stone for these players, whether it is with a team as a whole or whether it is as an individual per player, to really set their foot in the esports competitions here within Rainbow Six Siege. But like we said, a zigzag through the brackets today, and we'll start with the lower bracket quarterfinal between Wylde and GK. And it is a do or die game. Let us preface that once again. If you do lose, like we said, you have another year to wait before you can finally challenge yourself again. But if you do win, you stay in the competition to qualify to the EML tomorrow, because we're having 1 team qualify today, 1 team tomorrow. Now, GK have already played 1 game in that lower bracket. They've already sent a team home. They're looking to repeat that today. But Wylde isn't an easy opponent, because like we said last week, Cap, we saw Wylde a 2-1 versus Twisted Mind. Good job, but then they lost 0-2 versus Wylde last Sunday. Especially those late round moments, there's definitely some work that they need to do there.
Yeah, for sure, and it was kind of weird to see that when they were playing against Twisted Minds, like, they were completely out of their minds. It's like, what are we seeing here? And then 2-7, 2-7 against Wylde. It's like, where did all that just go? Like, it just all went overboard. So it really is going to be a question of which kind of Wylde will we see here today. Is it going to be the ones that showed up against Twisted Minds, or the ones against Wylde? Because depending which one we'll get, it also has a little bit of say on the quality and length of this match.
100%. I think for Honved in particular, it might have been a little bit anticlimactic to kind of, 2-1, one of the best teams in the world, and then, for lack of a better term, again, get bodied essentially by Wylde. It was 7-2, 7-2. That is not just a kind of scoreline we can be like, okay, fair enough, like maybe they just didn't show up as well on the day. Like 7-2, 7-2 is significant. And I think if you're Honved, that's again a situation where you're licking your wounds, right? You're kind of being like, we can't let that affect us mentally. We have to keep trying to vibe here and keep the mental high. Otherwise, we are just going to fall apart in this lower bracket.
Yeah, let's have a look at that lower bracket again, just to show how GK have been moving their way through it as well. They dropped to the lower bracket after losing that first game, but have won that series against Good Intentions with a 2-1 fashion. A small blip, I guess we can say, happened on the second map. Opportunity spotting wasn't really working, but we're glad to see this good recovery from this team.
Yeah, for sure. And, that is also the resilience that you're speaking of in having a team that is so experienced as they are. You need to be able to bounce back. You need to be able to, stay strong, especially when you're now finding yourself in lower bracket. If you win this game, you still have to play another best of 3 later. And then if you win that one, you have the opportunity to qualify yourself. So it isn't going to be just get this game over with and we're preparing for tomorrow. No. It's a very long job ahead, and that requires resilience and stamina to actually get through this.
Resilience and stamina from 2 rosters right now as well that are basically newer rosters, right, going into this tournament. GK, on paper, we're looking at a roster and it's like, this is your T2 dream team. I said this last weekend. I will reiterate myself again. This on paper is my dream team. If I'm trying to cook a T2 roster, I'm like, yes, these are exactly the kind of players I want to see, right? They have... From the get-go, you're looking at it, you're going, this could be the qualifying team. This could be that grand finals team, alongside it, maybe a team like Macko. Macko and GK, I don't think it's out of the ballpark for me to say they were the 2 favorites to win this entire thing, right? They were the 2 favorites to get into that grand finals position. GK, they have all the pieces to make that happen, but they don't have the longevity of the roster that Macko, for example, do. And if you can't show up, if you can't show up on a day against a bunch of, part-timers, for example, like M&M Academy, if you want to make EML, you can't be losing to those part-timers, and you have to still be able to win on your bad days. This is a game where, again, winners win, as Doki has frequently said time and time again. There's a roster like Honved who... If you're having a bad day, they are not the team to have a bad day against. Look at Twisted Minds. Go and ask them if you can have a bad day. You can't. That's the kind of vibe where you're like going into this, you're like, okay, they literally took out a team like that. They took out a team with, players like Hashom, these world star players that have been around the world. They've been at those big events. If you're Honved going into this as well, you're like, okay, we actually have a lot to prove, because yes, we had that phenomenal win. We don't want it to be seen as a fluke at all. We don't want it to be seen like, oh, it was just us being lucky on the day and maybe, Twisted Minds playing badly or whatever. They are like, no, we need to show that we have that juice in our tank, right? We have that juice in our tank. I love watching a team play. I love watching Joker play. Fantasy, they can trust him, right? He's their brother. They've, Hungarian stack here, right? Dodo, he's eager to return to T1. He's got all that experience with him. Hetsuit is for stabilizers on this bicycle. Let's not be around the bush about that one. He is the stabilizers on that Hungarian bicycle. Honved have so much to prove here, but so do GK. And again, it really will come down to if GK are having said bad day or not, because otherwise Honved are going to get into those little cracks and they're going to try and get them on the ropes, because they have that pressure to do so themselves now.
Oh, they will. And those dreams you mentioned might unfortunately be crushed here today, because both these teams, if they win, they still have another series to play later today to survive in this competition. But we'll look at the map veto for this also important game. Three maps we have selected for this series. Now we're looking at a Clubhouse pick from Honved themselves. GK pick Skyscraper after, and if we need a decider, we'll be heading to a Nighthaven Labs. And Grace, I feel like there's a lot you can say about this map veto.
Oh my god, isn't there just? Right, Honved have not brought out their Clubhouse yet. It is something that they haven't really been able to show, but when we look at their map bans, they haven't really been leaning into that, right? So it doesn't really feel like something that they've kind of been not working on, for example. It's something that they've obviously brought here for a reason. They have been cooking it. They know it's a good map for them. Perhaps in that regard, it's been a map that they've saved for these later stages. It's been a map for when they're like, okay, we need that golden ticket. We need that little ace up the sleeve. And you can kind of look at the performance of GK so far on Clubhouse. You know, they've played it 3 times, they've won it twice, they've lost it once. Maybe that's Honved being like, we have a chance here to maybe cause a little bit of a ruckus, especially if we can get those attacking rounds in. The GK going to Skyscraper. Now, this is where things get a little bit spicier for me, because GK themselves haven't really had a terrible time on Skyscraper, right? They've played it twice, they won it, it's 100% win rate for them. And at that point, you're kind of asking yourself, okay, Honved clearly haven't immediately gone for the jugular of the ban. Yes, they've gone to their auto default of Cafe. We need to look at that border ban. Is that Honved being a little bit scared about being out-fragged here? Because again, if you're then going to a map like Skyscraper, GK will be starting on the attack. GK have the opportunity to go sudden, aggressive, and furious. If you're worried about the kind of mechanic side of things, that's still a terrifying prospect. Yes, it means that they have to take a lot more time potentially doing it, but I don't think realistically they will. I think they're going to get stuck in. They're going to get their jaws on those jugulars, so to speak.
I mean, the thing is, right, okay, so we're looking at Skyscraper. I think that's the map where we either make or break this going to a 3 map or not. Of course, it's the second map, but either way. I'm looking at it, and it's like, yes, it was played quite a bit by the side of GK. However, one of them was against Good Intentions. That was a 7-2 victory. That was quite convincing. The other was against a team that didn't make it to these last 8. So I'm then starting to think, like, okay, well, you had a good map there, but is that everything? Like, it was against Good Intentions, and by no means shade to Good Intentions, but, you know, they were only on PC for 6 months. And Skyscraper is a highly technical map, so, like, you're kind of expected to be winning that one quite convincingly. So I still think it could be a bit 50-50 here.
I do think that Labs might end up favoring Honved a little bit more, though. I think that's my main worry here. Yes, they had a bit of a stinky loss on it the other day, right? Let's not be around the bush about that one. It was a bit of a stinky loss, but up until that point, they'd been pretty decent on it. It was one of those maps that they were getting over the line with, completely flawless until literally the other day, where it was just this complete decimation that occurred, right? So at that point, it's like, okay, for Honved, you're letting that go through to the very end like that because you are like, you know, we think we can make them uncomfortable on it, and maybe we can try and bank on the fact that GK will look at that and be like, okay, maybe that isn't as great a map for them. We did see that there was such a significant scoreline there. Perhaps that's something that we need to look at. Again, for the kind of support staff going into this, it must have been quite tricky, right? Because you have got 2 rosters that there's not a lot of data on. You have to then try and look more at the micro side of things, which is, again, individual play styles. When we look at that GK roster, you're thinking, oh, good golly gosh, this is a spice. Again, the creme de la creme of the T2 players kind of smushed together with that experienced backbone, right? With that experienced backbone as well. And it is a formidable stack to go up against. But as I've touched on, you know, both these sides have had what could be argued as a bad day. When it comes to both these sides potentially going into this having a good day, I mean, 1, what will happen? But 2, at least we're going to have a barn burner on our hands.
Oh, I hope we do. I mean, it's going to be exciting to have a close series between these two, especially when survival is on the line, like we've already mentioned before. But I heard you two slowly lean towards some predictions. I mean, we're saying, if it goes to 9 even, it might favor Honved. So GK kind of need to win this in 2, is what I'm like tasting from what you two are saying. Hap, in regards of predictions, we talked about the second map being really determining in where the series is going to go. What do you think is going to happen? We do have 2 big tier 2 teams against each other.
So I think it's going to be a 2-0 for GK or a 2-1 for Honved. And that relies on that second map, Skyscraper. If that Skyscraper is not going to be able to be won by GK, we're headed to a map 3. And Labs, whilst the game was played by GK wasn't bad. It was a 6-8 against M&M Academy. There was definitely some moments of greatness, but there was a lot small mistakes that kind of cost them that map in that matter in time. It is also played quite a lot by Honved, and, you know, it hasn't been their permaban, whilst it has been for the side of GK. So you're kind of looking at it that way, and then you're thinking, okay, Nighthaven Labs will be favoring Honved here.
And I think even with the one thing I will point out is that I just kind of popped into my brain there. Wrexham was actually a little bit quiet on the Nighthaven that Geeky did play, right? So maybe that's something to be considered as well. Like if Wrexham has had his ready break and he's, you know, getting ready to be stuck in, maybe that's going to be a bit more effective. But again, it's not just an individual effort, right? It's a team effort, and maybe it will really come down to the longevity of these players, you know, playing together for a while. Although, you know, Hungary and Wrexham, they've played together previously. It's about kind of cementing that now, and especially when, you know, push comes to shove. If you want that EML spot, now is the time to really send it. Oh, you're out. Literally, because they're out if they don't. Like, they're literally out if they don't. Like,
yeah. I mean, we keep hammering down on it, right? But it is because it's such an important game. And what you two said has been written down in the script, either a 2-0 for GK or a 2-1 for Hanveen. We'll see how the series turned out so far. But we're still getting our players into the lobby. That leaves us a little bit more time to discuss this game, but also the EML Challenger Series in a whole. Because we mentioned earlier that we do have these two lower bracket quarterfinals running at the same time. Lower bracket quarterfinal. Yeah, I am calling it right. I was going to say just before I confuse myself in the situation here, but we do have the other series between M&M Academy and Le Galerian running off our broadcast. It'll be on YouTube, but I believe co-streamers are casting it as well. For example, our beloved Tom J. Sherlock is working on that game.
Yes.
Should you want to watch that series between these two teams? And I mean, I might have it up on my second screen at the same time. I mean, Grace, we talked about it last week, what Le Galerian did as well, surviving in that lower bracket against Twisted Minds. It was a banger of a game.
100%. Again, like snuffling it up in the overtime on that last map as well. That's the stuff we love to see, right? But that is kind of the French creme de la creme, right? It's Bibou and friends, right? But we look at that roster, and that was the kind of French roster that you're looking at, and you're being like, this is nasty. This is not the kind of roster I'd personally want to go up against. I think it's been a bit of an awkward kind of winter spring thus far for Bibou in general. I think that there's been a lot of different attempts at trying different rosters and stuff since he came out of T1. And for Le Galerian right now, you know, they've got Jax, they've got Frenchie, they got Matteau, they got Linku. It's a really lovely roster with a lot of experience. And also, again, you're speaking in your mother tongue, so that's always an added benefit. There's a lot of trust there, you would assume, as well, because they're not like completely unfamiliar with each other. So going into this, it was always guaranteed they were going to hit the ground running, to be honest. I think them kind of going into the lower bracket in the first place was a bit of a spicy one. I think a lot of people were looking at it and being like, oh, wow, Wylde have certainly been wild, ironically, and caused a little bit of a ruckus there. My main concern here, right, is that Le Galerian are obviously going up against M&M. And M&M have been absolutely on fire. One, they were the ones to 2-0 Geeky into the lower bracket. Then that Macko game, it went to the full way, the full hog, right? The only thing really there for M&M that I was like, okay, yes, they got 7-1, but it's Macko on Chalet. Right? Why are you taking Macko of all people? Like, if the mind boggles. But again, it's because M&M technically are part-timers. They have other stuff to focus on. They've been very vocal about this. It's the kind of thing where it makes me so frustrated because literally 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, where was this vibes coming out from Skiddy and Nerf? I'm so mad about it. But again, they have all the tools they need. They have all the longevity with one another to go in and cause an upset here against La Galerian. And that would be phenomenal if they do. But again, you're going up against a French death stack, which avoid border, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll have, I'll try and have that game up on my second screen here so I can give some updates later on throughout the series. But we do have co-streamers casting that game, like we said as well. So you have the ultimate coverage between these 4 teams in the lower bracket to see who makes it through and who will have in that final best of 3 of the day. Because we already said, you know, there's one series you have to play today, but then you have to play another one to still make your way through this bracket. We'll be focusing our attention attention further towards Honved and GK here for the game on our broadcast that we'll be moving into. We'll talk about Clubhouse being the first map of this series. That is the map pick of Honved. The second map will be determining a lot, as we said earlier, going into this series, but you'd kind of want to have both these teams survive. That's not possible, unfortunately. It means we'll have one of these two teams eliminated after this best of 3 series. The pressure is high. We're moving over to Clubhouse as our very first map of the series.
And thank you very much, Anne. Let's get this show on the road for what is probably like the most important match out of these players' their career for now, right? Like, you know, after this they'll have another more important match coming up, and we'll keep on adding it up. But for now, this is the most important match for a lot of these players in their careers, and they know they have to perform. The pressure might be on more for GK than it was for Honved, considering the fact that the quality is just there for them to compete in the EML.
100%, and I think again, I think going into this, perhaps we could argue there's less pressure on Honved because for them it's more that would be nice kind of vibe, whereas for Geek it will be like, you know, we really need to do that. We need to be in EML, and we need to be like constantly butting heads against the teams that and the players that we like to butt heads against. You know, think about Hungary, think about Rexon, think about that run that happened in the SILCQs at the start of the year. You know, that's the kind of things that they want to maintain. That's the kind of vibes that they want to maintain. That kind of, at one point it gets to a point where you're like, okay, how many times are we going to get to the close but no cigar situation, and how many times are we going to allow that to happen before we actually have to change something? Having a roster like this is a lovely thing for Rexon and Hungary to have right now. You've got Skyscraper and all his experience, right? You've picked up Rorik. Okay, Rorik. Think about Rorik here for a second, right? Rorik, the unlimited run in that, you know, previous CL many moons ago, great stuff. Yeah, puts him on that really high note, right? Then things kind of go a little bit downhill after that. Things don't go as well. They were really struggling. There was even last Combine, you know, trying to even get into the later stages of Combine. It just was not working. And at that point, you're like, okay, this is a bit rough. However, then Rorik was like, you know, I'm just going to join ITB Academy. I'm still going to show everyone how hungry I am. I'm still going to show everyone how skilled I am. And then during that South Breach tournament, he was absolutely phenomenal. Like, he was absolutely nuts. Some of the shots that Rorik was landing in that tournament, I was like, goodness gracious me. He is definitely redeemed himself here. And right now for Rorik, it's about ITBA, you know, falling apart a bit. That kind of would have given an air of uncertainty, but then you're put into a roster like this, Hap. You're put into this really sweaty, again, creme de la creme dream T2 roster, essentially. This is the kind of thing that really gets me excited, to be honest, not only for how the rest of this weekend will go, but for the next competitive year in general, Hap.
Yeah, and while you might be very excited and just talked up all these players and hyped them up, we actually had to a quick break. I was just told by production. So we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. And when we're back, Clubhouse will start. Welcome back, as we're headed into the second round of Clubhouse. Now, we have missed the very first, and that means we get to write fanfics again to see and find out how Honved was actually able to win that first attacking round here against GK. And that is your task. I know you like fanfics, so come up with something beautiful. In the meantime, we get to talk about round number 2, Grace.
Absolutely we do. And again, just quickly, looking at these bans, already I'm seeing that the Blackbeard is banned down. And that's always a bit of an interesting one for me, especially given them against CCTV Cash, right? Because 9 times out of 10, how are we going to deal with that garage space? We're going to take a little bit of shield action. I would argue that Blackbeard on the board would make it a little bit more effective. You can be a bit more aggressive on that push. But again, Honved, they don't want that to be in the hands of Geek. It's a kind of, utility you don't want to go up against, really. So they've sacked that off, but they themselves are still sticking with that Monty. And exactly, that's the stuff we will love to see. Having that little shield up just to give you that extra safe bit of pressure. They've also got the Capitao, a bit of a golden oldie when it comes to Clubhouse. There's a lot of old tricks that you used to be able to do, and nowadays it's even more beneficial, especially since the rise of those Kiba barriers and how you can essentially lock things down on the Rafters 2, Rafters 3 area. You can send that Firebolt and it will basically barbecue the player, in this instance looking at Rexhun, essentially out of the server.
Yeah, for sure, especially given the fact that they'll be reinforcing themselves with those Kibas, which is going to be making it very difficult for the attack to properly try and challenge whoever's out and about on Rafters. Of course, one of the ways to deal with that is just to send that Monty in. You called it before. The other way is to then send the fire where it needs to be. But the big issue that they currently might actually run into is the fact that Skyscraper is finding himself inside of Oil Pit. He's watching that staircase. So if the Monty is moving up, he needs to be very careful. Trix as well is finding himself below on Lounge. They don't currently have any presence out there. Trix is actually looking to go a little bit aggressive here, trying to see if there's a drone ready to spot him, because if he is, there we go. It was spotted. His position's also known. And Fantasy instantly rotating around, trying to confirm that location, but they realize he's gone.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a slow approach. He is in that position now, though. He's going to try and peek around that. They sent a Candela. It's a little bit off. That's Mindful blind the Monty, as well as the player on Rafter. This is a little bit chaotic right now from Honved. Unfortunately, they're really struggling to get a little bit of a leg and edgeways into this position. But Juzo finally getting into position, dealing with that evil eye. The firebolts have started to ring through as well, and that's going to give him a little bit of breathing room. No one can come aggressively through that space, but you still have to be mindful about the fire through the wall. Trix will take out Joker. Already both sides taking a little bit of damage. Honved, it was a little bit chaotic, but at least they've got garage control now.
I'm not quite sure where Skyscraper's gone, but Monty taking so much damage there is just trying to deal with the evil eye. Fantasy now going down as well. Actually, from the steps, Trixie was crouched, could look underneath the smoke, see the legs, and find that kill. So that garage control's kind of just slipping away. And yes, they still have the Monty out there, so yes, there is still pressure, but it is not really as good as they want it to be. And he's going to be acting as a door, a walking door, and as he's forcing Hungry back. However, a mistake from the Montaigne as he unshields brings it back to a 2-on-2 situation. Rorik rushing back up on the main stairs here. Trix finding himself on the opposite side, or actually below it as well, as the plant will be attempted. Do they have information on site? If so, they could use these shotguns to try and isolate the player, but it seems like it's not happening, as it's only up to Trix now. In a 1v2, in a post plant. They know exactly where he'll be coming from, so they're holding off on those rotations. As Trix comes around the corner slowly, he will be peeked from the breach if he's not careful. Doesn't quite line up the shots. And that's it. Eventually able to find a kill either way, and yet another attacking round will be going towards Honved.
Again, it was very chaotic, but they were able to get that control nice and swiftly. And then at that point, it was essentially just utility clearance through melee, right? There was no information left on site for Trix to work with, and that's a really awkward situation to be in. You have to rely on the house cams that remain. And oftentimes, especially in that situation, it's not giving you the information in construction. It's not giving you the information in cast. You're basically going in blind. You're having to go for those pre-fires, and it's a 1v2. It's an awful situation to be in. Not really too much you can do there, but for Honved, that attack was very, very cold. And this is what I mean. They're going very, very default with things. Yes, there was a little bit of a chaos, but they're still being able to go through those motions. They're still being able to get that control and make those executes. And I'd argue, again, they're not reinventing the wheel here, Haps. So for GK right now, they have to pull their socks up a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely will have to. I mean, those first two attacking rounds going away. The thing is about Clubhouse, like, historically, all the way back in the day, Before the rework, it was basically just this bottom floor site that was easy to control. The other two upstairs were kind of a pain because you didn't have that big connector part known as construction. That's a big throwback for a lot of people watching now. And ever since they made that rework, CCTV initially was quite easy to actually hold. However, teams started to learn how to attack it, and suddenly you found yourself with just a playbook. Take garage, open up the wall, suddenly you have yourself control of the site you can plant. It's exactly what they did out there to find themselves with that second round, and now headed over towards the basement, which is historically the hardest site to attack on this map. And this is a big test for Honved. If they manage to find this one as well, what is to stop them from just a 6-0 half?
Yeah, no, completely. And again, they're not reinventing the wheel here. They've got the Twitch drones in the pocket of a tease. They're going to use that to deal with the Vulcans that are going to be on the walls. A little bit of a late setup from Skyper, actually. He's still got one of those Vulcans left in pocket and is still setting them up. Does see the Twitch drone, though, and that is massive. You're already defending that utility. You're already aware there's a Twitch on the board. So this is where, as Geeky, you're kind of like, okay, they do have a Twitch. We need to kind of protect the Vulcans a little bit here because there are prevention of that final execute. There are time delay. That's also important. We've also got Fantasy on the buck. That Skeleton Key, an oldie but a goldie. I know a lot of people prefer to bring out the Ram because the buggy gives you a little bit more of a safety net when it comes to creating this verticality, but having the Skeleton Key does allow you to not only create those holes in the floors, it allows you to immediately go aggressive and take these lines aside, but lines of sight work both ways. This is where you've really got to be careful or getting a little bit cheeky with it, Hap.
Yeah, I failed the swap back from the Skeleton Key as well. Fantasy cancelled it a little bit too early, tried to take a shot, didn't really work. I mean, the thing about the Buggy as well, right, is it's just cleaner. It doesn't give you these scrappy openings if it starts to open up. And it's kind of a toss and forget kind of gadget. But Buck, mostly known as a one-man army, has been for a while. Being brought as the hatch slowly being opened, waiting for the impacts to come in. None of them's currently connecting. There's one left in the pocket of Skyper, two in the pockets of Wrexham, but I'm not sure if they're in position to actually try and challenge for this wall, for this hatch to be opened up, sorry. With 50 seconds left, there needs to be some control here from the side of Honved.
Yes, I think, again, it has been taking them a little bit of time, but once they start getting stuck in, it goes a lot more effectively. A tease is in lounge, so there's the potential of those back hatches also being addressed, attention going more towards that blue side too, and Dodo, he's made his way into side. The Evil Eye is trying to do bits here, but thankfully that shield is keeping him alive. Hungry really trying to go for it here. Is actually able to tap him a little bit. Joker dealing with Rexon as well. Dodo has to get a little bit aggressive here, has to get into these better positions. A flurry of picks coming through. Joker actually getting the team kill there. My apple pie. 3 versus 2, make that 3 versus 1. Hungry with a lot to do. He can't do it. Joker absolutely popping off in that round, securing very impactful kills. And again, we both said, okay, Honved, they need to get a little bit of a move on. It's every single round like clockwork. It looks a little bit clunky, a little bit chaotic, and then they just suddenly go for it. It's like, again, this 3-2-1 moment where they're like, one of them is just like, I have to just go for it. I have to just send it. I have to get stuck in. I have to get those kills. I have to create the space every single round. And like you touched on, Hap, basement, typically, it's very difficult to approach on that attack. You're very squishy, especially, right, on those floorboards. I think that's always a big factor sometimes when you are trying to establish that verti around the kind of kitchen corridor and kitchen main room area. You are really worried about a sudden C4 or spray and pray for the floorboards, but they didn't really feel as pressured in that factor.
No, and what I would like to say now is it was a 5v5 up until 20 seconds left, and that's when the execute started to go through. The Montaigne was almost zapped to death. He actually dodged an impact grenade. I don't know if you saw that, stepped just outside when the impact flew by. That would have been the kill. Eventually gets team kill, but so be it. Manages to live for quite a long time. But Hungry, during that entire time, has been on his phone.
Yeah.
Like a teenager at that point. He's just tapping away on his phone, doesn't realize the rest of his team is dying in the meantime, and at that point he's like, oh wait, they're inside. Has to get off with his all already dead at that point. But they just executed on the side. It just exploded, managing to find those kills in the dying seconds. I mean, that takes a lot of confidence to let it come down to that.
I think a big factor there is what we talk about a lot when it comes to the shield ops in general, right? When you're taking a shield to a map, especially on attack, it's this idea that you can create this sudden pressure point. And 9 times out of 10, especially with Montaigne, right? Monty's not an aggressive shield operator, right? Monty's literally, you've touched on it before in the previous rounds, a walking door, essentially. You're just waddling around. You can act as a walking drone. You are just an ominous presence to the defense. The defense in this instant, yes, they had the evil line. That could basically create a situation where it's like, we'll use a utility to deal with this Monty for now. We'll zap him away. But at that point, because that call's coming through that Monty's pushed through the Ash Rush wall, everyone's kind of attention is slightly focused towards, again, that one dimension of pressure. This is the beauty of using shields on attack. You've got that one dimension, and it leaves that kind of moment where the defense are like, okay, where's this second dimension coming from, though? And if they're not thinking as clearly or like as prepared for it, suddenly that comes stampeding through. You'll see Joker, for example, pop off like it's no tomorrow, and that will spiral out of control very, very quickly. Bodies will start to drop.
And what else will drop is another break here into this stream, because we are headed for a quick rehost, and after that we'll be back with round 4 and onwards, hopefully, for this Clubhouse. Aha, and we are back with round number 4 after a rehost. It's already getting one of those games where it feels like we're just going to go ages. It is 3-0 for Honved after, well, at least from what we saw, 2 very scrappy attacks. But they made them stick. They're 3-0 up. And well, let us see if they can make it 4.
You know what, Hab? There's a good reason why Honved decided, you know what, let's start this on Clubhouse. Again, it's been a map that thus far as a roster they haven't shown throughout Challenger Series. And often when that's happening, you can kind of argue, okay, well, 9 times out of 10, this is going to be a decent map for most teams. It is kind of that old reliable. 9 times out of 10, when you're scrimming in the evening, you're going to at least have 1 or 2 clubhouses floating around. For Honved right now, it's looking very, very good. They're really getting away with, again, what seems to be very default strategies, though. So I'd argue it's a little bit of jankiness on the side of GK, perhaps not enough communication happening at times where, you know, these pressure points are happening, but these other alternative moments of pressure are also coming through. That's when you need to be really quick on the draw. That's when, again, maybe a bit more longevity will really benefit this roster of GK, which, again, on paper, this is a frustrating aspect right now. On paper, this is a phenomenal roster.
And you want to know something even more frustrating? Technically, they're not allowed to speak during tech breaks. So they've just lost 3 rounds in a row, and they had to sit there in silence for 5 minutes, not being allowed to talk. It's like, if anything, it will just marinate a little bit. So you really got to show that resilience right now.
Yeah, that's where the mental game really has to come in and come up front. Ooh, that's the right way to play around that. Ooh, there we go. That's even better. Bit of a buddy system coming through. Rexon dropping down, hungry, quick on the draw. This is what I'm talking about. You need to be very effective at communicating around each other, around your movements. And already, GK, this is looking a lot better. You've dealt with that blitz. That's a shield gone, an aggressive shield at that. And that puts you in a big power position because now everyone else, they have to approach and they're going from a little bit more of a squishy and unsafe aspect.
Hungry just standing by there to try and isolate him. Don't exactly know where he is. The phone call will come out. He's actually going to... He was thinking about going for a swing at that point, but... Do they hear it though? I don't think they do. Joker's not watching the angle that he was in. As a result, we'll have to stay in for now, stay alive, as Atis will find tricks. So that is at least a return here for the side of Honved. And now they can start putting pressure on the basement.
I do like that, though, that GK decided to expand a little bit. Rexon kind of rotating all the way to main, to back up Tricks, to back up Hungry. The 3 of them on that extension. Skyper shutting down Joker, getting stuck in. Headsuit is there to deal with Rorik, though. Hungry will deal with Tease as Rexon will fall. It's getting scrappy now with 2 versus 2. Then Headsuit, Fantasy, they're not looking too healthy. They get the angles just like that. A free kick for the round of Headsuit so far. He deals with Hungry. Skyper left in the 1 versus 1 technically because Headsuit is downed. They know exactly where he is. Nade has rolled out. It's going to put Skype into a bit of a precarious position. Do they have the info on site? More nades going out. The red ping's coming through. They do have the info, Hat. Those comms need to come through nice and swiftly, nice and cleanly from the side of GK right now. Can he at least try and shut down this diffuser? Maybe a spray and pray through the wall. Fancy not willing to fake around that diffuser. He's got loads of time to work with, but so does Skyper. Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Not willing to give away too much body. He's keeping his eye on the time and being like, I don't really have to push him so aggressively. I've got the time to just wait out, hear that diffuse, play around that bait a little bit there. Very good going. But again, Hap, it came down to the 1 versus 1. It came down to the nail.
Again, it is a chaotic round. I mean, we had an attacker and a defender standing next to each other watching opposite directions at that point. I was looking at it, I was like, well, what's happening here? Like, people just don't know of each other's existence, but the trades kept on coming through. And also, I like the approach from Honved there. You know, they killed 1 person on the site, and afterwards, they decided to just go for it because 2 people were offside. The 2 people were above, so they could just try and go for it. However, of course, hatches were opened up. They were able to quickly get themselves back towards the side and instantly start pushing back. None of this slowed down Honved whatsoever, but eventually it was enough for GK to find that first round on the board.
This is what kind of has the jimmies are rustling though for me personally, because again, it's like there's a lot of little mistakes being like happening on a map like Clubhouse, where you know the default, so 9 times out of 10 it is coming down to the communication of how you're playing as a team. Unfortunately, that speaks volumes right now. EK, the comms need to be there, the situational awareness need to be there. I love the adaptation, like I touched on, that they did try and extend upstairs, and they were like, you know what, we need to not really be sitting ducks here. If we have this extension, it allows us to take that entry point a little bit more effectively, and they did. But then it just started spiraling out of control. Again, just all it takes is for Joker to just get stuck in. CC wall opening nice and swiftly. Bit of Cali action coming through from Matisse. Gives him a very long line of sight all the way back into logistics. You do have to be careful for those window runouts if DK spot it on the cams, though. And if someone is lurking around kind of bedroom, but... I think the buddy system coming in from the side of Homebed as well. Fantasy already being on this kind of western side. Most likely, there may be an attempt at opening up that wall eventually. Maybe Jacuzzi adding a bit of pressure, but they don't have to. The windows are open. They know there's a player in bedroom here. Trix will deal with Fantasy. But look at the absolute chaos that's occurring right now. Rock desperately trying to deal with Joker on this Monty. He's getting a little bit flustered. Trying to melee that shield out of the way. Finally gets it, though.
It was a one-on-one challenge. Both wanted to throw it up and both accepted. However, it is only the Jaeger that comes out on top here. 3-1. And we are 3-5 in current man count. Not favorable for Honved here. Round slipping away from them, and well, still roamers that they need to worry about. I am kind of worried though why Joker was alone for so long and wasn't able to, you know, get that support quicker. Now they're kind of stuck with what they have in pocket. And a minute left on that clock, slowly ticking down. I mean, GK, if you somehow lose this round, there is going to be the need for a tactical timeout, I'd say.
I'll agree with that. I'd also agree with the fact that the Monty shouldn't ideally be solo pushing. But again, there's been a lot of solo pushing happening from Joker as a player throughout these rounds in general. Maybe he's just keeping up the same energy. Even if he's on that kind of slow and steady utility that comes with being a Monty. It's teasing of Rorik. Bit of a team kill going on yet again. Honved, we need to keep on top of these things. Skyper's going to deal with Dodo. And the T's now left at a 1 versus 4. They know exactly where he is, but they know he's on the Carly. Do not let him play around what will essentially be a little shooting range. No, they won't. There we go. Skyper beaming down the red stairs.
I was wondering.
Rory getting a big gobby in chat there.
I was like, why are you on the 12 times with the Kali when you're playing on this close range? Like, swapping back. You're struggling a little bit out there, but yeah. 3-2, GK. I mean, they did what they needed to do there. They isolated the Montaigne. The challenge was thrown up, but it didn't last. So that is unfortunate to them. And hey, 3-3, that would be a decent split for both these teams, and GK being 3-0 down, suddenly find themselves 3-2. They are really getting back into this.
You know, Hap, sometimes I will say that a team is going a little bit gung-ho, right? And what I mean by that is they are getting very sudden and fast approaches towards the opposition. We've seen this time and time again from Honved, just really getting stuck in ASAP, right? The issue is, like, throughout these rounds, we've seen a few team kills come through. I think, you know, there's been 2 rounds thus far where team kills have happened, and it's because Honved are all trying to get stuck into certain situations in those kind of final sudden moments of one of them wanting a bit of a glory kill. And that's where it's kind of like, okay, hold your horses a little bit, lads. Maybe we dial that back a little bit. Yes, it happens, but you have to be aware of each other's position. And it does come into the idea of, you know, situational awareness at times. Questionable things happening sometimes on the side, or on both sides, to be honest, in terms of positioning and how you're reacting to certain things and how you're communicating certain things. And certain things I love to see is a bit of rat action. Skyper going all the way down to basement. I do love it when people get a little bit ratty like that. You know, you're playing gym bedroom and you've decided, I'm going to go all the way to basement. I'm going to work out where that initial approach is coming from and potentially flank around, cause a little bit of a ruckus if I want to. Right now, all GK have to do is work out where these initial pressure points are being applied from Honved, and Skyper can react accordingly, you know, go on a little bit of a wander. He's made his way back to the main stairs, though. He's just hovering around. Could potentially cover bar as well in case some vert action happens from below.
I just hope that the team kill stop. Like, it's been 4 rounds at that point, and they've team killed twice, maybe even 3 times. We don't know. So it is just a little bit of sloppiness here and there, and you really want to see them clean it up. Again, they have a long day ahead, whichever team it is that will be winning this, because they still have another game that is not taking place right after this. But first, we have Macko Wylde. After that, though, the winner of this one will have to play against the winner of M&M Academy and Le Galérien. So you still have to win that one as well if you want to be making it to Sunday and have the opportunity to qualify for the EML. But back to the round. And as opening 2 will be made by Joker in just a moment of time as the exothermic will be detonated. It is a minute 15 and time slowly ticking down. Twitch drone is doing some work there, getting one of the Goyo pockets, but it's not going to be near enough. However, we'll give Dodo an opportunity to, in about 15 seconds from now, to actually start poking through that door, see if he can find some information that he can feed to the team.
Yeah, that's the importance of having that Monty, having that shield. As we keep touching on, you have a little walking drone, essentially. It does give you a little poke around, as you just so eloquently put. But Fantasy has those firebolts as well, and that's where, if you work out where people are lurking, you can start to send those through and give yourself the breathing room to go for this execute. Imp is going out to deal with one of the evil eyes at least. Flash is going out to deal with the player in bathroom. This is a really nice execute in terms of utility, but Dodo, he gets tagged up, he gets finished out for the count before he's able to get that plant down. Now the diffuser is being picked up by Joker, but more smokes are indeed coming out. Joker, he'll deal with Skyper. Little bit scrappy on site now as the kills start to rain through. The Vulcan doing absolute bits there as well. Rorik has fallen to Fantasy, but Hetsu is now left on his one. Can't do much there. So much utility being thrown towards them. Utility works both ways, right? This is the main thing. For the last few, for most of those rounds on attack, right? Geeky were trying to meet Honvade in terms of gunfights, right? They were trying to meet them head on with those gunfights, and they were losing a lot of the time. Honvade were going very default. Honvade were focusing on utility. They were focusing on just, again, very default things. So the easiest way to deal with a full, old school classic approaches is 9 times out of 10 going to be a few cheeky toxic babes lobbed towards their face.
I was going to say, I really loved them opening up that mirror window and getting in close. Like, they realized what was happening. They had the footholds, of course, over the entire gym wall. So the only place they could have planted is which they actually ended up smoking without putting too much pressure on. And hey, then you're looking, Grace, what utility was there? Oh, wait, there was a Capital. Okay. Firebolts, maybe. Maybe you could have locked off the bathroom, stopped them from, getting that smoke out.
This is the issue that we were literally saying, because before the execute came through, I was like, oh, they've got the Capital Firebolts, they can send it in, the fire will start to do bits, it will hold people back from, especially the player playing around bathroom. 9 times out of 10, if you can kind of smoke and fire him out, you know that that's a pretty nice execute that's going to occur, because you've essentially cut off that entire western side of that execute, right?
Yeah, that's it. And like you don't even have to place it anywhere close. You're just in the middle of the bathroom, and anybody in there is just gonna get toasted slightly. Just have to make sure that the cover is up, of course, from push coming in from the main stairs. Either way, round's done, 3-3 split, and thus we swap sides. Honvade will now be on the defense, and instantly the hunt on a tease. He was a menace before the Rios. 5 kills, 0 deaths. He received a little bit of flack when he was playing on the Kali, but they definitely do see him as a threat, as they try and isolate him. But instead, Rorik will find Fantasy, somehow unaware of the fact that an entry already had been made. Dodo, inside the logistics, is looking to at least find a refrag, but he wasn't in a position to instantly reply. Another track comes through. Nitro Cell tossed in beautifully by a tease. He was tracked in all, but still managed to find that kill into Rorik. Falls back onto side. And this is crucial, because they do not know. Actually, now they do. I was going to say, they do not know Dodo is up there. They just saw her rotate down towards that basement, and thus they hope to try and chase him down.
Chasing him down, they could not. He gets his one. Joker gets a follow-up as well. Skyper and Trix now left in a 2 versus 4. It's a bit of an awkward situation to be in. You do have pretty aggro utility by having that Deimos, though. You can get a little bit of info. You've got 2 nades as well. And you've got loads of time to work with. So for Trix and Skyper, if they try and take their time a bit here, they could potentially cook something happen.
They definitely have the opportunity, but it is a tall ask. A 2v4 where, I mean, you have plenty of time, but you're kind of running out of utility. You have 1 grenade left. You have 1 death mark left. But if you look at how Honvade have set themselves up, they're ready and prepared for any kind of push to come through. And as the Excaliburs are now used on the triple wall to create an opening both to view and to look through underneath, they might have the opportunity to isolate Dodo. He's playing quite close around it. Actually, he's digging in deeper. You gotta watch your left there, Trix, as he gets shut down. And now this round is basically over. It's only up to Skyscraper now in a 1v4. 45 seconds. Honved are looking to put themselves up. A smoke canister. They're pushing back even more. And yet another in pocket for the side of Headset. He has the ability to stall this. And Skyscraper, as he's trying to find angles here and there, he sees a feet, but someone below him will find him eventually.
Very clean defense coming out from Honved, despite a few issues at first, getting caught a little bit off guard, and then again a really sudden push. As soon as they saw that Dodo was in logistics, they were like, okay, we're gonna push for him. But at that point, Dodo had already got into position, was already assuming, again, it's these defaults, right? They've spotted me, I've just heard the window go. 9 times out of 10, a player's going to be jumping through that window to try and 1v1 me. I'm going to go for the swing and free fire. It's clockwork at this point between these two, but as is the nature of Clubhouse. Like I've said time and time again on broadcast, it is the map you know like the back of the hand. It is the map that 9 times out of 10, when you create a roster for the first time, you end up just doing 9 million scrims of Clubhouse just because it is that kind of default that people like to go to, because it helps you work out the nitty-gritty of like communication, positioning, things like that. Strategy-wise, it's very bread and butter. Like I say, you're not reinventing the wheel, right? So it really does come down to communication and teamwork and how you're kind of going for these 3-2-1 moments, which so far has been a lot better at times on the Honved side, albeit maybe a bit too willing to push suddenly and not realizing that their teammate is slightly in the way.
Not just that, but also just, you know, like, they're just throwing it. They're throwing all the bodies at the wall and see what will stick. We managed to find a couple of rounds like that on the attack where they just completely flooded site with 20 seconds left and managed to make it work because of the fact, well, Clubhouse, it is a step-by-step plan. There's default positions. There's not really anything left to rediscover, if you know, if it makes sense. Maybe new operators, of course, will bring new light into it. Thought it was actually up, but detonated. That might have actually been an LV explosive lance. No, all 4 still in pocket. So, luckily there for the attack that they managed to break that open, instantly putting up some pressure into the bathroom as well. It's, however, very light presence on the side currently from the side of Honved.
Yeah, and we're excited to get this pressure going into construction as well. Don't know if CCTV has been opened up, so I don't think it has. But they do have the option to do that, or it can go for a little bit of a rotation. Again, why would you? You've already taken construction pressure. Yes, there may be someone lurking around cash. In this case, it is a tease. But he's relatively on his 1 there. That's where things might be a little bit more difficult. Joker is lurking around red. You've got to be careful. If you're Honved right now, you need to play around that trade. There's a little bit of a split in half happening. Geeky, by getting that construction pressure, not really focusing too much towards cash, they've essentially split the map in half. This makes the rotation back for a tease a little bit more difficult. So if it starts firing up around site, perhaps they can catch him and Joker off guard as they try and rotate back towards helping their teammates.
So this is what I was afraid of. There's very light presence on the side that allows Rorik to move in. However, oversteps a little bit. Hatsa will find a kill. Joker instantly replying as well as the trades just come through on either side. A 4-on-2 as Hatsa manages to escape the side just in time. The bathroom is that big pressure point where they are, well, losing some of their members from, but at least they have stemmed the bleeding. And Nitrocell Stout is not going to be finding anything as the last 2 members find themselves in and around Gym. Plant attempted. Yin Candelas to be tossed out to stall anybody from moving in, but Headset, he is not strayed by that, just comes in, shuts down the plan to jump out right afterwards, and the cover is dead as well, and the Claymore. And with the new delay changes to that Claymore, that's even more impressive. Like, if it hits the feet, it's instant explode, so good call out there. Managing to find a 5-on-3 Honved. Taking that lead, starting to extend it. And this is where it comes into the second map. If that's not won by the side of GK, then we would be headed towards a 2-0 split, and Honved are definitely starting to make that show now.
Certainly so, and again, my brain kind of goes back a little bit here, right? Because I'm kind of thinking, okay, when we look at Skyscraper, yes, Honved have kind of shown it once throughout this tournament. They did lose it, but again, it's something that they are it's not their most preferred ban. It's something they don't really like going to. But realistically, would they have let it go through as far in the veto if they were really that concerned about it? Of course, the main concern was being like, okay, do we want to take this lot to a map like Border? So I do understand Honved kind of being like, get Border right out of there immediately. But we've seen Honved and how they use the utility over the last few weekends, right? How they work around each other, how they're using that util from the get-go to give themselves breathing space. And maybe that's something we'll see also transition nicely onto Skyscraper, particularly on those attacks where, you know, a lot of people like to take shields, they like to take the sends, for example, just to cut off lines of sight. There's a lot they can do there, but Geeky, they're definitely going to be cooking something. And right now, we are still in Clubhouse. Geeky already trying to get stuck in as the Vittorio's coming out to try and find some util to deal with. I would have spotted out a tease, so he's going to hightail it out of there and coming back up Dodo around Garage. Already using a little bit of extra util just to block up these walls in Garage, just to keep them nice and firm and strong, so the side of Geeky can't start to create these massive holes there either.
Another RC return to be sent now. This one to open up the lounge door. Oh, the connector towards lounge door. Second one will be used to actually open up the real lounge door, so they have the opportunity to start putting pressure down below. Now, why do you do that? Often C4s are a bit of an issue, as in the meantime, the Tubarão is slowing things down, making sure that the breach will not be happening as of yet. Oh. Did the RC Rotero just not go? Well, either way. A bit unfortunate. And with a minute 50 left on the clock, you're starting to look at the step plan. What do they have ready? Garage control, currently non-existent. The wall being slowed down by the side of Tubarão, so not really that either. A tease, while he's getting himself hunted down as he extends himself towards that basement. So with a minute 30 left, choices now will have to be made by GK. What do we do first?
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a case of just getting a little bit more stuck in. It looks like we're seeing a massive rotation here from Rexon going to lounge. Could get aggressive here, actually. Maybe deal with Joker hanging around there. They'll then split some of the attention below, at least. Of course, yes, you have one player playing around Garage. You also have an Evil Eye in Garage, right? There's one in CC, one in Cash, and one in Garage, right? We know of. That's a lot of information spread out. We've also got Bulletproofs additionally in Cash. Honved, they have loads of info here to work from. But Rorik, he's there. He gets that opening engagement onto Dodo.
Yeah, very important. That's one of the side players that just stepped up, instantly been taken down. However, these Maestro cameras, they definitely do have the opportunity to cause some issues. There's a guy right next to you. Be careful. Don't want to blow that up when he's right next to it. As a tease now coming back towards the side, he decided to, you know, it's enough to play around in that basement. It's time to go back towards the side itself as the execute seems to come down from construction. And with 30 seconds, the moves need to be made. The Candelas are about to swing in. There's two players inside the garage. If you can cut those down, you have a good opportunity of potentially winning the fight, winning the numbers game on the side itself. Those smokes will definitely be helpful for that. That Candela will stop red from being used, but Skyper will go down as the very first in this engagement, and Rorik forced to go off the plant as well. 9 seconds.
Yeah, I'll just take a whole night through by the T's fantasy. Get one, and Joker's there to get that final one. My point there was the fact that you had the Alder, you had the Evil Eyes. There was a lot of information there. Unfortunately, the execute came in a little bit clustered. And that's where you start to line yourself up a little bit. Geeky, they did a really good job there of acknowledging that a lot of that utility was set up to defend against the kind of, you know, main breach, the garage take. They were like, okay, excellent. We've got this little moment where we can try and establish some construction control. We'll just have to execute from there. There's going to be less utility to deal with, we assume. And that's the main point there. They assume. They made the assumption there wasn't going to be too much to stop them other than people potentially playing top of red. They saw that there wasn't really, you know, a black mirror that they were playing around there. They knew that it was going to be maybe some squishy players playing around a line of sight that is a bit more easily contested. What they weren't banking on was the fact that we had this little buddy system going at the top of red. And again, a long line of sight being held from that default hole essentially at the top of Rafter's window. It gives you that nice sight line into Cash as well. And that's like a little bit of an oversight because you have to be mindful of that. Yes, they had the smokes. Yes, they had some Candelas as well. But when we saw this execute go through, and again, maybe some default swings not being taken, there were moments where people were trying to go deep and then they were going for the repeat. At that point, they'd already been seen by whoever was playing at top of red. So again, chaos being the main factor there. And ultimately, that chaos, Honved were capitalizing on it. And that's created this match point situation for them.
Yeah, they're on that match point now. They have the opportunity to lock this off. 3 rounds as well. And I mean, they've looked way better on the defense than the chaos they've seen on attack. But even that could have been, you know, even bigger scoreline. So, Hunvade, they have a good opportunity here. They need to make sure they make it stick. GK, they'll be on that back foot going into that second map in that case. And it's not like it was a close game either if you look at it currently, because, like, let's be honest, this could have been a 7-2. It could have been a 7-3 and can still be a 7-3. So, as such, we'll be headed into that potential last round here on Clubhouse. We see the Blitz being brought out. We see that the Deimos is there as well. This might indicate a bit of a, well, more active hunt on these roamers, because Atiz proved to be a little bit of an issue in that last round, showing himself and instantly retreating, and they couldn't really afford pushing towards it. So, with that, we will be seeing if that's exactly how it plays out or not.
Love the fact that now is when they're like, you know what we need to bring out? We need to bring out the Capcan. We need to bring out these EDDs. That's going to keep them off guard. Joker getting the opening pick, that's fine. That's fabulous right now for the side of EK, especially as Joker has repositioned all the way back to blue. So it's that classic idea of you get that opening engagement, you pull back to safety immediately. 1, GK are now looking for that refrag. It's going to waste a little bit more time. But 2, you've put yourself into a safety position where that can't be traded. And that puts you on a very strong upper foot when it goes through the rest of the round. The main factor here is that if GK don't take a mindful glance at the timer now and again, they may run out of time. That's where those EDDs can come in. Tops Fantasy beaming up, deals with him. Atiz dealing with Rexhunt as well. That Blitz shut down immediately. 2 versus 5. What is happening, Hap?
A little bit of dysynchrony as they try to push one by one. Trickst will find one for his efforts. And there's a minute 30 left. The diffuser is still in pocket off the sides of GK, but that minute 20 is a long time, but against a lot of people on the side of Hunvade and a lot of ground to still be covered. We are in a basement attack. We are not finding ourselves on that CCTV side. And as Hungry just drops inside a motorcycle, gets his grenades out, he's being shot at from below, but Atiz will be shut down. Low on HP, but still fighting. Suddenly in a 2v3 though. His teammate locked off by the smoke canisters. Still the ability to lock down for 30 more seconds, and these Excaliburs should be providing Hungry with an opportunity to start looking into Church, to start looking to see if we can maybe find one more and give them the idea that the push is actually coming down from the side of Church. A big drop from the side of Trickst. He's actually taking a slight amount of damage from that barbed wire, but that's not really too worrying as Hungry does go down. That's the worst part in Headset. He shuts down the next one as well, and the good halves are cold as we are headed towards a map 2 with Hunvade leading 1-0.
The Hungarian Stacky sailing through on a default map like Clubhouse. Of course, we did have an inkling it was going to be a little wild card up their sleeve, and certainly it has. But again, the worry here is that they played that pretty default Hap. There wasn't any massive moment where I was like, wow, they're really doing this insane creative thing that we've never seen before, and the players don't know what to expect and how to counteract this. It again was very standard, and it potentially shows a little bit of awkwardness when you're looking at like GK roster, because you're like, okay, it wasn't really the setups for them that were the issue. It's like it goes down back to those fundamentals, the longevity of the roster together. Perhaps that's where the cracks were. The communication, the trust around one another, you know, being a bit more aware of the situation that you're in. You know, many times Joker was allowed to just sneak in. And that's where you're kind of like, okay, is this a lack of information? Is this a lack of people kind of keeping their eyes and ears open? It's always a heartbreaking factor for me. And this is the issue I had last weekend when we saw GK kind of get 2-0'd. And I was like, oh, this is my dream team, you know? This is my dream team. And we've just seen GK get 2-0'd by M&M. And it was very awkward because M&M obviously are part-timers. So it was a bit of an awkward moment for everyone to behold. And that's where you were like, they need to hit the ground running here. We go to Clubhouse, they should be very back and forth, it should be very neck and neck, but unfortunately it just wasn't Hap. It just wasn't. For Hunvade right now, they are flying high. That is incredible stuff. Again, I love the fact that yes, they went very default with the utility, but they had everything going so smoothly. And when it comes to that second map of Skyscraper Hap, this is where I'm like, this could get a little bit interesting given how much of a util dump you do have to do a lot of the time when it comes to those Skyscrapers attacks. So there's much to be considered on the horizon.
There is much to be considered. Their fundamentals might have lacked here on Clubhouse, but there's always time to repack yourselves. So we will be headed to a very quick break to do so ourselves as well. So don't go anywhere. Soon we'll be back with map 2.
Welcome back to the email challenges series where Hanfade lead this first series with the 1-0 fashion. Clubhouse goes their way 7-3. Grace, flawless on the defense after already a pretty good start on the attack. That's impressive.
Yeah, 100%. Again, especially when it does tend to be one of those more kind of 50-50 maps. I thought it was going to be a lot closer. I thought we were going to see that overtime. But Hyundai just hit the ground running, right? They were like, let's get stuck in. Let's start throwing out that utility. And again, Hyundai themselves had mistakes. There were moments where they were really stacking up on each other, even in those defensive moments. When that execute, I believe it was CCTV cash. You're trying to flood in from construction, and we see this little buddy system happening on top of red. And I feel my body almost like tense up a little bit because I'm like, ooh, don't do it right now. That's like a really important line of sight for you guys to hold on to. There's two of you kind of wiggling around each other. Thankfully, we then saw the rotation back downstairs from one of them, and that's where I kind of untense my body, so to speak. And everyone at home breathes that sigh of relief and goes, thank goodness we're not going to see another TK anytime soon. But yeah, for Honvade, it was very clinical, very clean. Leaves a lot to be desired on the side of Geeke, which again, it's heartbreaking hap. It's such a heartbreaking thing to see right now.
It is. It definitely is a heartbreaking thing. And I mean, they are a team that has and is full of promise. And the thing is, so is Honvade. And Honvade, they have no pressure. You can only put it like that. GK are expected to be making it to Tier 1 right now. Honved, it's like, you know, they're going to go as far as they can, and they are going to give it their all as long as they can. But no one was expecting them to be able to make it at the first go. So it is a bit, you know, of a balancing act here, which Honved currently is getting the better of.
Talked a bit about or you two at least, I heard you two talk a lot about the communication and whether that was suffering a bit on the side of GK, on the side of Honved as well with some team kills, but that's all right. They still managed to win out this map here. Another thing that came to mind when I was watching the series is these players know each other very well too, Grace. I'm gonna throw it back to you because when we were at the Combine Finals, we had an interview with Joker and Rexon because they've always been on the same team for about as long as they can remember, and that was the first game they were playing against each other. And again, here they're playing against each other, but it gives you a bit of an advantage knowing what your opponent likely is going to do.
100%. And, you know, we could actually argue that's maybe a detriment for this GK side right now, because in general, it's not just Rexon, right? We look at this, what is essentially a dream team roster of the T2 circuit, and with every player on the roster, you can kind of assume safely how they themselves will be playing, the kind of vibes that will be happening behind the scenes, the classic thing that those players tend to do. And when you're reacting in these rounds as the team playing against them, it's a lot easier to be like, guessing and predicting where those players are going to be, the kind of plays they're going to go for, so you can kind of prepare yourself a little bit more for, you know, things like sudden swings and people kind of pushing up suddenly, and it's like, hey, they're definitely going to re-peak this, so I'm just going to swing them and know that they're re-peaking, so I'll definitely get that pick. It's these little tiny moments where it's like, you know, okay, I know you're going to re-peak me, I'm just gonna go for it, and it like clockwork it happens. Or even little things like, okay, I hear the window being opened, I know they're immediately gonna come. They're not gonna dilly dally like some other teams do. They're not gonna like wait a second to make sure they definitely have the info. They're gonna immediately jump in. And it's those tiny micro moments that you see sometimes with Siege between certain teams where it's like, yeah, they know each other and they know how to react thusly because of that.
I mean, there was a couple of moments that stood out to me, and I think one of them was as well the basement attack that we saw at some point. It was super chaotic. However, we saw Hungry on his cameras. I mean, I was ranting about it during the actual game itself. He was on his cameras, on his evil eyes, basically until he was the last man standing. You know, he could have been getting up and fighting with them with that Alda. The Alda can just can lock down that doorway, you just start shooting at it, and no one's going to be walking through for the rest of that round. But instead he was using his zap to try and isolate players that way, whilst his entire team was dying. It would have been great if he found the diffuser, but he didn't, and, you know, it's these kind of things that cost them rounds and eventually let the momentum go more into the favor of Honved, where, of course, you know, they've had some team kills. It's whatever at that point. That is the heat of the moment. Everybody's inside. There's like 10 people in a very confined space. It is about to happen that blue on blue will be the case. But yeah, I just want to see a bit of cleanup, because we often say Clubhouse is a good benchmark for any team because it is the basics, the fundamentals of Siege. Yeah. And if you struggle there, you'll struggle anywhere. So I hope that's not the case for GK here today.
No, I kind of feel for Hungry though with that zapping. I mean, he was so locked in. I mean, I've had it happen to myself before as well. Like, you're so locked in, you're so focused on getting the zaps, and then you're like, oh, my teammates are gone. That's a problem. But yeah, we need them to be locked in as well, but in a different way going into Skyscraper if they want to keep themselves alive. You've already touched upon like the basics of Clubhouse needing to be perfect. If you don't have them there, you'll struggle everywhere. How else is this going to translate into what we want to see from GK going into Skyscraper?
So Skyscraper, it is my favorite map, I think, of the entire map pool right now. Like, we have the big divider in between, the big white wall that stops the restaurant area from the house area. And that creates two choke points. Terrace with Dragon and Drum as well. So like those are often the rooms that you'll see a lot of fighting happening about. And the defense, they'll be doing everything they can to fortify that. They'll be putting in clashes, they'll be putting in Azamis, they're going to try and make it difficult. Whereas attackers usually are sometimes a bit too careful with expending their utility to get rid of those players, or maybe not getting creative enough to get rid of those players, because as soon as you break through that divider, suddenly the entire side is at your feet. So maybe we get to see a little bit more of efficiency from the side of GK in clearing that out on attack.
Yeah,
and we need to see that efficiency definitely coming in there. I'm so sorry to stop you, Grace, but I've heard that the game should be ready very soon. We'll get stuck in there. Right? Think back about the script when you two said either it's going to be a 2-0 for GK. That's off the board. It might still be a 2-1 for Honved, or will it be a 2-0? We're about to find out on the second map here of Skyscraper.
Well, as a gentleman once said, get around it, get amongst it. This is the second map of this series between Honved and GK. Honved, of course, taking that first map of Clubhouse quite convincingly. We're going to Skyscraper now. And as Haps touched on, it does have these awkward little choke points you need to work around. It does have a lot of these horrible kind of fiery, dangerous places where you have to usually contest the opposition very, very effectively through tiny, tiny little choke points. My main concern here, right? Skyscraper, largest map in the map pool since we drop kicked Villa out of the map pool. It is a chonky boy, right? And so, yes, you can go for the full clearance. You can start from one side of the map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I feel like Ninehaven Labs is bigger.
I don't think so. Nighthaven's a bit more squished, no?
I mean, also has a third floor, which isn't the case here. I'm sorry,
That's
I just
also
threw you off
true.
your point, but I was just thinking about it. It's like,
That's true, but when it comes to floors, I don't really see that as being big. It's usually of the horizontal that I measured the bigness. Bigness isn't a word, but I usually it's the chonkiness of a map, because
I'm talking about square meters, not the.
Well, I'm talking about the horizontal attacks, right? Because if you have to go from like a full conga line from one side of Sky to the other, that's way more clearance than say from one side of top floor night to the other, right? So. And often when it comes to having floors below you, you can work around verti a little bit more. You can kind of play a bit more effectively that way. Yes, Skyscraper has verticality, but it's in these very specific areas. When it comes to that kind of kitchen restaurant, that's when you'll play with the verti. Maybe a little bit around Expo just to deny the plant if you are playing below. But a lot of people don't, just because of how easy it is for people to suddenly rush you in closet, for example. The main factor of Sky is that the approaches tend to be on the horizontal, which is why I do tend to regard it as the largest map in a map pool. But that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, if you're going on that full horizontal, like you say, yes, you will have those choke points in the middle. You need to keep your eye on the timer. So nowadays, what a lot of people like to do is go a little bit more direct with a ton of util. We're not seeing the sends come out from GK right now, but what we are seeing is free shields happen. Yes, that's a lot of utility to deal with these tiny little choke points, and this does kind of indicate that GK might take a bit of their time with it just by going on the horizontal now, because you have that safety net of those shields to deal with those doorways around terrace, around dragon.
Yeah, 3 shields. It's been a while since I've seen that one. Usually 1 or 2 is enough to get the job done, but 3 and is a bit of an overstatement that is trying to be made here, as they trying to push a little bit into Geisha. Nitro Summit to be tossed out. That might be a double kill if it went through the window, but it did not. And thus they're starting to push in as Dodo will find the first Atiz and Joker. They all line up, and suddenly it is only up to Trickster. Where did all those shields go? I thought your faces were protected. But instead, it is the Lion that has managed to take Geisha under control with 2 minutes to try and play this out. And 2 minutes of probably waiting on the side of Honved, as they're not going to give anything.
And you do have an inkling as to where Joker is lurking around now, but again, it's that default position, so it's not really telling you information that you didn't already know, right? You're trying to find those players lurking around site, you're trying to find those players that are closer to you, spraying and praying through the walls on the off chance you hit someone, but also, again, you have to swing these defaults. There we go, swing the default at the end, but Joker is ready and waiting for you, just tucked behind this drum position. I mean, round number 1, maybe it was a little bit too gung-ho on the side of GK. Again, yes, you're trying to rely on those shields, but to be fair, credit where credit's due. Honved being able to shut down free shields like that, fair enough.
I'm still not even sure what happened out there. Like, within a second, basically the entire attacking team died. Is what we saw was 2 people trying to push inside of Geisha. And it just fell apart. And Honved, they found themselves that first defensive round on the board. an instant one to pick up. I mean, they're expected to. It is the map pick of GK here. We often speak about 4 rounds needed by the defense to put themselves in a pretty decent spot. That first one's on the board. Quite convincingly as well. But it's one of those fluke rounds where everything just falls apart in an instant and you don't really see anything tested. We didn't know how that defense was going to work out. Now we won't know for another 2 rounds after this.
10 seconds to insertion.
So who knows? Maybe GK actually is onto something here, just didn't
5
show in that
seconds to
round.
go. Bomb located
I'm just
by
trying to give some
attackers.
copium here to the fans.
Attackers have
I mean, the main thing for me here, right, you've got Rexon on the Blackbeard. That's the stuff I love to see. Velice and Algibon, such an aggressive piece of shield utility. And you've got those nades in pocket as well. You've also got nades in the pocket of Skyper. That gives you a little bit of kit to deal with people around these tiny little choke points. But when we consider the default setups that happen around Samurai and Expo, ooh, that could have been a little bit risky biscuits. When we consider the default setups, right, there's a lot of aggression that can now happen on the side of Honvade. And you're kind of going maybe a little bit too squishy into this. So, naturally, GK, they have to go for this full extended push. They have to go not close to site. They have to clear these choke points, as you've touched on. And they also have to clear some safer areas of the map. But then, ultimately, that will lead you to said choke points. Yes, you've got the Maverick here. They're going to open up that line of sight. Ooh, there we go. They got rid of a tease. But that would have been called out, and they would have seen the Maverick, and they would have seen that pick come out from Oryx. They know at least 2 players are now pushing from this side. Skyper, dealing with Joker. They know that potentially this is very one-dimensional now from the side of GK, but they're getting stuck in. They've got that Blackbeard. They've got a power position now, 5 versus 2. Fantasy and Headsuit, they have to play a little bit more passive now, but Headsuit is still trying to contest it. Fantasy gets a lovely pick there onto Rorik, but look at this. The cavalry are coming in. A C4 will go out. Doesn't land, and there we go. Yeeting down Skyper, throwing himself at his opponent. That's how you do it. Geeke, slow and steady wins the race, but again, a really big benefit there was from that opening pick. That is where, if you are Honvade, some of you decide to go a little bit more passive at that point, especially when that body drops around T. That's when you're like, we can't keep losing bodies. Yes, we should play around the trade in a lot of situations, but given the fact that there's shields on the board, given the fact that this is looking a bit 1D, maybe we pull back a little bit and just play around those choke points.
I felt like this one was a bit more well rehearsed though. They knew there was going to be a little bit of pressure coming out from Drum. Maverick opened up that line, instantly find themselves with that kill into T's. That doesn't only take a man off the board, but it also opens up Drum suddenly. The player that was inside the T was also being pushed in from the opposite side. He really had nowhere else to go at that point and try and fight his way out. So, you know, they had to try and do something there. The shields definitely worked out well for GK there. They managed to basically just overwhelm the entire attack on that side. And that is basically what will happen. You're up against 2 shields. You need to have crossfires ready. If you're all out and about on your own, you're not going to be able to win those fights. This is rougher against 1 shield. It's even harder when you're up against 2 that are pushing you together with some backup that's on that side. So, as such, it is GK. As I said, you know, finding what they were actually hoping to do in that first round, but instead in the second. And I mean, it's never too late.
No? Lots of setup happening. It's the beauty of Sky. Having these little cheeky wrap points. That's what I touched on before. If you do try and jump through the closet, it's just as dangerous as going on the horizontal. Just because 9 times out of 10, there is going to be someone looking through the floorboards there at you. The soul is coming out from a tease. It's the stuff I love to see. Spec IO gives you a little bit of info. Whilst countering the information on the side of GK using the mute jammers, it does allow Fantasy to play a little bit ratty around this corner. And again, consider the fact that the SAS get that little cheeky shotgun. Does give a little bit of an ominous presence to how this round may play out. Honvade looking at getting a little bit cheeky.
I'm just waiting for now. I mean, yes, they're in a bit of an off position here and there, but they're just waiting for the push to come to shove on the site and decided to not go as wide as they did before. Of course, with those shields, as I said before, you need to have full team support if you want to fight against 2 of them. Like, one might be doable with 1 or 2 players, but when there's 2 shields and there's the entire team pushing on the back of it, it will be hard. That grenade is going to be getting fantasy. He had to move out earlier, but that's the entry to go through. The Nitro, however, will find Hungry as trades come down on either side. A 2v3, 2v4 actually, as Rexon is still standing, but just barely with about a 1 HP. It is a Tease that's not too worried about him as he snipes his head off as the grenade comes through. But the side is downstairs. It is not above. And as Rorik clears it out, they now realize that they need to go down. Dodo, the last man standing there, won't be shut down by Skyscraper, and yet another round to go into the pockets of GK, who look a lot more confident in these last 2 rounds compared to the entire previous map.
Yeah, 100%. They're just getting stuck in, using that momentum that they have. Again, having so much shield utility available to you. Like, I think these bans have been quite interesting in terms of attacking utility. You know, we've seen the Ace and the Ying in terms of attacking ops. That's left every single attacking shield on the board. That's left every single shield available. But of course, you know, that's going to happen. A large map, you need those shields for that pressure. It's just like GK, they're getting away with murder a lot of the time. Especially in terms of, again, how gung-ho now GK are willing to get. I think they've definitely learned from that last round, but Honved are feeling a little bit frisky in terms of meeting these engagements, and I think there's been a few times where GK are almost starting to exploit that a little bit.
I think they have to, right? Look, they lost the first map quite convincingly up to 7-3. They need to bring this back right away if they want to have the opportunity of taking it on map number 3.
5 seconds remaining.
And as such, they need to get a little bit out of the ordinary here, bringing the 2 shields. Again, I'm not sure what happened on the very first round, but these last 2 have seemed a lot better from them, where they've been able to just, you know, overrun the defense eventually. And if you manage to keep that up, what do Honved do? I mean, they do have a lesion. Those goo mines can slow them down temporarily, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. Like, I'm almost inclined to say maybe a clash would be a good option here to actually slow down those shields, at least on one front.
Ooh, Tease is going to hightail out of there. Sensible option to make. Again, just how on it we've seen KKB with this shield utility. Ooh. Buddy system coming up Trubs. Joker will deal with Rorik as well. That's the Joker be off the board. You've still got to worry about the Menace Valles Rexon on that Blackbeard. Till will be looking to push with all that pressure alongside Hungry.
Taking care of the shield on defense. Hungry, aware of the bulletproof camera out there. It won't hurt him, but it's of course information you want to be denying from the attack. That grenade, is it going to get it? Should be... not quite sure, actually. Might have landed too close to the actual wall frame there. By the way, a minute 30. Still worried about a potential flank. Of course, they are a man down, so they're going to have to be careful, because it opens up opportunity for Honved to try and initiate a flank. Skyscraper slowly moving through. On that ground floor, is about to be finding himself in a little bit of combat here, but a pre-fire comes in. It's Dodo that instantly falls back. He's not sticking around, but he has to be careful because someone's waiting on the opposite side of the kitchen as Trix will find Dodo. And a Tease, as they look to try and get a refrag cheaply, finds his life taken forward, and suddenly GK have themselves in the driver's seat of this round yet once more. But with a minute left on the clock, and the Yokai's now slowing down Hungry, there is still some work to be done. And with these death marks, they have the opportunity to isolate one of these players. They just need to be stepping foot on destructible flooring.
You know, at the timer, ideally you need Headsuit to be as live for as long as possible. So him getting pinged out is a little bit risky for the side of Honved, because of course that Yokai could potentially deny the plan. Not only that, but also remove that shield from these ominous threats. Rex on Hungry, slowly on the approach here. Smoke's going out. The execute being attempted. There we go, Headsuit's down. No Yokais to be utilized. Joker gets one. Can he find a follow-up? He's in the prone position. Desperately trying to find a head. Desperately trying to find a peek. Can he do it? Gets to down, has to be careful. There we go, the refrag is there. Hungry was waiting for it. He gets the follow-up. 2K pistol whip to finish things off. Goodness gracious me.
And GK again managing to find himself. You know, they were a man down, and suddenly they find themselves the 2 kills on that ground floor. The 2 roaming players that were still out there. Suddenly it opens all up for them. Managed to get themselves inside the site. Yes, it is scrappy, but it's okay. They managed to find that round in the end with a hungry 2K to close things off. And GK 1-3.
Attackers need to locate
And
and
Honved
defuse as
said it
many
before, they
bombs as
needed to
can.
get 3 or 4 rounds on the defense to find themselves comfortably. Now, I was talking about the clash earlier, but that's banned, of course. So they cannot bring that to slow things down on one front. And that does play into the shield game more, where they can just bring at that pace. And with a lack of utility on the defense to deal with those shields, you are going to have to try and work together, find crossfires. But Skyscraper is not always the kindest to do that.
This is a nice little retaliation to the amount of shields that are just being lobbed at Honved right now. It's bringing out that Ella. We've seen a massive uptick in Ella. We've seen a massive uptick in Zofia being picked just because of how powerful that stun still is, even to these days. On the defense, bringing out that Ella, a lot more beneficial, especially when you have 97,000 shields running at you at all times. That stun allows you to play a little bit more effectively at shutting down those shield operators. We also see the frost mats coming out from Headsuit as well. And that's a little nice trick up your sleeve. Could potentially catch some people off guard. So it's a little bit of a risky one, whether it's actually going to see any benefit. Dodo and Fancy being on the Zoto canisters of Tubero, of course, and Kaid Electro Claw in the pocket of Dodo on Kaid. That's going to allow a lot of freedom and safety when it comes to those main walls as well. Again, Honved not reinventing the wheel, but at least retaliating somewhat to what Gige have been doing in every round.
Yeah, but the thing is that their approaches haven't really been relying on breaches. It is just walking through the choke points with those shields, locking out those players as they go, and thus you need to try and work into that. Like, you need to try and cancel that. So it's
That's
great
the
you have a
Ella.
Tuberao and you have a Cade, but they're not going to be helping you too much in what is actually going to be brought here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, speaking of the Ella, that oh so important aspect, never mind, Rexon is going to take it, he's out. Granted, those Grismots will be out and about, so it could still cause a little bit of a ruckus for Hungry and Rexon on those shields. Aggressive duo play around this shield as well. There we go, Joker being taken out. Follow-up happening, though, as the trade comes through, but that's immediately shut down. Skyper getting stuck in now. Headsuit and Fancy, they've both fallen. Dodo desperately trying to do something here. Knife to the face of Hungry. This is looking promising. A 1 versus 2, but no, Rorik had the right position there. Goodness me.
And again, like, they can just use these shields, they can just push through, they
But
brute force the entire
This
defense.
This is the issue, Hap. This is the issue. We saw they had the Frost. We saw they had the Ella. That was the counter to those shields, right? You can't not have the Zotos and the Kaid because that wall is still important. You need to have that mindfulness, but you have to retaliate against what they were doing. So we see those Grismots and we think, okay, this is something. This is promising. That choke point with the shield, right? You've got one player behind the shield, and then you have one player being super aggressive in front of the shield. That's a little bit of a misposition. Let's not beat around the bush about that one. That was a little bit of misposition. You've got two shields potentially coming towards you, and you are that close to them. Yes, maybe because you're trying to go for the melee, but you still have to be careful of the pressure coming from Drum when you're approaching that T door. Even if you are trying to hit a shield out the way, you know there's that additional pinch coming from that area.
Okay, but like, what about bringing Melusi or Thorn or, you know, any of those gadgets where you have the opportunity to be a bit creative and where you place things, you can slow down those shields. Maybe the Razor Blooms are actually going to be able to chip away some damage as well. Like, the way you would normally deal with the shield like that is to try and bait it into a crossfire where it exposes its head, or use utility. Smoke, for example. Haven't seen him around either. Like, you can use his smoke canisters. Use Goyo, for example. Like, they're coming through choke points. Not too hard to deal with that, but just not bringing the operators to deal with it. The flexibility just isn't there on the side of Honved right now.
I don't believe we've had a timeout from Honved either.
We haven't.
Again, when you're on the defensive side, which again statistically is heavily in your favor on a map like this, that's where it's like, okay, are you just letting this happen? Are you just letting this play out? You're not using everything in your arsenal if you're not calling that timeout. Having and denying these rounds from your opponent on the defense is your kind of little golden ticket. It is your kind of silver lining, so to speak. And Honved, I think they just need that reset point right now. just to brush off the stagnation that they're kind of getting right now. Again, there's a lot of dodgy ideas occurring. Dodo on the Oryx though, that gives a little bit of flexibility when it comes to rotating swiftly throughout this map. So maybe we'll see a massive play come out from him.
He's not going to play Oryx to rotate around. He's going to play Oryx to bash those shields over him. That is 100% the reason he's going to try and bring it. He was just thrown to a wall by Rex, and he's like, I'm gonna return that favor to you. 90 seconds though. It is an opening being made into the Geisha wall, slowly but steadily from the side of Drum. Gives him an opportunity to fight through. You don't have to be too worried about someone swinging you because you have all these shields out here. So as a result, you can just open up freely what you want to do. Now they have the opportunity to start taking Geisha. Yes, there's still a player out there, but you do have those shields as Atis goes for a jump out. That's the cover from the window gone, but the diffuser still in hands of Hungry though, as Skyscraper will find himself at a refrag.
4 versus 4. Double dribble for Honved right now. Granted, it is their last round on defense, so if they need a round to work, it certainly is this one. They have some C4s to play around as well, and of course, as you've touched on, that Oryx, which can be a good counter to potentially Hungry on this 1T now. Turrets are going to clear some of that utility around Kitchen as well. Skyscraper has taken his time with that. Rorik being on the Grim as well. It's going to be a massive benefit of finding these remaining players. Fantasy will fall. Trix is also going to fall. So again, both sides keeping on top of this player count. Plant is going down. Shield on his back should give him a little bit of cover. Are Honved aware though, Hap?
I think they are. I mean, it was just a little bit of a pre-fire going on, and the top floor still in hold by the side of Headset. With Joker inside the side itself now, there's 2 players. One of them is actually starting to go up the staircase, but I realize there's no time for this. They need to get this plan down. And as Joker digs himself deep into the actual side, it's the question of if Rorik is aware or not, gets taken down, and now all that you can do, Hungry, is hold down the button and get the plant, but he will get off of that as well as Honved. They will manage to pick themselves up yet another round, put themselves 2 on the board. The question is, will that be enough? As they head over now towards the attack themselves. Are we going to see something similar here, Grace, where they bring 2 shields and just going for a run over on the side of GK? Or are GK Breda prepared for this?
I think GK will be expecting some form of shields. I also think that for Honved, there is potential we'll see some sends action. Again, just to cut off lines of sight, depending on the site that they want to go to themselves. I think for Honved right now, it's going to be more down to dealing with what could be a very aggressive defensive half from Geeke, because Geeke now being in that slightly more powerful position, Geeke having a very aggressive attacking approach themselves, we might see them kind of translate a lot of that energy onto their own defenses. We might see some cheeky runouts. We might see, the door at the top of Black, for example, we might see a lot of aggression around there. A lot of the kit that they're bringing from the get-go, yes, it's that slowdown, it's that push back against people trying to go for these choke points in these tiny little corners. We've got the Vulcans, which, as you touched on in the previous rounds, that is a really good counter to things like the shields, because they can't push through fire at the end of the day. They can't get aggro through fire. You've also got the gates in Rexon's pockets, which is going to combine really nicely with those castle barricades, actually. Both in terms of slowing down the approach of the attackers, but also cutting off lines of sight.
Especially given the fact that we are playing against shields. Honved is trying to pull the same thing here as GK was doing. And the fact that these castle barricades are around, you're just going to be lacking utility to actually deal with that in this current situation. So that's going to be making them struggle even more. I think GK, that they knew what game they were playing. They instantly brought it out in the hope that Honved was going to copy it. And now they're showing up on the fence what kind of utility you can bring to counter it, because you mentioned it. Yes, the Goyo canisters. Yes, there's smokes. The Surya laser gates are going to be stopping them and slowing them down as well, or at least wasting utility before they get to move through. As now the first contact is made as Rexon to drop. At least the entry kill seems to be going the way of Honved.
Yeah, I don't know if Rexon will be able to be picked up here. We could see a little rotation from Hungry. There we go. He's rotating, and he should be able to get Rexon up. Rorik is there to do with Joker, at least. Joker getting caught a little bit off guard. Rorik nearly losing his life as a retaliation, though. And in that time, Rexon has indeed been picked up. But Rexon on the tiniest little bits of health right now. Granted, Geeky have the player advantage, so there's still pressure. There's still areas being covered in that aspect. But they're not looking too healthy, and that's where they themselves might have to play a little bit more passive.
A little bit of chip damage coming down all over the map here, but the fact still is that one of those shields has been taken down from Honvei. They knew a player was in the corner. You saw Joker unshield. He was not ready for the swing that came in right afterwards and lost his life for it. It's going to be making things incredibly hard. You just saw as well that one of those smoke canisters has been tossed in preparation on the opposite side of the map on the actual entry towards T from the big divider in between. And that means that Dodo has no opportunity to go there. Thus we end up with this very one-dimensional approach from the Geisha side, with only just one trying to come around and see if they can put some pressure in from behind. Ateez will start things off though. A good kill into Hungry, and with how low 3 of these players are, there's still a very good opportunity for Honvei to bring this around.
Absolutely, there is. Especially with some utility in pocket that could really enable you here. Yes, the Ying is banned, but you've got flashes in your pockets. Ateez heads to 1 apiece. This is looking great. Remember, Rorik is significantly tagged up. Not that it matters, because he's still going to land his ones onto Ateez. The shield would have spotted him out there. Dodo would have given that call out. Spray and pray for the wall.
Seconds to go.
In an attempt to find these remaining players. Trix pushed back a little bit here, in a bit of a precarious position. Rorik pops up. How is he getting away with it? This is carnage. Getting away with murder just popping up there. And finally dealt with, but that plant needs to go down. Dodo has to get into position. Massive oversight there on the side of Honvei. Sometimes you just have to stick the plan. You're the Monty. You've got that kit in pocket. You don't have to chase down that player. You just have to throw that shield on your back and start sticking the plant while your teammate tries to find you.
Skyscraper just said it, you cannot copy us. And that's exactly what I said. Like, they were playing that game, was super effective. Honvei thought they could go in for the same of it, and GK instantly ready to support. A lot of utility thrown there, as you saw, on those shields. I mean, it did help the fact that the Blackbeard was taken out of the equation as the very first kill, as they were hoping to put some pressure in from the side of Dragon. As a result, GK now 2 rounds away from pushing this to a map number 3. And Honvei, with their tactical timeout, a quick discussion of what's next, because what they previously did, well, they managed to get quite close, just not how they wanted to.
No. And credit where credit's due as well. Rorik absolutely popping off, because again, you're on the tiniest bit of health. You should not be getting away with that when they're flooding towards you in that moment, right? So that was a massive misplay on that execution coming out from Honvei. Rorik was just allowed to keep popping up, keep getting these cheeky little shots and dealing with these bodies coming in one by one by one by one. It literally became a shooting range for him at that point. Madness.
I mean, you had... Okay, so there was a player in gold. That's fine. You still had the opportunity to plant. Just go next to gold, reverse your shield, try and get the plant and make sure that the cover is on. You don't even need to be in the room for that. You could quietly should just shoot a hole next to the wall of main stairs, shoot them as soon as they step out. I'm not quite sure. It just felt like they were too focused on getting that one kill, which just led into Rorik finding 3 from gold in there. You know, just continuing the fight and not being shut down until the shield came around the corner. Either way, mistakes are made and we move on as the rounds progress in a 2-5. Again, the 2 shields to be brought out. They're continuing with the push here, and then you see that there will be a bit of a lack of heart breach. Yes, there is a Maverick. He technically counts as a heart breach, but it takes some time and it's not without risk as the wall is opening up while you're still doing your job. Of course, having nitro cells available in abundance here by the side of GK, you might actually catch one of those if you're working on VIP wall or if you're working on the triple wall, for example, which has been closed. Or double wall, sorry.
Combo of the Dreadnoughts with the Griswold mines is always a lovely sight to behold. Bit of slowdown, bit of pushback, and ultimately bit of disabling your opponent in the visual aspect. UK right now, I think they're feeling pretty confident. I'm surprised that they're not being more aggro from the get-go, to be honest. I'm wondering if there's going to be a part where they start getting a little bit silly and, again, swinging out of windows, swinging out doors, but they're actually being very composed, cool, calm, collected. Honvei, splitting up slightly from one another. Ateez coming in as a little buddy system around that Monty. They start to put their feelers out, work out what they're going up against. Maybe they themselves were expecting EK to get a little bit more aggro at this point. Utility coming in trumps, though. There we go. The Dreadnoughts and the Grismot starting to really batter against Dodo on that shield.
Now the thing is that we do have to head downstairs at some point. Currently the fight is all taking place around Exhibition. They want to take control of that top 4. There's a lot of utility that has been expended here by the defense, and thus the attack needs to deal with it. Verticality is a big point of interest here, as Fantasy will find Rourke. That's the first kill to go through on the side of Honvey. That is a good start here, one they desperately need, and that grenade will stop Skyper from actually moving up and trying to put some pressure back at it, as we do see the entire top 4 now being cleared by those shields. But that leaves 50 seconds where they need to start pushing down towards that bedroom, towards that ground floor. And as Atiz opens up a window, he's getting shot by Skyper. Suddenly, they're finding themselves back in a 4-on-4, still worrying about a flanker of Rexon that finds Headset. The chase is on as the shield is going in. Right afterwards, it's the Blackbeard, and thus we do see Rexon instantly moving out. He doesn't want to stick around. Oh, suddenly it is in his face. Is that a team kill that down Joker? I'm not quite sure, because he just went down out of nowhere. And we're in a 3-on-3 with Joker on like 0 HP now.
Rexon piping up in chat a little bit. Not sure if that's to cause a little bit of a distraction here, or to get in the heads of Honvade. Not that it matters, because Trix and Skyper with the follow-up as well. Oh my days. This has certainly been a little bit chaotic on the side of Honvade. And as a result, Geeky didn't really have to reinvent the wheel there. Really were quite passive for majority of that round until the very end, of course. And now thus they see that match point. Cool, calm, collected. This has been a great map pick for them.
I'm just a bit confused on how that round suddenly went away from them. Like, yes, there was a flanker that, you know, managed to pick up a kill, and on the back of it, we almost had a team kill as well at the same time. Whilst they were going on for that chase, we had a little bit of poke back coming in from GK from the actual side itself, and kills just went away from them. And let's not get started about the door being opened up by Atiz on the, you know, mudroom to try and get close to the bedroom. They didn't know someone was below the house stairs that was next to that window waiting for someone to put up the pressure. And Honvey just a little bit clueless in the ending stages there. They started well. They managed to get that top 4 control super effectively. However, either they didn't have the drone network ready to hold the back and hold the flanks, or they just got surprised by it. And suddenly the round falls apart as soon as just that one man steps up. Rexon shows himself instantly. Disharmony and chaos on the side of Honvey.
Yeah, precisely that. And I think even Rexon himself, obviously, yes, piping up in chat can sometimes be a little bit of a play to get in the mental of your opponent, but I genuinely think Rexon was quite taken aback by the fact that it, that kind of play kind of caused the chaos that it did, you know?
Again, it was almost a team kill to get through at the back of it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Like, you saw the Blackbeard just go down instantly, but we'll move. And what could potentially be the last round here on Skyscraper for these two teams today. It is again the double shield to come through. Little to no push onto the hard breach. Yes, we do have the Maverick again, but it's dangerous to really push through with that if you do not have full control of the wall behind it. And as the Grismots are starting to pop, a smoke canister is being tossed in afterwards. And this is the kind of combined effect that you want to have. Actually, it wasn't a smoke canister, it was another Grismot that they tossed in that direction out there.
See the inkling of Honvade kind of cooking a pocket strat in the prep phase, which is why I'm a bit disappointed. They have chose to go a little bit more on the nose, but key factor here is that they do need to make that breathing space for themselves. That's at least a great start. The trade going on to Roaring, but Skyper's there to pick up Joker instantaneously. Trades work both ways. This puts Geeky in a very good situation right now. Again, they're sailing pretty. There's so much utility that they can hide behind. You've got the mirror windows, you've got those Grismots, you've got the castle barricades to boot as well. Yes, granted, of course, those electric charges of the bandit will be on the wall. You've not got really any utility to deal with that either. So for Honvade, things are going to get pretty one-dimensional here. Unless maybe Fantasy rotates a little bit.
Let's have a look.
Does have a little solo push upstairs in T. That's where the Verti could potentially come through. Here we go. does get the death mark working, knows where that player is. He fought in retaliation. Teamwork makes the dream work on the side of GK. Trying to hunt down Fancy, trying to work out where he is. A T is dealing with Skyper. That's great. 3 versus 3. This is much more doable for them.
Rexon looking to chase that shield down, but there's no support instantly yet. Fantasy with a huge kill is going to be very important when the Nitro Cell comes in to trade him, and now the Montaigne in a 1v1. Again, a challenge that we've seen last time. Hungary in the meantime is trying to hunt down a Tease, who is trying to find him as well to ring around the Rosie, but both connect, and Honvade, they live another round as they push themselves to 6-3. There's still a lot of work to do, and this was definitely not a clean round on the tertiary site. As we go back towards one of the top floor sites on still a map point here for GK. They managed to make that one stick. But again, it needs to be cleaner. If we have these close rounds time and time again, eventually one will fall to the side of GK. And eventually that means that this map will end.
Which again, I don't think would be too outside of the realms of what we kind of predicted this series going in the first place. But it is just a shame how that first half kind of has done Honvade over a little bit. Again, that timeout, it came in this half, and that's where I start to kind of grumble a little bit, because I do think if you're losing rounds on that more preferable site, that's where you want to pull that out of the bag and be like, okay, we need to stop this runaway train effectively before it gets out of hand. 3 more rounds they have to get on the board to push it to that overtime, and that is a difficult ask to have of them right now. Thought they might be inkling over some of these pocket strats again, but not really too much. Again, double shield, but this time it's double aggressive shield. They are bringing out the Aura though, and I wonder if that is being stuck. Yes, it is. Okay, we've got those Dom panels coming out happen. Maybe, yes, that's going to cut off some lines of sight, but it can also be used if they get some pressure instantaneously towards the site. It can be used to cut off rotations back in, give you a little bit more breathing space if you do want to go a bit more direct.
Let's see how that one will play out, as late reinforcements will be made by Rexon, closing off one of the gaps that might have occurred. And we were talking about flanks and how these came to haunt them in one of the latter stages. Using those Dom panels, they might at least slow it down temporarily, give you a little bit of information when they open it up. I like this, by the way, where they're just going to open it, wait and see if they can actually find a kill through the hole, open up right away. It's quite dangerous going prone there as the Maverick, but nothing came off it. Now Headset waiting through the door, waiting for a rotation, has the opportunity to find the kill if he's just patient enough, and the push already coming to shove, I believe. I mean, at least a smoke grenade is inside. Oof.
Rexon is going to fall. And call off guard a bit there by Headsuit. Elder coming out to play though now. Hungry desperately trying to keep this pressure, keep this position, and ultimately keep himself alive. That guys might give a little bit of info, as with the evil eyes. So yes, Rexon is dead, but he can flick through those cams for his team. Here's those Dom panels again, shutting off these lines of sight. Joker, Dodo, what a piece. This is great stuff. A fast execute. Fancy dealing with Rorik as well. Skype now left in a 1 versus 4. This has been very, very tasty indeed. Those Dom panels coming in clutch, but there we have it. Yes, Skyper can get his one, but in a 1vx situation, there's always going to be a trade, especially when they have that much control over the site.
And that is what we need to see. I mean, you know, Samurai is usually a little bit of a meat grinder when you jump in from that window. Those Dom panels made it a little bit easier to actually play around there. And Hungry was patient, hoped to find the right timing to actually pull the shot off, but got shut down instantly like the rest of his team just moments after. And Honvade, now 4-6, slowly starting to close that gap. Finding their own groove here on the attack. They decided to, okay, well, we can still use these shields, but let's just put a little bit of a different twist to it. They found success on the back of it. Talking of shields, there's 3 on the board currently. Let's see if that one will stick.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see if that is going to be the case, because I think sometimes you don't want to throw everything into the shield pot, right? You don't want to be like, let's just fully bank on every single shield ever. We have seen, especially over the last winter and spring of a lot of the T2 teams, we have seen some nasty little movements, is how I'll discuss it. when it comes to bringing as many shields as you possibly can, especially in the North American region. But for now, Wylde themselves deciding to stick with those 3 shields, potentially a bit of dirt on the horizon. Yes, you've got the Monty walking drone, bit of a safety net. You've got those secondary tin can openers as well, but you've got double aggressive shields with that as well. So it's not even like you are just going to take a little bit of pressure and just sit around. No, Fantasy, Joker, they're looking to get aggro here, Hap. They're looking to get dangerous. They're looking to get spicy.
This might just go into a little bit of a quick hop here from the Blitz. You instantly have the stuns afterwards. Is Trix aware the Nitro comes in? There is someone else still to help there, but Joker comes in from the side of Karaoke, finds himself 1 kill. Suddenly, Wylde find themselves on a pretty big advantage here as they're just storming that top floor. Doda finds yet another kill. Rorik and Skyper, the last 2 standing. Skyper's pulling himself back towards the balcony, see if he can maybe do something from a secondary position. Luckily, castle barricades still closed. They don't actually have themselves completely vulnerable from it, and drones are being tossed underneath to try and get some bit of information. But a very explosive start to the round here from the side of Wylde. It cost them their blitz, but they found 3 buddies in exchange. And the Skyper is now trying to play on a little bit of a flank game. He has been spotted. They know where he is. A minute 30 is plenty enough time to try and clear him out. And it's actually the Blackbeard that's being sent in right afterwards, so he decides to drop. He doesn't want to stick around, and that is probably the right call, as Rorik is looking to go for a rotation upstairs. So is Skyper, but then from the house stairs it seems like, so maybe this is just a complete retake that they're attempting. It seems they're slightly aware though, because you do see the guns trimmed and aimed at that direction.
Rorik dealing with T. Skyper, there we go, being dealt with. They're waiting for that rotation there, and now they know where that remaining player is. They know Rorik's dabbling around this back stairs, and well, Joker's just going to bully him a little bit before shutting him down. Wylde, 3 of these cheeky little pockets that they're starting to bring to the table. They're scrapping their way closer and closer towards that overtime position. If they win this next round, that is precisely what we're gonna see. And then you have to be furrowing your brow a little bit at the side of Geeke for letting such things occur. However, a lot of people will be arguing about that rotation that we did see from both of those players, but I think it's a very valid thing to do, especially in terms of repositioning Rorik to the top of backstairs, having that smoke there, having the SMG-11 and that shotgun to be able to play around some of these angles a little bit more effectively and maybe catch them off guard. Unfortunately, at that point, you know, there's a little bit of info on the cams that's told you that Skype is going for that long rotation. So Joker's just sitting pretty waiting for him, essentially. You've still got the player advantage as well. Very unfortunate stuff indeed. Love the fact that they got stuck in from the get-go there. I think that's exactly the kind of energy I want to see.
I mean, they were behind. Plenty of map points. They needed to do something. And I said as well, like, you need to be more convincing. Because the first round they won, you know, that came down to, what was it, a 1v1 or a 1v2? You need to make sure that you're getting this with some, you know, conviction. And definitely happened there. Managed to just instantly take it by storm. They were completely caught off guard, GK. And as a result, we're now 5-6. A round away from reaching overtime. And suddenly Wylde will be looking at closing this out in a 2-0 once more.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the aspect, right? It's like, okay, Wylde not really calling the timeout on their own defenses, and that kind of had me a little bit angry. But the fact that they've gone so gung-ho on these attacks, they've been very creative, they've mixed and matched things up, and now we're one more round from the potential first overtime of the day. That is a delicious position to be in right now. And looking at the kit they have as well, there's a lot they can do here. The IQ is going to give them a lovely overview of what's happening on site. It's going to not only spot out those Grismots, it's going to allow them to see the yokai drones as well, so they'll know that the Echo is on the board. Then you've got Juzo on the glass, which, when it comes to cheeky little pockets, and especially when contesting little choke points, that can be a massive benefit. Also allows you to put yourself in some very precarious positions and start playing around some of these windows a bit more if you want it. Ooh, speaking of precarious positions, I was wondering when this would happen. I was wondering when we'd start to see maybe a little bit of run-out action. Trick's not quite going for it yet. It's only a matter of time. It is a shotgun
as well. You don't really want to go for a jump out with that FO12, as
you're kind of limited on what you can do from here. Now they know there's a shield on the opposite side, still aware of the fact that someone's on rappel, but also worried about someone potentially moving up the staircase. And if that's the case, suddenly Trix finds himself in the best position to be with that FO12 close by. So it is looking likely that it might happen sooner rather than later, as Rorik, having forced to be rotated out as he receives some shots. He now knows one is quite close. Instantly the FO12 comes out. The barbed wire will give away the game, and he's caught punching the wire as well as 2 kills go away from GK. They find themselves on a 3v5 advantage. Now the shield is about to be shut down as well. On Honved, they might lose out on their opportunity for the comeback here. If it isn't for Fantasy finding at least one, suddenly the back stairs are opened up, but you lose your shield, you lose the diffuser in your pocket, and that means Dodo, you need to do a godsend amount of work here. Fantasy, the same to you with these 40 seconds that are left, because otherwise it's going to be GK. They find themselves with a 7-5 victory here on Skyscraper, as it's only up to Fantasy. He finds his first. Still needs to find 3 more if he wants to make this stick. And with 30 seconds, he sees an explosion, aware of the fact that someone's in terrace. Slowly rotating into Karaoke, actually deciding not to. Back to the wall. Extending. Yokai Drone spots him out, and Rexon finds that final kill. The good halves are called, and we will need a third map to decide which of these 2 teams is allowed to survive up until later today.
Third map coming in very, very shortly. Something we kind of expected going into this series, let's be honest. And again, something I'm very, very happy to see. What I feel a little bit grumbly about is probably the fact that we didn't see the overtime. It was just there on the tippity tip. I really wanted to see that overtime between these 2, because that's when everyone would have fully locked in, had that little kind of moment of pause, and that could have been a really juicy overtime, to be fair. Love the fact that we started to see these kind of quick thinking and these little pocket strats coming out of Honved to ultimately gain them more rounds on that attack and nearly get to that overtime position, but it was close but no cigar again. I feel like that's very much the main term when it comes to a lot of the T2 teams sometimes.
I mean, it must have had GK trembling a little bit there when suddenly things started to slightly slip away from them. A bit more confident rounds coming in from the side of Honved, but they managed to lock it out, importantly, because that means map 3 now on the board, where they have the opportunity to close things out. It's all equal, basically back to a best of 1 at this point.
Yeah, essentially that. We did, and again, like, it's this idea that that third and final map was just on the horizon, right? There's a lot to be said about that map. We will probably go to a quick little break first, though. And so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, GK tied the series up in a 1-1, closing things out just in regulation on their own map pick, which to me, Grace, felt like a rather attacker-favorite Skyscraper. A lot of shield play as well, very shield heavy, but a great start from GK. They just kept on building out on that.
Yeah, 100%. There definitely probably was a moment where they were like, ooh, like things are getting a bit closer to that overtime position. In that final round, they're able to kind of hold on to their positions. And again, there was an inkling where we were like, oh, is Trix going to attempt this run out? Again, I think that would have maybe spiraled the round into a different position, so it's very good he didn't do that. The main thing there is, you know, we're at a point now in the series where both sides have won their map pick. So in terms of, you know, fairy tale situations, that is exactly what we want to see. Cinderella has indeed gone to the ball. Now is the time for her to not turn into a pumpkin. We're going to go to that third and final map. It's going to be Nighthaven Labs. And arguably, statistically, this does actually favour Honved just that little bit extra. Nighthaven, it's the most banned map coming out from GK. And yes, there could be the potential of them letting it go through because they've been cooking something on it, and maybe they're hoping that Honved would deeps into that and let it go through as well. But they've played it once and they lost it once. And again, it was a kind of map where when we were watching it and kind of seeing that play out, there were a lot of mistakes being made in terms of positioning and knowing where these default placements were going to occur in terms of, you know, bodies coming at you, in terms of utility being used against you. And it felt a little bit off. It felt a little bit janky. A few of these players didn't show up. Today is a new day. Today is a day where these players hopefully will show up. They will not have a bad day and they'll play through a little bit more clean cut. We'll see better positioning, better comms. However, the first map of Clubhouse, obviously, we saw what happened. It's a default map. We saw the comms maybe not working as effectively. We saw some very dodgy positioning and lack of situational awareness coming out from GK. So this is the potential where maybe Honved themselves can capitalize on that, especially given, you know, yes, they've played Nighthaven, they've lost it once, but they've won it twice. So it does tend to be a little bit better for them. And I think in terms of utility use, they really seem to be on it throughout this series with what they want to do utility-wise and how they're going to play around that utility as well. It's a little bit El Classic when it comes to the way that they play Siege, you know, focusing on that utility. But I love that, and I think that that is where they can potentially get the upper hand here.
I just have two questions now, Grace. Who is Cinderella? Because we already have Lisa Nalgaid. And second of all, which shield do you think is going to be banned by Honved?
Oh, well, yeah, that is a very good. They are two very, very good questions. Shall we have, you know what, let's have Rorik as Cinderella, right? Because he, again, like I touched on earlier in the night, he's had a rough time with it up until that South Breach, right? He has had a rough time. He wasn't scrubbing floors, but he was certainly going through the ringer around the T2 circuit, you know, not having the best of times until he found that XITBA roster. So yeah, Rorik will be Cinderella here. Will Rorik turn to a pumpkin? Yet to be determined. The main factor here, what shield will be banned? Hopefully we will see some shield action. Ideally, you maybe want the Blackbeard going away here because that is a very aggressive piece of kit, especially falling into the hands of GK. Yes, Honved used that really well, but GK, you know, you look at that lineup, you look at players like Hungary, for example, you look at players like, most likely Rexon would be on the Blackbeard, I think, though, over Hungary. Yes, Hungary will probably have a field day regardless because he'll be bringing out the Blitz and the Monty, but Rexon on that Blackbeard is not something you really want to be going up against.
Definitely not. No, I mean, we talked about how shield-centric this last map was as well, with oftentimes just seeing 3 shields on the attackers, a thing we see a lot in this current meta, but then the Clash ban came out as well, and I feel like especially for Honved starting out on the defense, Grace, do you feel like it really hurt them in their defenses, or were GK just that good on the attacks that you felt like, regardless of whether there was or wouldn't have been a clash, they would have been able to deal with it regardless?
I think Honved didn't have the most ideal defense, to be honest, but I also think the GK had just fabulous attacks. Like, they were really getting stuck in, and not even in a way that kind of I expected. I thought they were going to go very, very gung-ho. I thought they were going to go very, very aggro. They were actually quite patient with things. They thought very clearly about the utility they wanted to use, and they just found these little gaps to take those gunfights. And at times, you know, as those rounds trickled out, it was actually mistakes coming out from Honved that essentially enabled these pushes coming out from GK, right? GK getting stuck in a very controlled way, but Honvade, there was one round, for goodness sake, where you got 2 players around that shield. I even called that out in the cast. It's Shrine. You've got 1 player, the other side of the shield, 1 player behind it, right? And it's because you're contesting against that Monty that's on the T doorway. At the same time, you can assume that someone is going to be pushing from somewhere else. It's not the best position to be in. You need to fall back behind that shield to that corner as well, which gives you an extra little bit of cover. Again, a little bit kind of getting caught up in the moment of the chaos and maybe the frustration with having to deal with so many shields in one go. There's always almost that factor, Anne, but it was just these very strange situations happening from Honvade, where again, it's excellent they use that buddy system, but they need to do it a little bit cleaner.
I think we might have lacked a little bit of the flexibility as well from the side of Honvade. Like, they were very stuck on their kind of approach on the fence, whereas they were ignoring smoke. They were ignoring Goyo. They were ignoring Capcan or Thorn, or, they were not really looking at the other options that would have been available to basically do some chip damage towards that shield. They kept doing the same thing, focusing on anti-breach, whilst when you run 3 shields, let's be honest, it's going to be a Maverick if you're bringing any Heart Breach, and they don't really care about anti-breach. So, it felt like there was a little bit of a mismatch there, that they managed to get back into it as soon as they went into attack, it was a better half for Honvade, for sure. But, yeah, I want to see that flexibility actually come into play, which probably we'll see here as well, considering we're heading to another map where shields can do quite a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned about the attacks from Honvade here, because it really looked like it was going to be a dire map from them, especially after their own defensive half, going on to that less favorable side after. But I feel especially after the tactical timeout, things just seemed to click for that team. They almost brought it back, but we still need a 3rd map indeed to determine who stays in the competition and who exits here at this unfortunate moment here on the Saturday afternoon at a 1-2 final day at the EML series. But we need a bit of a break though, unfortunately, before our map is ready. So we'll take a bit of a break. It allows you an opportunity to get some drinks, to get some snacks, because you do not want to miss this final map. We'll be back in a bit.
and welcome back to our face. Oh no, it's the game. Sorry, I had to make the joke there. Grace will understand. We're headed into the final map for this series. One of these two teams will be headed home. The other has the opportunity to fight later on today. They will not be the first ones to go, the match right afterwards. That's going to be Macko versus Wylde, but they will be on that last game of the day. The Blackbeard to be banned first by Honved. What a surprise, Grace.
Yeah, not surprising at all. We did kind of have the inkling that they were going to get that right out of here immediately. Again, you do not want players like Rexhun going onto that kind of utility, that kind of kit. Geeky responding with the Monty is nice as well. Again, though, when you've already lost 2 lots of shields, it really puts a lot of reliance on some of these players to have to play Blitz. Not that, of course, Geeky are worried about that. They'll just shove Hungry onto it. The Clash being banned out as well is a nice one. There's a lot of beautiful things you can do with Clash, especially on that defense on Nighthaven, and that's something that Geeky had a little bit of a ruckus with the other week. Kaid being banned out from Honved. Again, the Blackbeard, Kaid, it's a little bit of a wombo combo for them, but with the Kaid being banned, it also means that the electricals won't be in these more difficult to reach places. You're going to have that kind of counter breach utility a little bit more static, and it's a little bit easier to deal with. Now, Hap, this is where I'm like, because there is another game happening at the time. M&M are playing against Le Galérion. I believe that's gone all the way to the 3rd map as well, with M&M kind of winning out that map of Lair. Clubhouse going in favor of Le Galérion. They're now going to that 3rd and final map of Consulate. So that's a little update for everyone at home, just in case you're wondering what's happening between Le Galérion and M&M Academy. We're tuning into Honved and Geeky. This is also the 3rd and final map of this series. We did kind of low-key expect it to go this far, with both teams winning their map pick. But this is where you really have to lock in if you're Geeky. They didn't have a great time with it the other week. Yes, they've let it go all the way through, but they actually lost it in that overtime to M&M Academy at the start of last weekend. It was an 8-6 to M&M in the overtime, with Geeky themselves not having the best of luck on their own attacks. It was a 2-4 attacking half. And then ultimately M&M pulled things back around in the second half after they started getting around to their own defense. So for Geeky right now, there were a lot of mistakes being made last time when they came to the old Nighthaven labs. So this is the time for them to be a little bit more locked in, pull their socks up, and do what they do best.
Openings to be made by the Maverick. Trickst instantly opening up slightly on the wall. It's not going to be opened up completely. Instantly hear that Nitro being ripped. It's not actually for the wall itself. I don't think they can actually make that throw, but it's instead if someone walks through that door on the jungle or connector, depending on which call you would like to use. As Hungry making himself a bit of an entry. He's waiting for a bit of information to go through as well. Doesn't want to catch a C4 right on the get-go, so needs to wait for some support of his team. With 2 minutes left on the clock, there's plenty of time here for the side of GK to get themselves ready, get themselves in position. As they do have a lot of work to do, but still plenty of time.
Plenty of time, plenty of drones still available, and loads of kit to work with still. You know, they've got the Exothermics, they've got the Maverick, they've got the Selmas. There's a lot of opportunities for them to not only open up these default breaches like this IT wall, but also to open up some additional walls around connector. Yes, you've got the mirror window, but you can also open up some of those walls around it, even open, like destroy it itself. And that gives you a lot of pressure when it comes to connector. It means that someone can't play tucked around that corner as effectively and maybe take you down a little swing around the corner. You need to essentially force Honved to play into longer lines of sight here, right? And, well, you don't need to open things up as much if you are just going to send Hungry there on the blitz. Another valid approach. This is why shields can be so important. Right now, you do maybe need a little bit of warehouse pressure, but EK, they're in a pretty decent position. Nicely spread out from one another. Ooh, Hetsu getting caught a little bit off guard nearly there. This fantasy will fall.
Blitz being a bit of a problem child here for the side of Honved. It's forcing them out of the connector, and slowly but steadily he's coming around the corner. Yes, there's a lot of zapping going on from the side of those evil eyes, but that's not going to be the end of the world as a tease. We'll go for a jump out, we'll find Tricks. That's a huge pick to come through. Rorik taking a lot of damage. Suddenly, the entirety of GK seems to be struggling, as it's only 2 left from the side of Honved. Make that one. Joker The last man standing in this fight. He takes one down as he goes quite low. A second is found as well, but the blitz is still on the board. He needs to find it as the plant has been confirmed, and that means we're back into a 1v2 situation. The smoke will limit his view as he's trying to rotate out, but he gets wall banged through, or wall banged through the smoke rather, and shut down as the first round will slip away from Honved and into GK's hands.
Precisely. This is what we wanted to see coming out from GK. Be it, yes, a lot of blood being spilled on both sides, but that was very, very clean. And again, from the get-go, they were opening up those walls with very, very minimal pushback. They were able to get a lot of control around connector very, very quickly too. So at that point, you've already established 2 pressure points around that site. And Rexon started getting a little bit stuck in. Convade could have done a better job at maybe contesting things. Again, one thing we really praise them for is their ability to play around the utility. They're not really doing that so much when it comes to this map now. They're more focusing on their positions. Maybe as time goes on, that's something we might see change again, more into that kind of little creative playstyle, shall we say. But again, with Nighthaven Labs, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? You've got the keeper barriers, you've got the mirror windows. That gives you a lot of flexibility and safety when it comes to defending these oh so important points, like again, warehouse, like again, IT. A lot of information perhaps being needed. They do have the black eyes in the pockets of Joker though, so that should give them a little bit of oversight. It should give them a little bit more info that they oh so desperately need.
It is funny that it's one of the newest maps to the map pool, yet it plays so familiar in terms, especially this top floor. There's a lot of similarities to be drawn towards Clubhouse, for example. And that's why it's basically called like the second map of fundamentals next to Clubhouse that's currently in the competitive map pool. Especially in the case of Tier 1. Sometimes Tier 2 plays out a little bit different, as you've told me when we got together to discuss this tournament. But for now, and especially the later we get in this tournament, those fundamentals get more and more and more important. As you're coming up against the best teams and the pressure starts to rise. Reinforcement will be laid from the side of headset. I mean, the opening has been made inside of connector. As in the meantime, electrical slowly being eyed up again by Hungry. Happened last round as well. Then he was able to be a little bit of a pain point in the side of Honved as they wanted to retake it, but quite couldn't. He had 3 kills for it to show.
Gonna reload.
With a minute 48, I mean, still, again, plenty of time to get everything going, as right now they'll start getting towards the IT wall. I think they just want to make sure there's no bandit batteries out there, so there'll be a line over the bottom that will stop any bandit from trying to trick, and they're instantly there to try and respond to it as well as the breach goes through.
Joker is going to deal with Skyscraper. Fancy will deal with Hungry. It's looking very, very good. Again, for Geeky, felt like they didn't have as much info as to what was happening on that second floor. They felt a little bit prioritized with the idea of just going a little bit similar to last round. You're getting stuck in. But being mindful for Verti perhaps from below. Not quite having the info to the precise positions of Honved. Maybe thinking they could swing the fold, but ultimately losing those gunfights. Honved in a very good position right now. They have 1 more C4 in the pocket of Joker as well. Just happily flicking through those cams. Again, loads of info into the hands of Honved now. They know that IT is nothing to be worried about. They know this is getting a little bit one-dimensional from the side of GK, so they can just sit around and start to play a little bit of the old shooting range, potentially.
There's definitely a lot of knowledge and tricks. We'll bring this back to a 3-on-3. Opening to be made. Might allow Rexon to find himself with yet. Oh no, he sniped it out. He's actually decided to keep that wall closed. And thus 20 seconds, and they know a person is right behind that area. We have 1 inside of IT as well, as they need to make a push stick. Fantasy will find 1 for his efforts. 2 for his efforts in that matter. And a goo mine will slow down the last remaining member. Rexon needs to find it all, but it's Fantasy instead. Finding 3 kills from his position, shutting down the entire attack after things started to look a little bit more to go in that direction. And I just have to question it a little bit. Why shoot off those Selmas? Like, maybe keep it close so you would have a better opportunity to go for the breach. But, you know, we of course know there was a player behind it, so it was a free kill in the waiting. But surely a call came through. And, you know, it was the, you know, decision to keep it close to maybe make it harder for a retake to go through. I don't know.
Camera feed up and running.
also be the idea of just
Vulcan is up.
not wanting to enable the shooting range on both sides, but I feel like that would have benefited GK a little bit more. Heading back down to basement though. Pantheon Shields coming out in the pocket of Joker. Skopos coming out to play. That's the stuff I love to see, especially on a map like this. Allows you to basically lurk on that extension, try and get that opening pick, try and get that entry kill. And then you can rotate very safely back to site. You can also use it to go for a little cheeky retake later in the round, or even have an old flanker-rooney, depending on what you're feeling like, and also depending on what GK are doing themselves on their attacking approach. Again, in terms of information, they're bringing out the Evil Eyes, or the Evil Eyes, sorry, the Black Eyes in the pocket of Valkyrie. That's a tease, bringing that to the table. And that's going to give them a lot of information that presumably is going to be spread throughout the map. We do see a tease currently on that extension, like he has gone around and placed for cams on that extension. So that's a really, really big benefit now to the side of Honvade. And something that really enabled them a lot the last round, having that info to react to constantly. Again, this idea of where they are not helps you to work out where they actually are. It helped them to work out last round that things were getting very, very 1D. Honvade will be looking on banking on all that juicy info yet again. They're not reinventing the wheel here. Lots of vertical destruction, so it looks like they will be trying to get some full clearance here and sending Hungry and Warwick to that second floor, just so they can start to establish some pressure above.
Now there is roamers up above, and that is why you need to go for a clear like this when you're on the basement. There is some prep work being done near warehouse. In the meantime, Skyscraper is going over towards that top floor. There's a boogie that is covering some of that sound, but it is Dodo sitting right behind the pillar. He's been droned out. They know where he is right now. He does have a hatch he can drop down to. If he stays too long, he might find himself killed. The Nitro gets tossed out. Won't find anything for his efforts as he's now receiving some of that heat. However, he has some support. It's the Skopos from Joker that will find one of the kills as Dodo will fall eventually. The quick swap of the shells is going to be making sure that, well, Joker is back on site right away. He doesn't have to rotate all the way back down through no man's land. That might be controlled by the side of GK. And as they now find the shell, they know it's done. They just have to make sure that it's been disabled, so we don't have a late round flank coming in suddenly from that Skopos. And with a minute 10 left on the clock, in complete first floor, technically under control with the exception of the staircases that Fantasy and a Tease are playing on, the focus can now go towards those staircases and the actual site itself.
You can, and this is where you have to be careful if you're Honvade as well. You need to rotate back to safety and play around some of this util. You've got the Vulcan canisters out and about. We've seen how effective they've been in this Challenger series already. Multiple teams bringing them out to play and actually having a huge benefit, especially if that time burns down too quickly, which right now maybe GK, they might have a little bit of difficulty themselves here. They're all above. They need to make their way down those stairs, or at least have someone maybe rotate. It's going to be difficult. Again, Tricks in warehouse. Already making his way down to the basement. It's going to start opening up some of those walls as well. Skyscraper sending some nades just to clear around these corners. Make sure there's no Vulcans, but Joker is there to take him out. So boogies, no more. Rexon will fall to the hands of Fantasy. And Honvade, a swift cleanup there. Again, that was very clunky, to be honest. Like, especially from GK there. It felt like they just went a little bit conga line-y, if I'm honest.
I mean, they needed to take care of that top floor control, and they kind of ran out of opportunities. And you know, when you're with a minute left, you cannot really go for the wide attack. You cannot cast that wide of a net when you need to open up all those things. So, as a result, Honvade, they're just punishing on the mistakes that are coming through, and they find themselves with the second round on that board as we're headed towards a first floor site. Now, usually what you see here is a bit amount of pressure coming through towards the actual storage area. That's the B bomb site for those of you that are new to watching. It has a direct entry point. It's the window on the site, and afterwards you have the opportunity to dig in deep behind an indestructible pillar. Great way to use a shield to block off the one other line of sight. Verticality is quite important here, though. Usually you do have people trying to take IT. Thank you, Observer. Surprised that actually was timed that well. that gets taken, because if you have that vertical control, they are unable to actually enter that window properly. They're unable to get that plant down. So we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of pressure initially from the side of GK on getting that control of IT up above before they want to go for a plant. That is if they go for that plant altogether.
And they're certainly bringing out some cheeky little pocket to the board. We've got Rexon on the nook. That sneaky little linchpin. Cause a little bit of ruckus from below, potentially, or even go a little bit more direct, but in a very silent and sneaky way. Have the shield, once again, coming out, of course, the blitz in the hands of Hungary. The sights we're all familiar with. I think Rexon's going to go quite direct into sight here, I'm not sure. He's checking those cams. GK, they start to try and contest this top floor. Again, ideally you do want Hungary to be the one doing that. Let's allow him to be used as a bit of a walking drone. Aggressive one at that. IT Wall is going to get open nice and swiftly. But again, Honvade, think of all the info they could potentially get here. Never mind, Dodo is going to fall. I was going to say, the cardiac sensor may give them a little bit of added benefit, but Rexon can shut him down. However, Rexon's position now revealed, Hap.
Yeah, they know he's out there. They know there's a knock on the board, and thus they will have to be careful. He's going to be holding off some of these angles. Finds a head, but instead his head be found by Headset. Brings it back towards a 4-on-4. At least the trade is out there, but I still think this is in favor of GK. You're taking out that pulse. That is a Nitro cell off the board. That is so much information off the board as well. As that Selma's unable to be recovered. Gets shot out by Fantasy. He's playing safely behind that mirror window on blue hallway. Another one will have to be attempted to be thrown in, but instead you see that the callback has been issued. Everybody basically getting out as soon as they can. It's just Rorik that is left behind now, up on the top floor. He does have that diffuser. Now, if Fantasy is able to actually get this kill on the board, suddenly things look a lot worse, as actually it's going to be the fallback route towards blue. So that shield and that warden on the back of it is going to be absolutely crucial to keep Fantasy alive.
100%, but Atiz is trying to get stuck in here. Nade's coming out. It's going to deal with the shield at least, but playing around the corner with the shotty. A tail as old as time. Tricks, however, with the alternative angle will shut him down, but Fantasy is there, cleaning up shop, backing up his teammates for long line of sight. How does he do it?
Well done there, keeping control of the blue hallway for as long as they did. It wasn't hard, I mean, or easy. With the grenade coming around the corner, destroying his shield, he had to just go for swings with that shotgun and pump it away. Managed to find one kill, deal a lot of damage towards that blitz. Also in the meantime, Fantasy keeping a hold on that top floor and eventually finding those last 2 kills when he's left alone out there. And Honvade find themselves with a 3rd round on the board. GK not quite connecting the way that they were when they were on attack, when they were on Skyscraper. So a lot of work to do here. Still the opportunity to find themselves with 3 rounds though. And I still think that even if they manage to find just 2 in this half, they're getting themselves in a pretty okay spot. Like, it isn't the best, but it is definitely something salvageable.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Although we did see what occurred versus M&M Academy last time. It was a 4-2 attacking half for GK, but that was on the defense to begin with, and then their attacks again kind of went 2 attacks to M&M's 4 defenses. So that's where you've got to be a little bit careful. Can't bank too much, especially, like, again, maps like this, it's very difficult on the attack in general. You do need to have a lot of utility to help you get through these nasty little choke points, these horrible little corners. Yes, you can open up one area, but there's always going to be someone 9 times out of 10 just behind the door. Usually have a shotgun, but we haven't seen too much shotgun action, apart from that last round, of course, but that's the stuff I love to see. I want to see more of that. What I also want to see more of is Skyper catching people a little bit off guard here. Joker, he's going to fall. He's been phenomenal throughout this series already, but he is going to be the opening pick in this round.
We have a Rexon in the last round that was able to find the pulse this time again. A very quick entry. And this is a good point from the side of GK. It's just that they need to be able to manipulate it into a round win slightly later on. because that's kind of been slipping away from them. That's not really been as effective as they want. Zodo, dropping down below, has a nitro cell in pocket, is probably going to wait, is probably going to aim it right next to that door so they can explode it as soon as someone steps in. And then it's going to be a bit of a team bait situation as Rexen will find a T. So, it's not looking good for Honved in this round, but that nitro cell can make a big difference. Never mind. Dodo's been shut down, so not going to make a big difference. Is just going to be Fancy and Hetsid now in a 2v5 situation with a lot of information on the board here for GK. And make that only Hetsid now as Rexen finds one. Trades are starting to come through, but it's not going to be enough. And GK win themselves their second round. This is good. This is exactly what they need. Now up to a third to really salvage whatever's left in this half.
Yeah, very, very nice, very, very clean. Again, sometimes dealing with that more aggressive player from the get-go can also be a little bit of a lovely lifeline being handed to you. GK now having 2 rounds. This could actually end on a 3-3 split, actually, Hap. And that really would make a difference, I feel, for GK going through the rest of it. I think on the defense, they can play a little bit cleaner, most certainly, than what they did last weekend. Because that was a very key factor for them last weekend. The defenses left a lot to be desired for them. I don't think you take a loss like that and don't go back to the drawing board and really, really hunker down with the kind of going through that vault and being like, look what happened, you know? So it should be a lot cleaner from UK. Again, for Honved, they're not reinventing the wheel here. They're being very, very basic, very, very standard. We've got the Vulcans, we've got the Goos, we've got the Toxic Babes in the pocket of Headsuit as well. It's this utility that's designed around slowing down those pushes through the doorway and denying the plant at times if you do want to use the Toxic Babes for that. That's if even they bother opening up that main breach, right? Sometimes teams don't. They don't really get the opportunity to do so. You've got a tease on the Bandit. Could potentially try and bait that out a little bit. You are able to get some of that main breach open as well. It does create an immediate pressure into site. You do have to be careful rotating on the defense, especially when you're trying to hide from pressure kind of more towards EXO, for example.
30 seconds passed. Not too much pressure yet on this first or basement site. Of course, it's the top floor that needs to fall first. Doda just heard one of those doors open up near warehouse. Going to be aware of the fact that pressure might soon start to rise. And then the question is, how well established is the drone network from the side of GK? See a couple of them driving around. 6 are currently deployed. Are those set up for flanking positions yet? They're still trying to figure out what is clear and what is not. Because Rexen is ready with those def marks, can hunt down any player that has been left up top. And as soon as they figure out one of them is, you know that they're going to be trying to isolate that player.
Drones. Giving away the positioning of Dodo here. That certainly is an added benefit right now for GK as well. The def mark going out. Dodo has to be played very, very carefully. Doesn't want to get caught off guard. Doesn't want to be that opening pick. Bit of buddy system happening here. Headsuit dodging and diving around that stairs. Playing very nicely alongside his teammates. Fancy looking to peek through the floorboards. They've given a lot of breathing space here to GK. I hope that doesn't come and bite them. Headsuit will fall. There's Toxic Babes ripped from the hands of Honved. And a great start for GK.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
So we're at a little bit of a standstill at that moment. A minute is left now. Still plenty of targets to track, but they need to realize which ones are out and about on that roam. Dodo was the first to be tracked. As you see in the meantime, windows opening up on the basement itself just to put that pressure up. The boogies are driving in as well to create as much opportunity for verticality as they possibly can. Rexen with a kill onto Joker, opens things up. Dodo completely flashed as he wanted to go for a bit of a lean in, and Hungry will shut him down. It's a very clean take here from the side of GK, but still a little work to do as Hungry gets shut down from the verticality. There is also still Goyo canisters on the board, but are they in the right positions to slow down this plan just enough that it cannot come to fruition? 20 seconds counting down. Fantasy taking a slight bit of damage as the Nitro Cell gets tossed behind a pillar, but before he can detonate it, he gets taken down. And that means it's only up to Fantasy now as the plant is attempted and he's being shut up from the top floor stories. 45 seconds will now be counting and is a disadvantage, but it won't even matter as Rexon shuts him down, and we have a 3-3 split as GK bring it back in the second half of this first half.
That's the stuff you want to see if you're a GK fan right at home right now. Doing a lot better on these attacks than last weekend. Potentially that also translates to the defense as well. This is the main thing. This is where I want to be looking because, again, their defenses against M&M really left a lot to be desired. There are a lot of moments where people being caught off guard. There are a lot of very important placements throughout the map of the rounds where people just weren't covering what they needed to. GK, they cannot let this slip away from them. You cannot let yourselves fall to the nature of a bad day, inverted commas. Especially if you want that EML spot. On Vade right now, they're going onto that attacking side. It is something that they do have a bit more fun with at times. Especially towards the end of Skyscraper. Going a little bit more aggro with it certainly was a benefit, so maybe that's something we'll see translated into this map as well. But again, the nature of Nighthaven. You've got these horrible little corners to get around once you've opened up those initial points. Some long lines of sight, especially on that top floor, that you have to contest with as well, that can be opened up by the defense of GK. Especially if they're playing their A game again.
As we go onto that side swap again to put the stakes into picture for those at home. The loser will have to wait for a full year to try and re-qualify once more. And then through that qualifier, try and see if they can make it into the EML. That is if the team stays together and no one gets, you know, picked up by one of the bigger teams. Because if this is your last game, this was also your last showing. And in esports, that goes a long way. And the winner, they will still have to do a job today. They still have to play another best of 3. And if they win that, they find themselves in a qualifying game against the loser of Macko versus Wylde that will be played right after this, which will be our first qualifying game. And that means that today we'll shatter some dreams and some others come true. But both Honveit and GK, they don't want their dreams to be shattered now. They need to give it their all to make sure that they are the ones that are competing later today for a spot.
Skyper, aware of the slight approach on him now. Deathmark pinging him out. The little hit off that doorway at the top of warehouse. Rightfully so, he's checking some corners, checking some angles, but he's going to hightail it out of there. And I think that is a sensible option, right? They have to hunt you down now. If they're going to dilly-dally, waste a bit of time. Hetsu on this IQ should be able to have a little sneaky peek of the site setup, of the utility that they have to go against. He should be able to spot out that there are indeed evil eyes out and about. That should give you the inkling that you also have to contest with the Elder on those long lines of sight.
I mean, the Elder is quite easy to deal with. Just shoot him in the head before he can find you.
I mean, yeah, that works.
The evil eyes are harder to go by as Joker will find Skyper. That is going to be the Izami gone. No more barriers, but there is a little bit of a trade game on the board. Rorik will find Joker, shuts down one of those important players. But it's not done yet. As a tease is striking the side, another kill comes through, and Rorik finds himself caught as well. Suddenly, Honveit find themselves in a good position here, but with 30 seconds, they need to make sure that they utilize every single last second they have. If they go too quick, they might be punished for it. If they go too slow, they will run out of time. And Rexon playing close with the shotgun might actually be a punishing factor to one descending the staircase, which is about to happen. You see Headset is aiming for it. Some shots are being exchanged, but the flashbangs might actually change the deal here. As Rexon comes around, one shot, two shot, will succeed. And thus, with 7 seconds left, it is only up to Hungry, and the plant needs to be attempted, but do they attempt? They do not. The time is about to run out as Hungry is fighting for his life. You will find a single one as the plant is going on in the corner right next to him. He needs to help. He needs to vault. He does that as well, but he does not find a cover. Tease is there, and Honveit, they will win the round and put themselves up to 4-on-3.
Honveit doing a great job of keeping their cool. They're covering for that plant. Even in that moment, you hear the Elder spraying away just around the corner. Love the fact that we saw Rexon, Valaisan Al-Gib getting a pick with the secondary shotty. That almost feels like BM, to be honest. Especially when you've got flashes coming down at you like that. We saw Hungry. There was a little inkling where it was like, oh, can I cover for you? No, not really. You're going to have to scrap out of this. The secondary shotty to the face, Hap.
He didn't really have another choice, right? Like,
he
fully
didn't,
flashed, it's a
but-
close corner. Like, it will take someone out of that range, but it's always a little bit of a risk taken. That worked out there, but sadly not besides that. 4-3, Honved in the lead.
Laying out the welcome mat.
See what GK are bringing to the table here. We've got the Jaeger coming out. Some ADSs just to cover
10
a
seconds
little bit of
remaining.
util, a little bit of nade util.
Loading new magazine.
It'll also be a preference comfort pick as well. Rexon on the Azami. Keepers will be dotted out and about around that warehouse position.
We're ready for company.
And this is the factor here. They really struggled last weekend to keep this warehouse control. And even further into that server space, the other side of the wall. So I'm hoping they play this a little bit cleaner now. Most likely they will, right? Everyone has a bad day. It happens. You can't let Honved start to snuffle up these rounds.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Aware of the fact that there's a shield now. Dodo will be retreating up towards the rooftop. We pretended to have made entry on one point, instantly falling off. It's going to keep them on their toes. As an opening made into jungle was going to basically cut off a rotation opportunity for the side of GK. And a little bit of aggression at that as well, because suddenly you can no longer freely play in there. You instantly see the fallback, you see the reinforcement to follow up on it, as well as they don't want it to be falling into the wrong hands and suddenly a free angle to be created. And as the grenades come around the corner, that's just to lean into this fight. It takes out the barbed wire, it takes out the barricades. Suddenly, if you want to push blue, you have a freer opportunity to do so. And guess what the Blitz will most likely do? He's going to go through that door. You can almost guarantee it. Don't show your back.
A little bit of a quiet before the...
I was going to say, it felt like it was a bit of a bait there because the Blitz actually downed when he jumped through the window, but it was showing his back towards the hallway. The trade did come out eventually. Hungry for Dodo, but that's the Blitz shield gone. It's a very big pick.
Huge, huge pick. You've got rid of that shield, that aggressive linchpin. Can apply more pressure to warehouse. Rexon 1, Rorik 1 as well. This is a nice little cleanup occurring now. Joker Fancy all to do. Fair bit of time to do it with. Fancy just needs to try and get this pick onto Rexon. Rexon not making it easy for him. Running around, dodging, diving, ducking, weaving.
Oh, they know. Someone rotated downstairs. He's aware of this because the drone has spotted it out. He's now trying to challenge that one player as he's the last man standing. But got with a shotgun, Rorik swinging the corner, and thus we equalize the game again. 4-4. 1-1 in maps. It is quite literally coming down to the wire for both these teams as round 9 is nigh. Oh my. Pressure will start to rise. Every single round that drops away from one team or the other, they'll start to realize more and more that, you know, if they don't take it, if they don't take the next round, suddenly they might find themselves in a problematic situation where the end of the tournament is within reach. Just the wrong end of the tournament.
Camera ready to activate. Wall reinforced.
Dodo has had a bit of a doo-doo map,
Loading mag.
finding himself on 0 kills so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a donut situation happening. Sometimes it happens. This is the thing, right? Sometimes this is idea of, like, okay, are you having like a little bit of a bad time? Is sometimes players have a little bit of a bad day.
Fire in position.
But maybe this is where the cracks start to form on the side of Honved. Not as experienced on the bigger stage. I'm wondering if a timeout will start to trickle through from them at a point just to stop clap back if GK do start edging closer and closer to that match point.
Tiba deployed.
Again, for Honved, it really is going to come down to what they do best, right? That buddy system. working on that information that they gain throughout the round. They've played this very clean cut compared to what I was expecting so far, to be honest, Hap. I was expecting them to fall into those pockets that they know and love, and to go a little bit cheeky and unpredictable with things. Play around these very, albeit sometimes too tight, duos. But they're very much playing this by the book, and perhaps that's making them a little bit too easy to read right now.
It might be. As drones roll around the corner, Honved aware of at least one player. Time is still ticking down slowly. It is a difficult site to take. Again, we mentioned it the first time we saw it here today. Verticality is often important, as a storage plant is usually the one preferred by the attacking team. But to do that, you need to take out warehouse as well. Like, the wall's already been opened up, but as long as there's this player that's inside a warehouse, Skyscraper, he's going to be shutting you down if you try and hold verticality, if you try and cover your teammate who wants to go for a plant. So, that's plan B, or plan 2. How do we get towards finding an opportunity to get rid of rafters? And that's exactly what Dodo's doing right now. He's being droned in hot. He's trying to find out where these players are. It's a Twitch drone that will eventually be taken down, but they're aware of the fact that Trix is down there, second drone that he will find. He surely should be aware of the fact that there is some pressure coming his way right now, and with those Bs, that is only reinforced as Skyscraper takes a little bit of damage in the smoke stop Dodo.
Ebers just to plug things up and give a little bit more cover. A little bit of a misplay there. Has to send the second one out. A little bit clunky there, but got the job done in the end. Has to be careful here because Honved, like shark sniffing blood in the water, they're looking for him. Maybe distracted a bit by these toxic babes. Straight around the corner, but it's there. Fancy Jokerbo falling. Dodo actually finally picking up a kill onto Trix. 3 versus 3. It's looking a lot better for Honved right now, but it's so scrappy, Hap.
And it's very scrappy. And in these last 35 seconds, there is still a floor to be descended by the attack as they are pre-firing up above, aware that someone might still be left on the flank. And it is Rorik, and he's in a great position as well to just waste time, which is exactly what he's doing. They're hunting him. They have no clue where he is, just about the fact that he's up above. He will find 1 and 2 for his efforts, a triple for the round. And now the diffuser is dropped on the ground, and it's only up to a tease with 14 seconds left, and none of that as Hungry shuts him down in GK. They managed to find themselves another round. I'm a bit confused as to why they decided to go for the hunt as they did at that moment in time, but here we are at a 4-5 for GK, 2 rounds away from prolonging their journey here inside of the EMLCS. And Honved slowly starting to slip away here, but I know mistakes are in a small corner, and Honved are able to quickly turn this around if they get the opportunity to. As GK head back towards the basement, the site they lost on their defense.
Tense situation to be in right now if you are Honved. Again, the issue here is the fact that last round they just did not have the info. As you touched on, they're going for a hunting situation where they have to get stuck in towards site, but they didn't have the information to kind of do that safely, and there's a moment of hesitance that often comes with that. If you don't have the info, you can't make that shot call as clearly, as quickly.
10 seconds left.
Just hoping to try and hunt down some of those players to at least
5 seconds left before
give you a little bit of a lifeline, I suppose. But as you say, it's very awkward to do in that moment.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
GK right now, they're looking very confident. Again, that last round work absolutely popping off. And again, the mistakes, the issues that we saw from them last weekend, somewhat ironed out, especially in terms of positioning.
Important round coming up. GK, the opportunity of finding themselves on map. Series point, Honved 2 away from being sent home. They need a response. They need a reply desperately here. As Fantasy's been playing an incredible game so far. 12 kills. Rexon, the same thing. 13. These two have been pulling rounds for their teams, respectively. As Dodo on that blitz is looking to make moves happen, looking to make waves. He's just making sure that the top floor is clear. As the opening will be made onto one of those hatches, the exterior hatches you sometimes see reinforced if an adventurous defenders out there. It'll just give them another opportunity to move through. As drones find Rorik, but there's no one there to respond to it as of yet.
No, that's the issue. No response can come through, but you can at least have that info. The T's will capitalize on it, just holding that position, waiting for that rotation. Rourke, opening blood. Yes, those moat jammers will be out and about. They will be covering and denying that information a little bit from the side of Honvade. Replays being recollected. I mean, at this point, it does make sense. You know, you've lost a shotgun. Maybe you want to have a little bit of C4 to play around. Especially now you know the Dodo already an exosuit. That's a little bit spicy for me, to be honest, Hap.
I mean, the verticality is there. He doesn't really have that much trouble because as soon as they step out a little bit too much, Trix is going to find himself killed from above. So he has to hold himself back. Dodo, however, taking chip damage. There's 2 players aimed and trimmed at his direction as Fantasy comes in with a huge double kill. Secures the opportunity for Dodo to move through. Rexon trying to retake the staircase, but gets shut down as well. Atiz finds 2 in the round as well. And Hungry once more, the last man standing on this ground floor. Will find 1 for his efforts, but the shield with an impact right afterwards. A third one with the Elda, but he cannot find more than that. Honvade. They equalize the score, pushes to 5-5, refusing to give up as they win the basement for the 2nd time in a row. But now the true challenge starts, as they need to go up towards that top 4 where they have struggled to find these rounds.
And equalizing is one thing, Hap, but do you really let Hungry start to clean you all up like that, especially in those final moments, kind of almost throwing bodies at him? Honvade, they need to tighten things up a little bit, like you've just touched on. We're going to that top floor. It's going to be pretty difficult for Honvade to approach it, especially now that GK, they've managed to iron out the issues they had with their positioning, with their kind of communications that perhaps we were seeing last weekend. It's going to be very difficult for Honvade. A lot of information needed here, which is maybe why we're seeing the Ayana. We'll see if it does stick.
Reload!
No, it will not. On the side of GK, though, again, not reinventing the wheel.
Located by
New jammers, deny that information. Love the fact, actually, that we're seeing both of those SAS ops. It gives you the SMG-11, gives you the shotgun, and again, consider the tight little corners around connector. Tight little corners around that kind of warehouse approach as well. Gives you a lot of little spots to sit there with the shotgun and wait for Honvade to make the mistake of the swinging round, trying to take you out. Only to receive a shotgun to the face. It's never a nice situation to be in. This is where Honvade really have to double down with that utility. This is where things like the Retura drones, for example, yes, you can clear a lot of the utility, the keepers, for example, that will be placed here, there, and everywhere, but maybe it can help push people out of situations as well. Maybe it can help open up some lines of sight a little bit more effectively, so you don't have people playing with those corners with those shotguns.
And now I know it isn't available, but it would have been really nice to have a Montaigne on the board just to help you get along when you're trying to take mezzanines. As you hear the exothermic scorch opening up some of those walls. The first minute is about to pass, and well, Honvade, they're looking for a way in. They know they've struggled here last time around. And as a second opening is made, that is the call for Trix to fall back. Reinforce his wall, both the exothermics now used. However, still, 3 Selma charges in pocket that can be used to open things up as a tease. Taking a little bit of a fight whilst he was rappelling up. That's very unfortunate. But still alive. And that's the opportunity to use those 2 RC Reteros.
Rexon waiting for the approach of those warehouse stairs. Honvade taking their time with it. Sensible thing to do right now. Again, both sides just sniffing at that match point right now. Looks like Babes going out. Skyscraper playing very aggressively. Lovely little shield setup up there, actually, with the ADSs to kind of protect it. Even though you do have that tight little corner to play around.
The RC Rotero took it out, though. 2 ADSs and a shield all gone, and just that single drone that rolled around the corner. And now a minute left, and where is the push coming from? Well, you have Fantasy trying to sneak in from below, was hoping to find a player that's inside of the mezzanines. We have one that is actually on the doorway as well, that's hoping for him to extend, but you see it, Rexon jumps out, finds himself with a kill before Joker and Hetzer both find themselves with a bit of a response. Honvade, again in charge, as another kill comes their way, and another, as it's only up to Hungry now to keep them from map and series point, as Hetzer shuts him down and Nitro cannot connect. And Honvade, 6-5. 1 round away from knocking out GK. One of the big favorites, one of the big teams that was expected to go all the way through to the EML.
Can they do it though? That is the question. Honvade getting the big dogs of GK on the ropes like this. Match point. Will we see that overtime? Or is this it? Is it as we predicted, a 2-1 situation in the favor of Honvade? You know, GK not getting that 2-0. Had to be one or the other potentially. Surely GK still in it to win it. Again, love the fact that they extended that hold slightly there using that shield and double ADSs. A little bit reminiscent of like very, very old school setups we used to see. Very, very old school. Literally very, very old school setups. But ultimately, again, as you touched on, they got dealt with very, very swiftly. And that leaves a massive gap at that point. You can still play around the way that these walls are set up, essentially. You've got the reinforcements there. But at that point, it's almost like panic set in for GK, and they got caught off guard.
Time to make everything perfect now for them. As any mistake is going to be punished in double. Honvade finding themselves a map and series point, looking to progress through the lower bracket to face whoever wins between M&M Academy and Le Galerien. A game that's taking place simultaneously from now. And both absolute scorchers, going to the maximum. As openings to be made are responded to a tease, aware of the fact that someone is in or around warehouse. And now the hunt starts on the side of Honvade. Who will they try and find first? Or are they going to try and force a plant instead?
Love the fact that we're actually seeing EMP action come out from Honvade as well. This gives you a little bit of a cleaner approach into things. Shuts down some of it util. Especially if used on the external. It's a safe entry point to make. T's getting stuck in. Dodo behind him. They're just going for the plant. An immediate quick execute as you predicted. The plant is being stuck. It isn't being denied just yet. Rorik's trying to pop off a little bit. That's at least pulled Dodo off the plant. Is C4 going out? Will it hit? Yes, it will. The shutdown is there. And Headsuit is now in a 1 versus 2. Overtime just under the nostrils of GK right now.
A 2v4 gone south. Rorik playing that with his life, stopped that diffuser for all he could to make sure that the timer was not against him. And then the Nitro cell from Turks coming in to secure the 2 of them. That's it now. Needing to secure this. He knows of one. He's trying to line up the shot, but he's just off. And that means Trix stays alive. Rorik on the A side, slightly off. Waiting to play this on contact. A jump would be deadly here. He needs to isolate his angles as the diffuser is down, but plenty of time to work with. Extra verticalities to be explored. Players already fallen off. Not close by. This will be heard as he rotates around over the top of him. And Rorik will be calling it out. The pressure will be coming from the other side. And as Trixt and Rorik are holding on, they cannot let this slip. Because otherwise, all the efforts they made earlier are in vain. And his headset is moving around the corner. Is he aware of where they are? Well, this bulletproof is definitely giving away some information. I'm not even sure if he smacked it. There's one behind him and one in front of him, and 20 seconds to go for it. But Trixt finds that final kill, and GK, they push towards overtime on this final map between the 2. And now 3 rounds to decide which of these 2 is going to progress.
Overtime, first overtime of the day. Certainly something we want to see at this point between these teams. Remember, the EML spot is on the line, just on the horizon. These 2 teams need to scrap their way through the lower bracket in order to maybe get that chance to qualify for EML. You have to throw everything down now. You have to be sending everything and the kitchen sink at your opponent. And I love the fact that we saw that from Honvade, you know, trying to get stuck in, trying to go for that immediate plan, that immediate execute. But unfortunately, kind of low-key cutting off some of their own sight lines there. And Rorik going absolutely massive there. As predicted. Certainly, at times, a little bit quiet last weekend. But him and Rexon
10 seconds.
flourishing right now. Rexon on 14 kills, Rourke on 11. That's exactly the stuff you want to see. That's exactly the things we expect.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb. And
Fancy himself, 14 kills. Again, lots of these players on double digits, especially when it's getting to this overtime situation now. This is the time where the gloves need to come off. The jugulars need to start being bitten. The socks certainly need to be pulled up. You can't make any mistakes because the mistakes will cost you this tournament.
It's not like they made massive mistakes in the last one. They tried to go quick, it just didn't go their way due to one slippery Rorik coming around the corner, stopping that plant, and then the nitro being enough to lock it off. And as breaches happen now, GK, they know they're living on borrowed time because of that play from those two players. And they need to make the most out of it. Don't let it be in vain. As the first minute passes and no real pressure has been put onto the site yet, the electrification will stop Headset from opening it up as quickly as he usually would, and probably will require one of his teammates to help, either with some vertical pressure from the Ash or Fantasy to send in one of the RC Retiros. But instead, it seems like they're just going to full send it down blue. Dodo gets shut down by Rorik before we get traded out by a grenade, and well, it is a heavy fight over the top floor here, but eventually it is Honvid that comes out on top. Fantasy! You were talking about two players and, well, in the double digits before, but he's finding himself on 16 as well. And while you're wondering he's not going for the pickup on Joker, that's because the adrenaline surge will come up. They have again revive himself, and they can continue to keep that pressure. And Hungry, now the last man standing. GK, you've just managed to fight back towards overtime. You cannot let this one slip this time round. With a minute 10. It is Honfade that have everything here. Everything they can basically wish for in terms of a round. They've just spotted out the player rotating around and trying to confirm that now with that drone. Do so. Now Hungry's position is known and a minute is left on the clock race. And that means they'll hunt him down and try and isolate him so they can either work for a plant or just win by eliminations.
Dilly-dallying may cost them though. Hungry putting down a pre-placed. I could either maybe catch someone off guard, but ultimately it could be used as a distraction. Maybe splitting their attention elsewhere. And again, we've seen Hungry do some insane stuff right now. Especially in this map, we saw Hungry really shut down. There's one round where Honvade won by the skin of their teeth because Hungry just started shutting down every single player. He's doing it again, potentially. Fantasy will fall. 1 versus 2, the flash goes out, but it hasn't done anything. But there we have it. Headset with that final pick. Denying more sweat, more ferocity to fall from that veteran's hands. And Honvade, they take the lead going into this overtime. And ultimately now going onto that defensive position. This maybe puts GK in a little bit of a Jimmy Russell. How will they retaliate?
Or will they retaliate? The other question you can ask is Honvade. I said it before that, you know, that it's just the 5 Hungarian boys living on vibes and just their mother tongue in the communications. Everything must be so smooth. They send down Twisted Minds, a top 8 team in the world. They sent them down towards the lower bracket where they eventually found their demise. And Honvade, whilst they're playing in the lower bracket themselves now, probably have surprised a lot of people that have been watching the EMLCS. And now they have the opportunity to send yet another favorite team home.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Initiating jammer.
5 seconds to go.
GK already losing 3 of their drones in the prep phase.
Attackers must locate.
What we call less ideal.
2 potentially, hopefully in ideal places. You just snuffle up some info as quick as possible. Of course, you do have the Dokkaebi, you do have the Grim Bees. So that's going to give you a little bit more info. Albeit, in the case of Dokkaebi, yes, it is auditory. You can get some nice swings off of it. And also, potentially, if you're able to get those cams, that could be a huge benefit to your team. Especially now, where it matters, where it counts. GK taking their time with it, just pincing out bits of info where they can, making sure they have all these cams set up where they need them. They've done a really good job actually throughout the series of constantly checking those cams, Warwick in particular. Constantly flicking back, having a little nose. Because granted, on these attacks, he is on more of that supportive role, so it is expected that he'll have a little nosy on those cams. C4 going out. Doesn't land on anyone. That wall is also nice and open now, and that's going to make a lot of Honvade fall back already. That's a lot of space they're giving up, Hap.
They don't need to be at the top floor, though. The ground floor is where they need to be for this hold. And, you know, all this pressure that's happening over the top, that's great, but that's just wasted time to some extent. They still have that mirror window as the last bastion to keep hold of that top floor. And as long as there's no pressure coming in, and Fantasy finds Rorik, it is opening up. And the diffuser just momentarily dropped, but the man count is not in their advantage, as Rexon at least fights back. He finds Dodo. And a minute 10 and still the descent to be made as Rexon finds yet another for his team. He reaches 16 as well as the smoke will be covering for Hungry to start pushing up the staircase on blue. There is 2 players there instantly shut down. What a mistake to be made. But Fantasy, as he finds 2, is looking to make it all happen for the sides of Honvade. As Joker is rotating around on the ground floor, we'll be meeting a bit of a battle soon as Trix and Rexon are trying to fight for his life, fight for their life. And as one gets found, it's Rexon as the last one standing, but Joker was flashed, limits and finishes the job. And Honvade once more knock out one of their favorite teams as they continue down the lower bracket and will find themselves fighting later today for a spot and a potential opportunity to qualify for the EML.
Honvade certainly becoming the Rockstar Slayer at this point. That was insane stuff. Who would have thought it would have ended like that, though? That's really heartbreaking on the side of GK. Again, they had all the pieces there to go in and try and scrap it out to the very, very end. But those bodies start to drop. Hungry rushing up with the shield, not realizing, again, not having the information. There were 2 players ready and waiting for him. It's so unfortunate. And again, yes, Rexon, the Lysan Al-Gib, he's the last player standing, but at that point, you've already lost everybody else. Very, very upsetting stuff indeed. But for the side of Honvade, they're still in it to win it. They are sailing through this lower bracket, and I believe they will be going up against M&M Academy, who actually beat out Le Galerion. So that's going to be a significant scorcher just on the horizon.
It definitely will be, but before we preface that any further, let's just bring in our host fast. And to break this down further and discuss what exactly we've just witnessed here, because I think it was a great third map where both these teams gave it their all.
Yeah, I believe that was the barn burner that we would have wanted and needed for the final map in the series as well. Regarding the Cinderella story, though, unfortunately, Rorik did turn into a pumpkin, did miss the ball, and it seems like Honvade picked up the glass slipper and ran away with it, bringing the series back home to themselves. Very well deserved as well, though, because if you look at that final map, the performance from them coming out, you know, we saw Rorik and Rexon pop off, but Fantasy, my goodness, playing on the top of the Aqua or the Fish stairs. People actually confuse whether it's like Fish or Aqua or something. I'm just going to call it Fancy from now on. Every time he was playing there with that mirror window, having the support from the warden behind him, it just seemed like it was such a power position, and you could see how the players on the side of GK were struggling with it, Hap. I personally think this is a very well-deserved victory for Honvade, and they take yet another Titan down.
Yeah, they let one of their rounds slip, one of their map and match points went away from them, but it didn't stop them, it didn't stall them, and that is like your biggest fear, right? When you're coming up from one of the lesser experienced team, I wouldn't call them like not experienced, but they're like lesser experienced than the people on GK, is that when you give away one of your map points like that, one of your series points like that, that things might just start to slip slightly, but they didn't let that happen. They instantly fought back, they instantly made sure that they were the ones to be in that lead, in the charge. And you can only say it's well deserved by Honvade. They played as they should. They gave everything.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I think it's a really nice story on the side of Honvade from the simple fact that for them, their main vibe going into Challenger Series is just, okay, we want to represent our region. We want to put Hungary on the map, right? We want to go in and show that this kind of region that doesn't really have a lot going on these days. You know, we don't really have the circuit there right now. And a lot of these Hungarian players have kind of dilly-dallied in other rosters, and nothing's really been working as effectively, aside from maybe a Tease and Joker being in the Secret Academy roster, of course. But we saw how that ended at the T2 final. The main thing here is that they found a team that is working very well for them. And it's scary because, again, there's not much mileage there. There's some mistakes happening, but it's the kind of mistakes happening that are going to happen when you have a pretty fresh and new roster. And again, I just credit where credit's due. I'd like to say this about GK as well. There's not a lot of mileage with that roster either. And on paper, that is a very good team. They need to get back to the drawing board and work out what they want to do going forward. Yes, but I really hope that's something that does stick together as this kind of like wonder team. There probably will be a lot of things for them to, you know, play in the next 12 months as well. And it's about continuing that kind of stoic dedication towards the game, right? That we see time and time again coming out from players like Rorik, players like Rex, and even like Hungary, for goodness sake. You know, Hungary's been around the block for a while. He's still pushing. And I love that and I respect it.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. I mean, we've seen these players on the side of GK around the block, if not on tier 1, then in tier 2 for ages, it feels like almost. So I'm sure they'll have that dedication to continue in any kind of competition that they'll be biting their teeth into for the next month, because their EML Challenger Series run ends here. Good news, though, for anyone that's from Hungary and loves a seat, because the 5 Hungarian friends just moved their way up in that lower bracket. It's not done for them just yet today, because we'll have a look at the lower bracket to update you on how things have been so far, because as we said, there is that other lower bracket quarterfinal playing simultaneously to this one, and that one has just been won out by M&M Academy versus Le Galerian. So knocking down the French assembly out of this competition, unfortunately for them. But that means that later on, after our next best of 3, we'll continue in the lower bracket and we'll have that game between M&M Academy and Han Fate. So despite they're on this big high right now, and they've just won this game, they keep themselves in the competition, there is still a chance, very relative chance, that they'll be leaving the competition later tonight. But we focus ourselves on the more positive things, specifically Grace and I, because Hap, you'll be sitting it out for one game. You'll be joining us again later, but we'll be moving on to the upper brackets, and that is going to be a qualification game. We'll send our very first team to the EML. That is either going to be Macko or Wylde, and we'll determine that after the break. welcome back to the EML Challenger Series. We have some exciting stuff to do as we'll be sending one team to the EML. And we're joined by the wonderful Chem as well. On a scale of 1 to 10, Chem, how ready are you to send a team to the EML?
I don't even know if there's a scale high enough. 10 just doesn't cut it. It really doesn't. I've been deep in my dissertation for the last kind of like week. I've finished it off and now it is just siege. I am so excited for these games today.
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually buzzing. I have not been able to sleep very well actually the last 2 nights because I've actually been thinking of this game in particular, this series in particular. Again, the first qualifying series between Wylde and Macko. Again, Macko being one of the kind of maybe favourites going into this tournament in general, but then you've had a slightly little dark horse moment coming out for Wylde, Anne.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have been thinking about it a lot whilst you should be sleeping, I'm happy and excited to pick your brain on these two teams coming into this matchup, because we talk about this game as in it potentially being one of the most important games in these players' their careers, because this determines what they'll be doing in the upcoming year, whether they'll be chilling at home or if they'll be playing in the EML, taking it up against the best teams in Europe and MENA. That is, of course, all that we're playing here for today. And Macko could be one of those teams. The Italian Stallions have a good chance of making it into the EML. Of course, these teams having that experience with that international play. Last week, we saw a 2-1 from them against M&M Academy. They lost the first map. Real back and forth on the second one, Cham, but that last map, the 7-1, a statement made there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a ropey weekend at times, but they're here. They're doing well. Honestly, I'm just like excited to go. I'm like ready for the maps. I'm just like, I've been sitting and watching that first game. Like I'm like trying to like focus in and be like, actually I need to make some actual coherent talking points without getting too excited here. Like I'm actually just like shaking with excitement.
I think the main one for me with that M&M Macko game, to be honest, I'm gonna kind of just be like, they're a bit towards M&M. I did mention it earlier in the stream, but like, okay, best of 3 series. Why are we taking Macko to Chalet? And I understand it's like, you know what? Yes, we're M&M, we're vibing, we're part-timers, we're having a great time. Let's just go to Chalet. Macko on Chalet. 81% win rate. One of those 3 Cs that everyone should be able to play, but we've seen throughout winter, throughout spring, right? Up until this point, why are you going back at those VODs and going, you know what, we can take them? Like, no. Like, that is just insane to me. M&M slightly trolling themselves there. When we look at Wylde, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because honestly, like, my heart goes out to Wylde's analysts right now. Like, that's the thing that's been keeping me up at night, actually, is me sat there going, if you're Wylde's analyst, you're looking at these stats, you're looking at all this data, and you're going, oh my goodness, this is actually going to be very, very difficult. I don't doubt that Wylde have had a great time throughout this Challenger Series already. You know, they've got to this point through the upper bracket. They've had some incredible results. They've had Le Galerion on the ropes. They are the ones that knocked Honved into that lower bracket as well. We are going up against a tried and tested team like Macko, who have been together for a significantly long time now. Yes, Wylde, it's that roster. They had roster changes kind of going into autumn and winter. They then got picked up to be that main team. So I love that from the org, kind of being like, hey, we're going to put all of our eggs into your basket. Go for it, show us what you can do. And they have significantly put on a performance, right? But you're looking at this map data, and I'm kind of being like, okay, if I'm Wylde, our best maps are Consulate, Chalet, and Clubhouse, the 3 Cs, right? And you're thinking, maybe that's a safety net. Maybe that's a safety angle. Maybe we can cook a little bit here. No, you cannot, because Consulate and Chalet, statistically, Macko's best maps, right? Then you've got to factor in, okay, what can we then try and go to if we're Wylde? Okay, Bank. Let's look at the statistics of Macko. Okay, it's only a 55% win rate. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen at home, the reason it's a 55% win rate is because those losses were against EUL top teams like G2, like Wolves. Are they realistically beating G2 and Wolves? Look at those rosters and tell me that Macko are beating them right now. Yes, maybe at this point in time, if they do get that email spot, they will have to consider that again on the horizon. But in terms of these statistics, if you're Wylde's analyst, you're literally sat there going, I am having a terrible time today. I am having a very, very bad time working out where we're going to take things. Realistically, in terms of map picks, if you are Wylde, you are trying to go to border. That is your one lifeline. But Macko, if you're Macko, and all you have to do is just immediately ban out border. All you have to do is ban out border, and that's the series for you, in my opinion.
All right, that sounds like a good key to the match victory here, and then a relatively easy key, I guess, as well into EML. But the new kids on the block are obviously looking to change that one up. If we talk about Wylde quickly, you know, a 2-0 from them last week, very impressive. Everything seemed to click. There was everything that we wanted from them. All they could want next to that maybe could be an EML spot, and they'll be battling it out on these 3 maps potentially to see who makes it. Wylde will pick into Bank themselves. No border, because Macko pick into Lair. Border being banned out as the final ban. Will be heading out to Consulate last. Champ, how are you feeling about these 3 maps being selected for the series?
If Grace didn't have so many statistics there, I would have jumped in and added and predicted these maps pretty much by on the nose. I was going to go for Bank, Lair, then Chalet. I thought they would maybe let Chalet go through, but Consulate makes sense, I guess, from Wylde's point. But there was no doubt in my mind that Wylde were going to take us to Bank. It's one of their best maps. They love playing on Bank. Grace highlighted it perfectly that Macko, I've only really lost it to UL teams, so it's not ideal for them. So it is a good map for Macko, but that's definitely Wylde's kind of place where they want to go. The Lair one is concerning for me. I'm hoping that Wylde haven't fallen into the same trap that they were brought into last time, where they decided to go to Lair against Macko, and they lost. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that part. They kind of tend to take a little bit of risks with that. It's maybe not the point where you want to take risks, but I guess it's just like, okay, we have to let something go through, but we'll see.
I think for me, it's this idea that Macko have just banned out the lifelines basically for Wylde, including Nighthaven Labs, right? Labs would have been a lifeline for Wylde as well. Yeah. And my concern, and it was even before we saw that veto I just said, right? My concern here is Wylde looking at those bank statistics on Macko and going, do you know what? We do a decent bank. Macko statistically 55% win rate versus our 65. Okay, maybe that makes maths happens. We have the higher number, but no, like look at that data and look where those losses were and look at how that actually occurred, because this makes me a little bit dangerous. A little bit scared for Wylde when it comes to the dangerous antics that Macko are going to be bringing on the horizon. And again, it's no disrespect at all to Wylde. I love that roster. I think they're one of my favorite European rosters, to be honest, especially, you got Mats, for example. They were very, very fun as people as well. They're very fun as people. The vibes are high when they're playing. But I think, again, in terms of Macko's longevity and Macko's map pool being just so deep, and again, when they're losing things, it's literally to EUL teams.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it could be confidence or delusion, maybe, that you'll beat a certain team coming into a map here. But confidence is what these teams will need, because an EML spot is on the line. 3 maps potentially to decide which of these 2 teams gets it. And we're going to go to Bank for that very first map.
Oh, Grace, I am excited to go with this best of 3 qualifying match. And massive day ahead for these 2 teams. One singular step has to be taken to get them in to EML. And of course, it is indeed Bank we're starting on. Macko, Wylde, Grace, the bands are coming in just now. Blitz, Blackbeard, nothing too crazy to start things off.
No, again, taking those aggressive shields away certainly gives you a little bit of wiggle room on the defense. Of course, the Monty will still be in. The Monty is still so impactful when it comes to a majority of executes. So I love the fact that we're seeing people piping up in chat already, and even Macko going to say, yeah, we're going to mute you, essentially. From this entire game. I was wondering this factor, right, going into this. These are 2 teams that throughout Challenger Series already have kind of gobbed off a little bit at times. They've been getting a little bit Larry in chat now and again. But Macko starting on the defense. Again, Wylde will have that Monty to play with if they want it.
Unmute me. Free this man. Oh, this is what you want. This is what we expected from both these teams. We expected a bit of fire in the chat. Of course, that's just the way that they are. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit surprised that Wylde are going down the mute route, but I get it. You don't want any distractions. You don't want players to get in your head. This is a massive game. It cannot be understated just how important this game actually is. This is the first game of the weekend for one of those 2 spots that remain for EML. One of these players will be a tier 1 team after this game finishes. Match go, Wylde, could still go either way. Grace, I'll put you on the spot. Who do you think? Who do you think gets the job done?
Oh, why do you always do this to me?
Because it's my job to make you uncomfortable. It's my job to ask the difficult questions.
Do you know what? Like, going into this, again, in terms of statistics, in terms of actually like looking at the data very, very deeply, to the point of making myself borderline insane, I do think Macko kind of have the upper edge here. However, Wylde, ironically being that wild card, right? And already we're seeing them go into these little cheeky pocket strats. We see Sneak on the Nook. We see Evan on the Sens. There is a chance they take it just by bringing a little bit of creativity, a little bit of the old razzle dazzle. And that's the stuff I want to see from them to get the job done here against a menace. A team like Macko that have that deep and juicy map pool.
We do have a deep and juicy map pool, indeed. The thing is, though, is can Wylde crack it? I think certainly one of the favourite maps, so I think they'll be comfortable here, and they do like to bring a different spread of operators. You can see there we've got the Deimos Striker as well, and like you highlighted, the Knock coming through.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet start though. First minute's kind of burned away, and Wylde haven't really moved all that much. And just as I say the word, it happens. A shotgun to the face of Lolo, and Bimsy's just at the bottom of the blue staircase somehow, and now he has to try and fight his way through these keeper barricades as Teb tries to deny a little bit more time.
I mean, questionable utility coming out from Wylde already, but again, a big factor of that is just them trying to be a bit more creative, a bit more zany, a bit more snazzy with it, perhaps. Sneak on the approach here, deals with Ghost. Ghost getting caught a little bit with his pants down there on the cams, not realising that Sneak was sneaking around on that Nook. More irony to come out, at least in terms of names. No trade backs from Macko just yet. They need to be careful here. Need to wait for this approach, and it's a very unusual approach coming out from Wylde. They're not doing anything to default here. Remember, they've got those Sens discs in their pocket. There's a potential of them cutting off some lines of sight here, Sham.
Yeah, they've also got the Grimbees in the pocket as well from Garen that will be instrumental for when they do eventually go for that execute. And it looks as though they are getting closer to it. A couple of nades dropped down through the hatch just to try and make the defender squirm a little here. But for now, Akwi still on the overwatch, holding inside a red, waiting for them to push in. Is pushed back a little bit because of that nade. Has to hold for a sec. They do have at least some denial. It'll be a C4 over the top, but it can't do anything. Mats is quicker on the draw. And now it's only two members upstanding here, and make that one now as Mats will be finding himself one and bouncing back. But oh my word, it's just chaos to end the round. Bimsy finishes it off on Wylde. They get the first round up on the board.
I really hope this is the approach that Wylde continue to have. And I know that's probably going to be a controversial com coming into it, right? If Wylde full default, I think that's going to make things not as easy for them here. I think Macko, they're expecting default. Macko, they've been in a lot of situations where wildcard players, wildcard teams have got them on the ropes. Think back to Multisham, right? Nemesis went a little bit goofy with it. Nemesis went a little bit silly with it, and they beat Macko. They really, really did a great job there. Wylde might be looking to do more of the same. We'll see if they do go a little bit more default now, but from the get-go, you've got a Deimos running the M59, and it's like, oh, it's going to be one of those kind of games from Wylde, is it? But again, it's them going in with this crazy good energy, crazy good vibes, and that's what makes a team work really well together. It's something we've said like most of winter, and especially at the start of the year. You know, the vibes that these guys bring are immaculate. Macko, on the other hand, they're very serious, they're very locked in, and you can kind of get into those cracks just by doing things a little bit more unpredictable, getting under their skin a little bit potentially.
I think that's what makes this a beautiful matchup, actually, because stylistically they are so different. Wylde quite happy to just go through the rotations of the operators, and I said this last week, I really want to see the kind of spread of operators that they actually have brought over the course of this competition, because they just like to try different things, try different strats, little pocket strats, little different combinations. You see people on different the same operators, but it's another person that's actually running it. And Macko, they're regimented, they're in their set roles, their set positions, and a lot of the time that does work for them. For now though, it's not got them off to the best start. Sneak though with another kill to start things off. It's Dora that falls early on. That's the Womai gone as well, so not an ideal operator to lose in the opening round.
It's not. You will have some magnets out and about already, so that's going to give a little bit of cover, but it means you can't really throw any out as the round progresses.
Sequential breaching
can be a little bit of an uncomfortable one. Really, for Macko right now, it's about their positioning, making sure that they're in those very strong, juicy default positions. T-Teb, of course, on that mirror playing around Janitor. Akwi hanging around Trump alongside Lolo. That's a nice little duo play that could potentially be on the horizon, especially with the Pantheon to boot. You get a nice little opening pick, a nice little cheeky aggro pick. All about safety with the Pantheon. I think a big part of that is just the fact that the Kanto wall has been opened. Remember, essentially with that, you do make the position on that main stairs a little bit more janky. Can't play around stock trading as effectively. Akwi, death from above, getting caught off guard from that skylight position.
I don't know how that's happened. We're on team kill elsewhere at the same time, and now it's just Ghost on his own, and it's a completely flawless round from Wylde. Just encircling Macko. Not being able to turn up in the first 2 rounds, the aggression from Wylde, getting in the face, they're not shying away from him. Yes, Macko are the more established team. Yes, they have a lot more achievements under their belt in recent times, but Wylde, remember, they went undefeated in the group stage of Rumble just a few months ago. And there we go, Boomsy right into the chat.
We are going to see so much of that. We're going to see so much of that all the way through the game, right? They're both going to be gobbing off each other. I think that's something that we did expect. But what I also wanted to see and what has been delivered is, again, these very unexpected and untypical approaches coming out from Wylde. The first round, it was very much in terms of utility. It was them being a little bit cheeky. I do think Macko maybe gave them a bit too much breathing space there, but again, Wylde exploited it, Wylde brought back creativity, and they got the job done. That last round, again, they just got stuck in from the get-go. Open up that Kanto wall. Let's try and go for these peaks. They're not really going to be expecting me to be on this skylight position. I'm going to beam him on that main stairs because we're going to assume that he will be playing around that because, again, default positions. So while they're playing the unpredictability approach, Macko need to wise up to that very, very quickly and play a little bit more extended, but not in an over unsafe way, essentially. They need to play it in a kind of, we are going to still play around these duos, but we're going to cover enough ground where those comms can come in, and then we'll rotate back to safety as soon as we know where these pushes are coming from.
It's ready to go.
Now though, round number 3, kicking off, first 30 seconds already removed, and positioning's being set up here from the attack. The drone's coming into the lobby, top floor as well, just making sure to shut down any of Macko if they do decide to go for that extension that you mentioned. But looks for now that Macko are more than happy to just have a turtle strat. They do have one member on that marble staircase. That's about as far and as aggressive as they are. Macko tend to be that more reserved team. As Ghost is one sitting on that hatch just inside the open area. So that will be the point of ingress from Wylde, to sneak them just outside that window. Ghost dropping immediately there, not really want to take an engagement, and Macko, they're looking a little bit shy here.
Hatch is being opened. No aggro around the main stairs coming out from Macko. Learned their lesson from last time.
Yeah.
Again, Wylde going a little bit more default here. No more silly sausage antics. Just going through the motions, getting all that juicy info that they need, checking constantly on those cams, making sure there's no sudden pushback from Macko. Macko right now, yes, they're all downstairs. This is where you don't want to let yourself become sitting ducks, essentially. Maybe we be careful about these positions. Maybe we extend a little bit somewhat so we can be prepared for anything and, again, have that information. This is the important factor here. Akwi, beautiful stuff. But the trade, instantaneously, Wylde playing around that buddy system.
Just managed to see just enough of the Montaigne on that hatch to remove them. Now it's 4 each. Still Macko wait. A little rotate as well of the FNAT mines. And a Deimos tracker will find some information. That's managing to spot out where Dora is holding. Well, it looks like they are now just waiting for the call to make a move, and that move will come in the form of Matt stepping up there. He gets a swing onto Ghost. What a shot that is. Dora's also found Garen on the other side, but Mats is at the double. Now, it's a 2 versus 2 as Teb hits the deck, and it's Lolo on his own, but from the hatch, can't do anything. Sneak with the finish. Wylde, they complete the full circle. 3 rounds in a row on Bank.
No timeout coming out. Concerning. This is very, very good from Wylde. So, oh, there we go. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Good, rightfully so, rightfully so. That's exactly what you want to see. Macko right now, kind of having that moment where they're like, yeah, no, this is getting a bit out of hand. We're letting them just get onto us, essentially. We need to be prepared for that trade. Again, I think a really big aspect on these basement holds for Macko, sometimes you do just need that little slight extension. You do need that safety blanket of just one person lurking around upstairs. That will at least burn out the timer. When you give too much space, especially to a team like Wylde, rather, they will be exploiting it where they're like, hey, we can just safely, get above, start opening those hatches. Again, uncontested. We're just vibing. We're not in any dangerous situation. The moment one of us gets beamed on the hatch, we're just going to instantly trade it because we're playing around the buddy system. Macko have to spread out on that bottom floor because of the amount of breathing space they gave. Puts them into a more dangerous position. Again, I really hope that Macko are able to bounce back from how these last 3 rounds have gone.
I'd rather an early timeout, though, than a late one. I'm a big proponent of that. I'll talk about it till I'm blue in the face pretty much every single day.
100%. 100%.
If there's an issue, better to address it now than on that point. You don't give yourself a lot of wiggle room. And that's what they've done. 3 rounds, still in favour of Wylde. Very comfortable start from them. Macko will make some adjustments, I imagine, after that timeout. Hybrid getting in their ears and having a little discussion with them. Using his little notepad that he brings to every event with him.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Smallest notepad I think I've ever seen a coach have. For reference, I think it's smaller than A5. It's tiny. It's tiny. But does the job. Does the job.
I think next time we see, we should get him like literally the tiniest notepad we can find as a gift.
As a gift, yeah, that would be good.
That'd be funny. Wylde now. Yes, a timeout's been called by Macko. Wylde may also benefit from it. Potentially right now there might be a bit of confidence coming out when they know that Macko perhaps have a little bit of a grumble going on. Love the response of Macko with the Mozzie and the Mute. Precisely, the Mozzie and the Mute. A lot of information being denied here, potentially, for the side of Wylde as they're trying to look around. I mean, they're getting a pretty good overview of what's happening on site, at least. The drones did get in there and have a little look-see.
There is a player from Macko on the top floor as well, so they are extending quite a bit more. You can see Dora as well, just lingering just outside the office there. You've got Acqui on that top floor. He's been sent out on a mission. One of the heaviest hitters for Macko. Looks as though his job is to hassle them. Hits the deck for a second on the top floor, just as the call comes out. We'll be safe for the time being, and our drone will be denied, so still. What a waste of time here from Acqui. Oh, just turns at the wrong time there, Boomsy. Dora catches him out, and a second one will be caught out as well. It's Ghost as well that falls inside of open area, as Evan snatches one back and goes on a hunt for more just around this main staircase. But Dora decides to pull back, stepping back down that staircase, because right above him is Garen. 2 members of Wylde trying to go on the hunt for more of a foothold in this, but there's still a player inside the lobby. Acqui still waiting there, right inside the tellers. Do they know where he is? Because right now they're moving like they don't, Grace.
Yeah, and this could be massive. So a sneak approach that could occur. Sneak, speaking of which, pushing. Evan's going to deal with Teb.
Oh no.
Mats is there to deal with Acqui as well. The cleanup happening on the side of Wylde right now.
Extension doesn't quite work out. Wylde now in control again of this bottom floor site. 2 members of Macko left on their feet. Dora and Lolo to try and stop this from going 4 rounds in a row. Mats and Sneak, though, are an opportunity. They're only on 1 HP. So if they were isolated, they would be easy work to remove them. Now, 40 seconds. Some nades getting dropped down through the hatch and drones to follow as well to make sure that Wylde are set up for this execute to absolute perfection. There's still a C4 in the pocket from Lolo. Impacts as well from Dora. So still plenty at their disposal should they need to call on any of that utility. Here come the Grimbies. Here comes the pressure and the execute. 20 seconds. A C4 goes deep to the server. Dora will find its mark. Lolo removing Evan. And now Matson Sneaks. His HP is looking so much more inviting for Macko. Be matched shut down on that marble staircase. 7 seconds. It's now red time. Looks as though it's gonna favour Macko, but they're trying to go for a plant here. Garen trying to stick it out. The cover is killed, and also the planter. Macko will finally answer back with a round of their own.
absolutely large from Dora in that round, especially in those final moments. Granted, you've been given a lot of breathing space, but he was able to shut down the... There we go, there's the all chat. Macko getting an also important round on this defensive half. You'd get 3 more to equalise, of course, but that surely puts the wind back under the sails. And now they might start to get a little bit of an inkling of like, okay, that worked, having that extension. Again, burning out the timer. This is the aspect, Sham, right? Burning out that timer, getting into Wylde's head a little bit more. If they saw a drone and they see you, for example, you know, top floor banana, and the drone spots you out and you get rid of the drone, but then you jump over and you rotate back down and you maybe lurk around admin a little bit, they're going to be hunting you down on the top floor for a good minimum 10 seconds, right? Sometimes minimum. That's what you need. Minimum. Sometimes you need a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of breathing space, and you can enable that with the extension. You can enable that with that roam presence. Taylor's oldest time. Macko have caught onto it. That was lovely stuff. Lovely stuff, especially from Dora.
It did get a bit ropey in the middle there when it dropped to 2 versus 4, but we'll allow it. They wasted enough time for it to make Wylde kind of panic a little bit and have to rush things, and that's where you're going to win rounds when you kind of force these errors from your opponents. Open area now is where we're heading for round number 5. Still on the defense here, Macko bringing along that castle. Fenrir as well, which is one of the strongest operators of that denial. Not fun when you walk into a room and you can't see anything.
No.
Who would have thought?
Especially when combined with the mute jammer, right? You can't get as much info, best case scenario for the defense anyway. You know, they got the mute jammers, you're then lying your drone info, then you get blasted by one of those Fenrir dreadnoughts. Like, not ideal, really. Evan has the Dom panel. We've seen some beautiful use of our aura today. Perhaps we'll see even more. Bimsy on the approach to metal here. Sneaking Evan, one apiece. Bimsy might go a little bit massive here. Could catch someone in open off guard, but is the info there? Yeah, this feels like a little bit of a face check.
It does. This is the thing, when you start to extend, you'll leave gaps, and it looks as though Wylde have found one. Bimsy at the double as well, at the top of the marble staircase, and now it's just one member for Macko with the round on his back. It's Akwi. Not much HP to work with, and he will fall. Wylde, they will collect another round here on bank, and they are looking pretty good for it so far. Macko tries, they might, adapting things, going for that more of an extended hold, trying to be a bit more aggressive. Wylde, they've caught onto it, and very comfortable start here to bank.
I love the fact that the wild card is wild carding, you know? The fact that Wylde, again, going into this statistically, it's like, oh no, Wylde, what are you doing? Good gravy. Have you read into those statistics too much, and this is about to be very uncomfortable for you? No, Wylde have upped the ante. Wylde are being very unpredictable. They're being very, very good in terms of, again, finding these little gaps with these little wrap moments, sending in the nook. I love the use of nook so far because, yes, granted, you know, there's a lot of moments where maybe the opening pick isn't coming out from that nook, you know, especially in that last round, right? 2 picks happened, loads of breathing room already established, and that nook still holding that power position around main stairs, you know, very, very good position to be in. But it's the fact that Wylde being able to get into these positions shows the mistakes that Macko are making. They're leaving these gaps, and gaps will be exploited, Cham.
Well, they're going to have to get ahead of it soon because they're at a 3-round deficit and they don't want to really end this half at 5-1. Yeah, Bank can tend to lean a little bit more on the attacker side at times. But it's not fun. Matches are so one-sided and you can't really get yourself started. No, Teb, Ghost not managing to find a kill, and yes, the kills aren't the most important thing in Siege, but you kind of help with that mental aspect of it. Going through the map, I'm thinking, I've not been able to win a gunfight yet. It can really hurt your confidence, and hoping that doesn't get to them now. Now though, 40 seconds already removed. The Echo drones as well in pocket here from Lolo, using them pretty actively to move around the map and get as much information as possible fed back to those defenders. Top of this main staircase though, you've got Akwi on the Maestro. That wall opened up now outside from the Havana. A bit of a holding stock at the same time. Pretty slow stuffing from Wylde.
Bit slow and steady. wins the race. As it's often said, it's a saying for a reason, Sham.
Yes, indeed.
Have a little nose around, get that info that you need. Especially when you don't know how Macko are going to start retaliating going into this final round. They might have a little trick under their sleeve. Dora popping up, Bimsy dealt with. Loads of information right now for Wylde. Drone util not looking too great, but you do have the Deimos and you do have the Lion. A little bit of global utility should do the trick. Ghost needs to be careful here. Cavalry are starting to come through. Selma's opening up that wall. That's where you have to try and hightail it out of there. Never mind. The keeper's going up. Man. Beautiful shot there. Deals with sneak.
Yeah, Ghost finally getting his first kill as well. Still holding onto that stock position right behind the keeper barricade. Peppering the shots in from Mats, just trying to get rid of it. Eventually does. Ghost escapes with a teensy tiny bit of HP. Will try to win a gunfight and does. As Evan drops to his demise from the top of that staircase. And now it's Mats and Garen in a 2 versus 5. Ghost's HP not looking too hot. But Macko firmly in the driver's seat. And the best they've looked all game. Locked out here. Mats is almost about to die to that evil eye. But still lingers and holds on. Eventually is finished off here, and now it's just down to Garen. 1v4. Not going to be able to do much about it as Teb arrives on the scene as well and into the match. And that there, for me, Grace, shows the importance of Womai. He died the first time that we were on that site within the first 20 seconds, and he wastes so much time inside the stock.
100%. Such a great place to hold as well, and that's such an important place for that top floor, right? To dodge and dive around that position, right? And again, even having the keeper barriers there around trading as well, constantly keeping that momentum for as long as you possibly can. You're delaying that timer, you're delaying that burn, you're delaying that approach. Now, Macko are going on to the attack while they're going on to the defense. And I am sat here going, Wylde are in a very good position right now. Gee golly aunt, I really hope they don't start throwing themselves out of windows, Sham. We'll see if that happens. Obviously, we're basement first.
Let me consult my crystal ball for just a second.
I really hope they don't do that because they're in a really good position right now. And again, looking at that lineup, a very by the book setup. They've got some castle barricades around that staff room area. They're cutting off some of these entry points into open. They're leaving a little bit of a time waste there. This is a nice classic setup. They've even got the mirror windows with the toxic babes, and that's the stuff I love to see. A bit of a classic approach to basement. Use those C4s, use those toxic babes to deny the default plant coming out from server. As soon as they open that wall up, of course, you've got the Vulcans as well nowadays. So that's always an added benefit.
A classic
as well
approach.
To cover those hatches.
You see a classic approach, and it's just Wylde opening every hatch and roaming around and causing havoc. I mean, it is now becoming almost standard to see this position played a lot. Pretty quick hold on the top floor here from Macko. Managed to get in pretty uncontested. No one interested from Wylde in holding that position. Lolo seems to have an idea that there's someone floating around here and could be rewarded. There's two players actually so close to each other, can't quite snatch a shot onto the other, one of them. Whoa, what shot that is from Evan! Sneaks in, will bury Teb at the same time. Just like that, the opening minute claims 2 victims of Macko. Even more pressure bearing down on the blue staircase here for Bimsy, but Sneaks answered back on the other side as Ghost falls, and now it's Akwi and Dora. I have to try and pull together a duo act. Try and get this attacker round pulled back, but it's looking pretty unlikely. It's going to be very difficult to do as Garen will put Dora in the dirt. And now it's all just down to Akwi all on its Todd. Flawless round coming through. Wylde, they're looking pretty good for it.
That was, again, like it's the beauty sometimes of having these extensions to your setup, right? You've got the castle barricades upstairs. Once the Goyo has those Vulcans down around site, you can just send him upstairs as well. The site is still covered. You have, the smoke classically on that blue stairs, right? Throwing out toxic babes if they need to, but otherwise rotating back to use the toxic babes later.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's very interesting to see right now.
There's Bimsy giving it.
Popping up again. Yeah, literally giving it the big one. This is the stuff, right? This is the thing, right? We're going to top floor. This is where I'm like, is this where they start flinging themselves at windows? But we'll see, right? We'll see. What? Maybe. It's like, Grace, you've already been surprised by the fact that Wylde have done so well on this map against Macko, when again, looking really deeply into the data, this shouldn't be happening at all. I really hope Wylde don't start playing silly sausages now and flinging themselves out of the window.
It's like Bloody Mary. You say it like 5 times in the mirror, and then they'll do it. That's what's going to happen here. You keep saying it, you're just going to speak it into existence. Wylde out of a window. It will happen. Coming to a screen near you. Round number 8 kicks off here though from Macko's side. Of course, on the attack, struggled really to get a foothold in that previous one, but this time they start off slow. Not as quick as the last time. They were already in the map at this point. Wylde don't really seem all that phased. Just on the rappel for now. Still, Macko just setting things up, popping those claymores down, getting everyone in position for that later round execute. Gone 6 as well in the pocket. That's going to be used to clear some utility. This castle barricade burned away. Now, Macko try to take their steps towards that site. Still not put as much pressure on stock as probably what I would like. Taking our time a bit here, Grace.
That's coming out. They're flicking through some info right now. Again, they're really working out where Wylde might be lurking. Starting to open up some lines of sight with those ex-Kairos. Akwi dealing with Bimsy. Sneak's going to hightail out of there, rightfully so. Has 2 keepers to plug things up if needed, but doesn't want to deal with that heat right now.
Evan in a very aggressive position here as well, right next to that breach, just holding behind the bomb chassis. Has to be careful, or anyone that could step up from square side. That's where Akwi is exactly. Have a sneaky position, could go unchecked. Those doors outside on that rappel, and Macko still trying to break this line of defence just outside. Can't get into stock, can't get past that janitor doorway. Sneak holding on for dear life. He's taken an absolute battering for it. But still, Macko can't get a hold. There's Evan there. He's found Akwi. That little sneaky play. It works out.
Dangerous shenanigans right now on both sides, to be honest. Skyros opening up more lines of sight for Macko to try and pincer point in. Ghost, is he aware? No, he's not. Sneak, the tiniest little pixel angle. Waiting for Ghost around the corner. A follow-up on Delano as well. Not much you can do here. Dora getting shut down. Teb swinging into the building. 1 versus 4. It's a high ask, but can he do it? Most likely not, because a swing around the corner will come yet again from Sneak. There we go. Like clockwork. Wylde throwing Macko onto the ropes like this. Significant work from them.
What around that is from Sneak, by the way. That position, we've seen Macko trying to play the same thing. I believe it was Lolo that was trying to play that with the keeper barricades, kind of dancing around stock trading, just trying to waste as much time in that position, because it's a key position for the top of that floor. You get control there, and then you have control of that full corridor, and just outside janitor, and you can really try to pressure the site. But Sneak knows how important that is to hold and waste as much time. He's still contesting it, still trying to get picks off of the back of it when he's on 1 HP. He didn't care. He was like, yeah, well, now whatever, I might as well just play my life now, because if I lose this gunfight, it doesn't matter now anyway. I've wasted so much time. He wins the gunfights anyway. Absolutely huge. First match point, or map point should I say even, of the day for this game. Massive from Wylde, 6-2. And Macko, they really need to show up. They really need to start getting some rounds, start getting some fire beneath them, because right now they're really not fighting for it.
They needed to show up in that first half. That's the issue. Like, it was absolutely massive for Wylde to get so many rounds in on that attack. Again, when we look at the data, I cannot emphasize this enough.
5 seconds left.
This data had me a little bit Jimmy Russell. I was like, Wylde, surely not. What are you doing? They have cooked. They have cooked. I mean, this is not even cooking. This is scorching. This is that seared rump steak, you know? That is significant burn on the side of Macko if they can't come back from this.
It's a really big test on the mental as well. We've asked a lot of questions of Macko's mental in their recent results. You know, after the back of that loss to Nemesis, they looked like their mental was really, really struggling. It hasn't been since way back on, I think, with the T2 Grand Finals was the only time I've seen them in recent times where they've looked completely locked in. They moved around that event like a pack. It was like SSG when they going to the gym together all the time. They looked as if they wanted it. Right now, Macko not really fighting for it. But it's Bank, it's Wylde pick. you've got that to consider. They are going to layer one of their strongest maps in recent times. My only concern with that is that Wylde, they've been looking pretty good on layered lately.
100%. And again, Macko's strategy sometimes leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to util placements and setups. But now it's not layered, now it is Bank still. Aqui getting stuck in. Sneak the Menace shut down. For those EDDs will be out and about. Of course, he is playing the Capcan. Bimsy gets it, but the trade is instantaneous from Lolo, repelling around these windows.
Better start here from Macko. Halfway through the round as well. In control. Just a little flutter of silence as Wylde try to suss out where Macko are going to be trying to attack from. We have a cross angle here from Evan and Mats as they holding just outside of that open area door. Evan now maybe going for a little swing out, just to try something. Garen's had to pull back very far back, all the way to the back of the staff room, just as he holds now top of that square staircase. There is a player there, it is Ghost on the Demos. Now the final minute looms. Teb removing Evan. And still Mats waits for an opportunity to try and catch someone on those square staircase. Garen gets caught in a drone for a second, has to pull back into sight. Looking like now Macko are going to bear down right onto the site. The death mark's coming through as well from Ghost. Well, there's a mute jammer there to save the day, Grace, just to stop them.
Matt staying in that position. Massive kahoonies, to be honest. Just waiting for someone to swing down that corner. Verti coming in from Tabs. Dora will take him out. Nice little pinch pressure to Russell. The old Jimmy's. Garen being taken out. The plan was going down, but it doesn't matter. You have the info. You hear them coming. You hold that position and wait for them to run into your open and willing arms. Macko clawing around back now, but it's still match point. A long, long hill in front of them if they want to bring it to that overtime.
I'd like to see the statistics after this as well. Where, you know, Macko, they had some of the best statistics for playing to the objective and getting the plants down in kind of previous months. 100% plant conversion, by the way, when they were at Tier 2 Grand Finals. It was incredible. They just, every time they planted, they won a round. Pretty simple stuff. They have not been able to really get that groove going. It's usually Dora trying to do that. And I'm hoping that they can kind of get a bit more action going on. You see now they were in a bit more control, and Dora was going for the plant there, so it was a much better attack coming out from Macko. Still a 3-round deficit here on Bank, though. Still trying to fight back. Stop Wylde from claiming the first map of the day, Grace.
100%. That's where you got to really dig your heels into the sand. Clash coming out to play on the side of Wylde. We've seen this before. Shenanigans afoot, especially in the hands of Evan. I do like a bit of Clash action when it comes to the basement hold. Lots of places you can play her. Server, remember the other weekend, the server shenanigans we saw with Clash. Going all the way back into dirt. Causing a little bit of a nuisance. Potentially, we'll see more of the same, depending on where Macko decides to approach from themselves. They're potentially rappelling up to that top floor, though. So they want to go for full clearance, and I do think that's a sensible option. You can't leave any shadowy corners for Wylde to hide behind.
I like this. I like this little strat where you have the Rooney on the hatch, and you have the Clash play right below it, and you can just kind of stand there and burn away some of the utility placed in the hatch inside the server. Let's waste some time. That's what they're playing for. Macko get an early hold of the top floor, but that's nothing really surprising. Wylde not opting to play it, not opting to really try and fight it. They're quite happy just to give them that area of the map. They're really more focused on holding this middle portion. You can see an open area, Garen just sitting on the hatch, waiting for someone to drop, waiting for someone to take an engagement and make a mistake. But Macko, they're holding for now. Just making to do the due diligence to get as much information as possible before they pounce. Looks like Sneak's position has been given away. Still Macko. Still a little bit of time. They do get into open area eventually. They do manage to drop that hatch and get a bit more comfortable. And now comes the next task, opening up this server hatch.
That is indeed going to be opened. A bit of a buddy system coming in potentially soon between Evan and Bimsy. Again, those toxic babes, ideally it's important for you to be in a position where you're reading into what could be a server take here. making sure you have those toxic babes to deny the plant. You don't want to get too up close and personal. Bit of backup coming out from Garen as well. But again, Evan's just sat prettily happy in server room. He can just stay there for as long as he wants to. He'll waste so much time. We saw it the other weekend. He can go back into Dirt Tunnel. Nobody's going to do anything about it.
Yeah, as well. And you've also got the Tuberal wasting time on this hatch. Look how much has been wasted. They had their Rooney before that, and they still don't have this hatch open. So they still haven't been able to put pressure on. But speaking of pressure, Evan absorbs so much of it inside the server. There's fire in his face, and there's a gun now as Akwi removes him. Now that gives them the control of the server. Now they can look at getting a plant down. But there's still so much to get through. There's still the Goyle canisters. There's still the smoke babes in the pocket from Bimsy. And there's still a C4 from Garen. There's so much at the disposal here for Wylde to actually utilise and get rid of these players and deny so much time. The Macko, they have, at the very least, they've got the player advantage. They're rotating a player as well, Grace. They're wasting so much time. I'm a bit concerned here. Macko need to get a shift on. Flashbangs will go deep. The smokes are there to deny. There's going to be no way to step up here. Where's Dora with the diffuser? He's dropped the hatch. He is sticking it, but the C4 will finish him off. Lolo's now on his own, and there's nothing he can do. They delayed and delayed and delayed, and Wylde will indeed take the first map.
My. Wylde, I was not familiar with your game, as the saying goes. Again, statistically, this is a very confusing result. It's insane to me. Yes, Wylde, it's a phenomenal map. We even saw last weekend, and this is my concern, right? Last weekend, Wylde were doing some crazy business, right? Again, the Clash players in server. Look what's happened. Granted, this time, Akwi, I do believe Akwi rotated actually to get behind that Clash and deal with her. But it's again this idea of like, you know, Macko, when you've lost this map, it's been to the likes of G2. Surely you should be able to, you know, put your foot down. So many times Macko have been like, yes, EML, that's our goal, the T1 position. Put your money where your mouth is then, because Wylde, as again, ironically, this Wylde card, absolutely phenomenal stuff. That was the most incredible map approach I've ever seen. Being ratty, being creative, being a little bit zany with it as expected. But again, incredible plays coming out from Wylde, and that was a brutal beatdown, to be honest. Yeah.
The silver lining is, though, for Macko, is that they're going to Lair next. They've been really, really good on Lair in the last few months. They've already beat Wylde on Lair. They beat them 7-4 just a few weeks ago in the Swiss. So they've already done it. They've ran through this before. This is the first time that Wylde have taken a map off of Macko. Last time, Macko beat them 2-0. So there is a little bit of concern there. Macko need to wake up pretty quickly. They're going to their home turf, though. I kind of back them to probably get to that final map. But the thing is, Wylde have been looking good on Lair, to be honest. But we're going to have to wait to find out, because we're going to go to a very short break, and we'll see you back here for Lair.
Well, what a great start for Wylde here in this so important series. They find themselves on map point to book their spot in the EML for this upcoming year. Very exciting stuff, but they shouldn't be getting too ahead of themselves here because the next map will be that lair pick coming out from Macko themselves. But there was a whole lot of conversation between the two of you about the risky picks that Wylde were bringing into this one, the question marks we potentially had when they brought out the bank, given Macko's previous results on it, Grace. But I think it shows they have a solid bank and they're willing to take down a lot of teams on it.
100%. I mean, again, like, you do look at their win rate, it is a 65%, but I think the main factor for me was the fact that going into this, you know, Macko, when they had lost it, it was against those big dog teams. And I do think going into this also, Macko would have had the opportunity to look at how Wylde play bank and be like, okay, this is what they do, this is what we're vibing with, how do we counteract that? Especially knowing how Wylde play, right? They're gonna be creative, they're gonna be a little bit zany with it. You have to be prepared and expected, and there were a lot of moments where I was like, Macko are just giving up a lot of space when they don't really need to. And when you're doing things like that, you're allowing a team like Wylde to go super direct and be a little bit snazzy with it. Kind of, again, the vibes are immaculate on the side of Wylde, right? Vibes, and that really helps you when it comes to that kind of flow state that we see players talk about a lot. You know, it's this idea that when you're kind of vibing and you're really hitting all your shots, you just go from better to better to better throughout a map. And it was very clear that was the vibe from Wylde going into this. And again, even... yes, I love the fact that even with the clash situation, that server that time, we did see that rotation come through. But again, at that point, so much time being wasted. Macko, play around the timer a bit more, please.
I agree. I'll add on to that. I exactly. That's pretty much on the button in terms of what Macko need to adjust. Lair, after that map, I'm a little bit concerned for Macko if they don't wake up here, because Wylde have proven that they're pretty decent on Lair. Yes, Wylde have won it. Macko have won it against Wylde before, but after that performance on bank, I am really, really concerned about the mental aspect of this, because Macko have been pushing to get this spot for so long, and they almost feel entitled to it, and Wylde have essentially, in their eyes, kind of came out of nowhere and are challenging them for it.
Tim, you can't say this. I'm disappointed. We wanted a barn burner for this series, not a quick fashion for Wylde going into this map. I mean, it's looking really good for them. And like you say as well, Grace, I believe the vibes are probably at an all-time. This is the most important game in their career. We're talking about Wylde as the new kids on the block, essentially, because they've only been making up the step up to the main team in Wylde for about a few months now. Whereas the players on the side of Macko, they've been around for a very long time. We've seen these players attend an SI. We've seen players play tier 1 tournaments, play tier 2 tournaments. They've been around for a very long time. If they do not make it here, that is going to be a big disappointment for them. But they need to put everything in here that they have on their map pick layer if they want to keep themselves alive here. Obviously, there's a lower bracket if you lose, but you want to get that easy route into the EML. Can they do it? Can Macko bounce back? Or will Wylde have something to say about it? Let's go to lair to find out.
Well, Grace, map number 2. We're ready to go almost. Going to lair. I
have many things to say right now, Sham.
There's so much. We could yap all day about this map and what it means. Because first of all, it's a good map. I will not have mainly whip it in chat. Being like Lair's bad map or Lair, I don't like Lair.
I love Lair.
Lair's a good map. It's so unique. It's one of the only 2 maps in the game that have a basement that is not a basement. It's a fake basement, and anyone who says it's a basement is just lying, because there's doors on either side. You can just walk in. You can just walk in from either side, guys. It's crazy.
I mean, the problem with the basement on there, right, is that it's very much the idea if you've got these tight little corners, then you go into this massive space in the middle. That tends to be, in my opinion, the hardest site to approach, because you do have to go for a lot more map clearance. My main vibe when it comes to lair, I personally love it because I think that is the opportunity to go very fast and furious. I was actually explaining this to someone earlier in the day, because they were saying, I think lair's actually quite a big map, and I was like, no, if you actually look at it, look at that top-down view of it, you can see these very quick approaches that you make, especially on that top floor. You can kind of faff around a little bit trying to get clearance if you want to, but realistically you get stuck in very, very swiftly. Speaking of getting stuck in, Both sides starting to get stuck in with these operator bans. The Grim coming out from Wylde, the Blitz coming out from Macko. This means we've got a little bit of Blackbeard action potentially on the horizon. Of course, that Monty will be in play too. Most likely, we will see a lot of shield action coming in to this map. The Valkyrie ban, a bit of an El Clasico. Again, removes information from the hands of the defenders. I'm not sure how much bang for your buck you can really get out of Valkyrie on a map like Lair, but Wylde banning out the Clash is quite fun to see as well. They themselves have a great time using that kind of kit, but she can be really impactful, especially when it comes to these top floor holds, right? Think if people are approaching from operational, they're trying to contest against kind of Mez and server corridor, you can have a Clash fair and it's very difficult for the approach to come in from the attack. The mirror being brought to a table already from Wylde is stuff I really love to see. I think she's very, very impactful on a map like this. Again, especially when it comes to this top floor hold. Look where Garen is placing this mirror window, I would assume there. That's overlooking the easiest approach, in my opinion, to going for that mask execute, right? You go for operational, you deal with the mirror window there. There's even a window to the south here where you can kind of repel, and if you've got an Ash, you can maybe get rid of that window more effectively. But then you pretty much just have to worry about server corridor. You get that wall open, you go for the plant against a tight little corner that people have to have the right angle to throw throwable utility to deny that plant. And if you're playing aggressively around that doorway and you don't have that pressure come from server hallway, it's pretty much easy pickings. Wylde on the defense, they know what to do here. They are cooking. This is going to be a very exciting map indeed. Again, my most favorite map in the map pool at the moment is Lair. Macko, they love to bring it out with differentiating results at times. Let's see how they fare. Remember, Wylde, one map in their pocket. Don't make it too, Macko. Now's the time to pull your socks up. Get things done.
Let's see indeed. Macko starting off. A little bit of pressure already in the form of the Montaigne stepping up on top of that blue staircase. Already trying to get rid of some of the Banshees located around that mezzanine area. Or Sneak, the one in charge of holding on to that. Evan as well, both playing off one of another. Just trying to hold that area, which you did highlight as very, very instrumental in holding on the top floor of this map. And I should preface this map by saying that this has absolutely huge implications for EML. Wylde, just 9 months ago, they were just stepping up to Tier 2 for the first time. Now they're on the precipice of potentially going to Tier 1. Macko. First, a lot of pressure on them because in almost a decade since we've had a full Italian roster in EML and top flight as well. For now, trying to push and prod at this defense. You can see Lolo just heading up there with the Montaigne. Smoke just to deny for now, and Bimsey will be the one in charge of holding storage for now. All the smoke babes are gone here now, Grace.
It's very early as well, which could be a bit of a predicament. You do have C4s in the pocket though. Again, right now, if you're Macko, you just need to get stuck in. Ghosting of Mats. Ghost has been traded instantaneously, though. I love the absolute kahoonies right now on Bimsey. Just running out of the shotgun towards the Monty. Despite perhaps the lack of info on the horizon as to who's lurking around operational, who's lurking around that server hallway. Even main stairs, you have to be careful.
He knew that the cover had been dropped, so he tried to make something quick happen. Speaking of quick as well, 2 quick picks come across as Sneak will leave the round as well as Akwi. An immediate trade coming through again, back and forward, 3 apiece. And now 40 seconds on the clock. There's a bit of vertical getting done from below. Dora downstairs on the buck, the skeleton key at hand, opening up as much of this floor to really make Wylde uncomfortable here on the defence. Time is waning. Still, it holds at 3 members each. Smoke just to cover so that Lolo can push in, but the issue is he is not supported. Doesn't have anyone with him. This could be quite difficult. Does have a player now just lingering in from behind him, but has to be careful because Bimsey could just swing across instead. He just runs across the room, doesn't realise that the diffuser's going down next to him, but he reacts in time. Stops the diffuse from going off, and now there's only 5 seconds to utilise his Teb. Pops in, finds one, can't find the second. Evan reacts, and unfortunately will be removed, courtesy of a team kill, but Wylde, they'll get the first round on the board here on Lair.
Oh my god, that was a bit more chaotic towards the end, especially with that team kill, though. This is sometimes a difficulty with that top floor, and it's why, again, I really do prefer that people take the approach of, getting operational, getting mez control, and going for the mask plant instead, because I think 6 is a little bit too open. The 6 collapse is just a little bit too clunky, and in that moment, you've got a Monty going for the plant in that area. It's very open. There's lots of opportunities for flanking and moving around him, and there's not really too much cover at the same time. Also, maybe Macko had the wrong idea as to where these players were. They didn't quite have the info needed, but I do think it's a little bit clunkier. Speaking of clunky, we're going down to the basement, and as I touched on earlier, got these tight little corners that you have to approach with before a very large bit of space, and on both sides, to be honest, that can be a little bit precarious. Yes, the tight corners can often benefit the defense a little bit more, especially if you're playing with a shotgun, for example. But when it comes to this more open space, it can be a little bit more chaotic. That's why you need to have that top floor, not the top floor, the second floor pressure. You need to be holding on that 30. You need to have that extension. So for Macko right now, they need to go in, be taking something like a ram or a buck, for example, which isn't the case. It looks like they want to attack on the horizontal. That might be a little bit of an oversight, I fear. Wylde themselves bringing out the Pantheon shield, the Scopos for easy movement. Could even go for a retake if you want to. But again, you've got to have that pressure upstairs, that presence upstairs, Sham.
You tend to send Tab on his lonesome to do the vert and just try and use Sledge. They've done that quite a few times. Most of the time they play Lair, that's what they do. Actually came back to bite them a few times when they played Lair last week.
Yeah. And
this time I'm
he's
hoping
also squishy. He's very squishy, Sham.
Squishy. What does squishy mean? Can you clarify for the stream what squishy means?
So for example, if you're upstairs, you're trying to work verti and you're using the buggy, for example, you send it out, it will rip open the floorboards. If a C4 comes or people are trying to ego peek angles, you don't have to worry about being taken out. When you're Sledge, you have that hammer, the hammer's out, you can't switch to your gun as quickly as if you're using the skeleton key, so you're opening the floorboards, and it gives you a little bit of a back foot, really, to take gunfights on and to even, defend yourself against C4s, for example.
I'm glad you clarified that.
You're welcome.
You say it quite often, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know what you mean when you say this. This is one of your gracism words. And I'm like, I did think that's what you meant by it. I wasn't just assuming that you thought Sledge was a squishy operator. As in, physically.
I'm sure he's physically quite muscly, to be honest.
I'm sure he probably is.
Sure.
Tail of bottom floor layer tends to be a bit more one-dimensional than what you would think, just because, again, basement site, but it's a full basement site. You have doors on either side where you can just step into, and that's what Lolo is doing, just walking up to it, marching on ahead. Got a bit of support as well on the other side as Dora fells Garen. Mats as well as the second to leave the round, and spotted from behind. We'll find, I believe, Evan taken down. Now it's just Sneak and Bimsy. Now 2 versus 4. Lolo now attempt to go for the plant. Ghosts on the cover though as Sneak tries to come back in and pull back the round, but it's not going to happen whatsoever. Bimsy now in a 1 versus 4. Not really much you can do. Trying to come back to site, and there it is. Perfect example of the bottom floor of Lair playing out in the way that it always plays out. You just walk in a door.
I think that's where maybe you need to be playing around those corners more. As soon as you realize they're going horizontal, it's kind of like, okay, maybe we just play a little bit there. Again, a little bit more info needed on site as well, because often when you do have a site like that and you want to have that kind of extension to it, that requires a lot of intel utility on the site to give you that little overwatch, so to speak. So you can kind of see, okay, they are coming in here. It's the whole load of them. They're getting in, they're getting the plant down. Why not? Okay, long lines of sight. Why not bring out the Maestro and make him do something fabulous with the Alder, with the Evil Eyes?
It's an option.
Tis an option. Moving on though, again, 1 for 1. Macko piping up a little bit in chat, while probably not too Jimmy rustled by that. They themselves choosing to go to, again, what we could argue is a site where there is an obvious answer here, right? There is an obvious answer of just kind of getting a bit more stuck in, a little bit more quickly. Seems like they're really holding on to things upstairs themselves. Things might get a little bit more safe for them again. When it comes to that immediate approach, if you do want to immediately rip open the bunk's external wall and just stampede in and go for that direct and immediate execute, at least you've got one person inside, but two, everybody upstairs still. Everybody holding around that kind of R6 room position, especially Sneak here, you know, got that mirror window, but ultimately is holding on to those lines of sight into the site just in case there is that direct flood.
The thing as well for this site, for the vertical, it's not the best vertical to actually work with. There's a few sites in the game where you can hold them completely vertically, and you're kind of sitting there like, oh yeah, like this is pretty decent angles, but the angles that happen on this site aren't the best. So if you do go for that rush and they do decide to step into the site very quickly,
especially deep into bunks, right? Especially deep into bunks. Like, that's the thing. As the attacker, if you are going direct, you have to go deep into bunks. You can't dilly-dally. You can't dodge into briefing. You got to get real deep, and that's going to give you a little bit more cover.
I like this. I'll set up here from Lolo just outside the Skybridge window. Goes for the hop in. There is a grenade deposited just on top of that barbed wire to try and remove it. Sneak though inside the storage, holding on either side. Knows that there's going to be pressure starting to mount. Does have evidence support should he need them. Halfway through the round, and that mirror window now will be combust. Still, they hold Wylde. 4 members up here, by the way, for them. They're entirely focused on holding on to this. Sneak catches a flash of someone for a second there, but can't quite pull the trigger in time. As Boomsy takes quite a bit of HP damage. Still locked in the corner in storage, and eventually he falls. Also, Evan at the same time removed, and Macko, they're looking a bit better here on the layer. They're still trying to get rid of Sneak, who eventually will fall. Ghost over the top of the shield from behind, and that will boil us down. Does it wash eyes? Matt's from the reaction. He turns. I thought he was going to turn away from Teb. He steps back into the gunfight and at least gives him a lifeline in this round here, Grace.
100%. I'm not sure if Bunk's wall is open, actually, as well, because it did seem like Teb and Dora were a little split apart from one another, but obviously now you've lost Teb, you've lost those EMPs. If there is an electrical on the wall, it's going to be a little bit more awkward to get through it. So yes, you've got that top floor control, but in terms of horizontal pressure, you need to be careful, and here's that squishiness I'm talking about. Yes, you're making Verti, but Garen can start to fight back a little bit here, sending little cheeky pop shots. Has to be mindful, though. There we go. Ghost gets it. Beautiful pick.
This is quite sneaky here, though, from Mats. Waiting around the corner, waiting for a player to come down the staircase. But fortunately, that's a Blackbeard. Not one you want to come into an engagement with. And nothing you can do. At all. Not a single thing you can do about that. The laughs going out in chat. Macko look as though they've arrived a bit more here on layer than they did on bank. They're looking a bit better. Looking a bit more composed. First time they've led in the series. And that has forced Wylde to step back into a timeout for a second. That's cold from Teb as well, actually. Taking a pop shot at them, saying that they should go back to Tier 4 leagues. Well, they've been in Tier 2 for a while, and they've been doing pretty well. So, they want to get that Tier 1 spot. Is this the fastest promotion of a team in one go?
One thing I'll say, that is very rich coming from Macko, given what teams who frequently play in those T4 leagues did better than them in Rumble. So I'll sniff my nose a little bit at that comment, to be honest. Mind your manners, Macko. Mind your manners. Time out from Wylde. I think that's a very sensible thing to do at this stage, and that is 100% the stuff I love to see. They're on that more preferable side. Having as many rounds in on defense is always ideal, because as soon as you go on the attack, I do not doubt that Wylde will go very gung-ho, very direct, very fast and furious. We're mounting a pocket utility. Speaking of utility, that's always beneficial to have in your pockets. The Spec IO is coming out on Bimsy. Solus being brought out to play. Of course, you've got those prox mines. It's going to give you a little bit of audio. Presumably, this will be on the stairs or around there, maybe. They're not bringing the mirror window out, so that does leave a little tiny bit of a gap around operational. Again, if you've got the Melusi Banshees, if you've got some prox mines lurking about, you should be able to hear and tell if they're starting to approach you. You just don't have that comfort, that safety net of having the mirror window overlooking it. And again, at the same time, you're also in that regard, if there is a space there, there's also a heavy reliance there on Macko kind of taking that opportunity, finding that gap and going for it. They do themselves tend to focus more around the kind of 6 storage take. So we'll see if they go for much of the same. We'll see if they kind of apply that pressure. Maybe, again, a little pressure around courtyard balcony and then coming in through the storage side.
bit of quiet. Start the round off, of course. Just as Match will get themselves set up to the roof. Bandit charges plopped onto that wall for now. Is that a wide open barricade, that spot from Wylde? May have some sinister intentions from Boomsy. Downstairs. Checking on that later on. Lolo marching up to the storage side. The barbed wire there again. Right in his way. Will be met with Evan on the smoke. There is a Banshee as well that will slow him down for now. Oh, not much you can really do. Just waiting on the support. Dora has also managed to open up a wall elsewhere. I think that's the courtyard wall that has been opened. That is indeed, yes. So that's putting the pressure on directly onto the actual site. First minute. Relatively inconsequential so far.
Yeah, and Lolo's just gonna back away from that as well. Not willing to re-peek it.
He's like, guys, can I get some support here maybe?
But this is the thing at the same time, right? Again, they're going on this storage focus. They're a little bit like, okay, fair enough, but we do need... There's easier routes here, right? Ghost has dealt with Sneak. Ooh, Mats is going to fall as well, but Ghost gets traded by Evan. Nice little situation to be in. Again, Bimsy still having that spec IO. He can work out where those drones are. He can work out where this approach may additionally come from. How many dimensions to this prong? The plant is going down. C4 will be ripped out. And Monty to cover for it isn't the most ideal. The res can occur. At least that's taken Dora off the plant. The Monty is causing a little bit of a nuisance here. Smoke's going out. That's blocking off the line of sight as well. Pandemonium on site. This Wylde desperately trying to hold on to things. Toxic Babes going out. That should delay things somewhat. But Dora is able to deal with Garen. Evan are left in a 1 versus 4. Can't do it. Acqui is there. And again, Matchko just exploiting the fact that they'd almost baited around the storage side. Wylde were put into a very difficult situation of being held almost around that kind of storage 6 position.
It was a very, very strange round from both teams there. I thought they were going to plant. Didn't plant at all. Kind of dilly-dallied, stepped in and out. Matchko, I think they got a bit fortunate there. Wylde tried to be a bit aggressive on just outside the storage. The triple swinged Ghost. Triple swung Ghost. He gets a double off the back of that. Eventually he's traded, but they tried to kill the cover. They did that the last time when the Montaigne was pushing onto that storage door. They killed the player that was covering him, and then that meant they got control of the round. They tried to do the same play again. Ghost was wise to it, react quicker, and he gets a double off of it. So I think that Wylde will probably be kind of kicking themselves for that decision, maybe, and maybe, you know, maybe not be as aggressive. But Matchko looking so much better than what they did on Bank.
10 seconds to go.
Now down to the fabled basement site, which I've still never really seen a team like give me like a convincing defensive hold for this.
There's definitely a lot that can be worked out. Again, at the start of the year in the SILCQs, we saw a lot of nice stuff coming out from kind of the higher T1 teams, right? And there was a few things being cooked there. Again, the attacks were pretty much as we expected to be. This kind of meta rolling out based on the layout of the map, essentially. But yeah, the basement defenses were still a little trickier for a lot of people. Again, some people bringing out the old Maestro, just a bit of cover. We have the Spec IO once again being brought to the table on the side of Wylde. That's going to give you a lot of info to work with. Yeah, if you can work out where that push is coming from, you can start to coordinate yourself accordingly, get to some more better positions. Maybe replace a few bits of utility if needed.
They've tried to extend there. Mats has tried to be a bit more aggressive by bringing the castle and playing inside of that warehouse. Because that's where the point of pressure was the last time from Matchko, where they just got LOL just to force these players back. And he's doing it again. The first minute, and Wylde have just had to concede that entire part of the map. Matt slowly responds, though, by killing Ghost, at the very least. So yes, there's pressure mounting on Evan here as he manages to step back. A bit overzealous for a second, but it's alright. Halfway through the round, they've got the player advantage in their pocket. Now they just continue to just invite. Matchko, though, they're not all that bothered about doing too much vertical, other than just putting Teb up there on his lonesome just to do some work. Sneak is still up on that top floor, though, with the Solace. You have to bear that in mind.
Yeah, and again, that's a great opportunity to hold for that plant.
Bomb located.
Using that Spec IO to see the diffuser going down. Teb has fallen. 3 versus 5. But be careful here. Ball's going through. That's going to get Sneak caught off guard. And that's what Spec IO got. And not just that, but the cams are being hacked, Sham. And that is absolutely massive now for the side of Macko. Loads of info right now for Ghost to snuffle up for his teammates from the grave.
Yep, that's exactly right. And can continue to feed that back to this attack as they continue to put pressure in. Lolo stepping all the way up. He's all the way into Toxin at this point now. But Dora just joined at the hip with him, right behind. Sends the smoke deep as well, just to cover off that doorway. Maybe try and force the swing to come through. Match Slow has a response. It's Akwi that falls, and now it's just Dora and Lolo together. Right next to each other, trying to find pressure, trying to find a gunfight, trying to isolate someone on Wylde. Mats is taking quite a bit of damage, but every way that Lolo turns, he finds himself feeling pressure. He's also lost his support at the same time, and Wylde, they've won the round right off the back of the timeout. The conversion works. And would you look at that? 3-1. 3-2, even.
That's a great place for Wylde to be. I really don't think Wylde are going to have too much of a hard time on the attack on there, given what we've seen from them, especially over the last 2 weekends, right? So right now, this is very 50-50 still on how this map is going to go, in my opinion. Because again, yes, statistically, this does slightly favor Macko just a little bit more.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's a 38% win rate for the side of Wylde, compared to Macko on that 71%. But granted, even when we've seen some of these maps play out before between these two, there's been a lot that needs working on, and really it's going to come down to whoever's worked on it the most, right? Whoever's gone to that drawing board and been like, these are the mistakes that are happening, this is how we fix it.
Cheeky little sentry coming through from Boomsy, bringing along the C4 and the shield combination. Everything else pretty standard, but it always piques my interest if someone opts to bring the sentry.
Locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers
Love the pocket strike coming up from Macko. The glass action. Bit of Nook. Again, the beauty of Nook is that she can sneak into these positions, usually on a solo push. Catch some of these defenders off guard. But you have to be careful about where you're going in, right? You have to be careful about the approach you want to take. This opportunity for going into warehouse here, all the way down in the basement, sneaking slowly but surely around.
Who's given Macko permission to do a pocket strat? This isn't like them. This isn't like them.
Well, it's a thing. Look, Teb already in warehouse. As predicted, this thing, you bring up the Nook, it's always going to be that push from the basement. He'll come up some stairs at some point. And that's the aspect, right? You got to be careful. You got to listen to things just on the horizon.
Oh no. Lolo takes so much damage there. Just shows a little bit too much to himself there. Akwi just getting aggressive as well, bringing the glass, just stomps right through the smoke and remove Boomsy. Trying to step up the staircase, Lolo. Evan removing Akwi elsewhere. That is the glass gone. Whoa! Keep a barricade just ejecting in time to stop Sneak from taking too much pressure there, as two members of Macko did try to attack him there, but he's alright for now. Sneak's still just trying to waste as much time up here. It is that middle floor. We've seen Sneak in this position so many times. Bank, last time, wasting his entire life. Entire minute and a half to 2 minutes just in a position, just knowing how hard he has to fight for it, and that's what he's doing just now. Looks as though there's been a call, though, from Evan and Mats to move around the map a bit more. Sneak now is death marked. And this isn't going to be a fun engagement as Lolo lingers just outside here, Grace.
This is the thing that's slightly scary for me as well. Teb, relatively close to Garen. Could potentially catch him a little bit off guard there. They're not careful. Garen, there we go. Deals with Teb. Massive play. Huge play. You've lost that one prong of your approach here. You've got to be careful, though. A few spray and prays occurring. A lot of face checking going on right now. A lot of attempts to pre-fire towards the opposition. Pandemonium sides trickle from both these sides. Lolo down and out for the count. Surely to the face as Dora will fall as well. Goes on left and a 1vx. Can't do it. Pokeball to the face. And he will fall. Wild. Wowsy.
We get skill gap.
Of course, the old chat is always going to pop off a little
There
bit.
you go.
We got that free split now. We got that free split.
They got the 3-3 split. This is setting much better for Wylde. Macko, they got off to a good start, and they've kind of let it slip a little bit there. They've kind of left the door open, just ever so slightly ajar for Wylde to come back into this.
Attackers need to locate
Bit
and defuse
of a chaotic
the bomb
round off the
to
bat. Now, Macko, they go into the defense, and again, this is their map pick. They'll be probably more comfortable in this scenario, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have a decent half. But this game is really it's surprised me so far of how good Wylde have been looking.
No, 100%. But again, like I do think a big part of it is the fact that Wylde have been a bit more gung-ho about things. And what I mean by that is, again, the constant pre-fires going on. As soon as they get an inkling of where that push is coming from, they're just spraying and praying around these corners like it's no tomorrow. And that's very difficult to deal with if you're Macko. You have to be in a position where you're like, hey, yeah, I can win my ones, but if you don't have the right information to know that they're about to kind of peek you or they're in the XYZ position, that can fall out of hand real quick, right? And again, I love the approach they had. They had that look for that additional prong, but it just got taken off guard because they weren't reactive enough. They weren't assertive enough, I feel, with that kind of push, and that's when you see things falling apart very, very quickly. Now, it's a 3-3 split, so it really can go either way. I will die on that hill when it comes to lair. And right now, you've got people like Sneak on the Blackbeard, you've got the aura coming out from Evan as well, and when you're attacking this top floor, that's a nice approach in my opinion. Again, you can cut off some of these rotations in the doorways.
Sneak just outside the bathroom for now on the Blackbeard. Just tossing in some of the nades just to try and cause a bit of a nuisance, a bit of a distraction. They have brought along the aura to got some of those, I guess, line of sights. Maybe a little pocket strat. You know, Wylde like to try something new. First minute already taken away here. Round number 7. Sneak now with a rotate into the back end of the site. Oh, a shotgun to the face of Lolo. Boomsy getting aggressive. The smoke didn't care, didn't mind. He was like, yeah, I'm not bothered. Don't care that you're trying to smoke me out. I'm just going to step up. Lolo trying to clamber to safety. He will be claimed eventually from a nade of Sneaks. Now the man advantage in favour of Wylde here on the defence, and that's a very aggressive reinforcement to go for, but it works. Absolute madness there. I don't know how he's managed to get that away. And now the bandit trick at the same time. Teb, the aggression. What a utility performance that is to slow down this approach from Wylde inside the storage.
100%. Like, again, you're just going for a play like that just because you can, and Wylde were unprepared for it. Wylde weren't reacting quick enough. Macko catching them a little bit off guard there and putting themselves in a safety position, turtling down a little bit more on site.
Now they'll be able to open it up. They've got the Deimos down below to remove that bandit charge. Still on a knife edge here for this round. 4 each currently, as they now look to go for this execute. The home panel in hand, ready to go from Evan as they are starting to formulate an idea of a push here, but they're going to be slowed down here as Teb's still getting aggressive, but he'll fall! They've closed that door on the other side so they can now push in at the same time, but Dora at least clambers back in, removing Evan. 3 apiece here, 20 seconds. Wylde needs to get a shift on. Boomsy attempting to go for the plant. Matt's outside on the window for now. Takes an engagement and loses it. Garen as well, finishing off Ghost. And it's back and forward. Matt's now falls. And Macko, they'll find themselves another round here on lair.
Sausage behavior right now from Wylde, to put it bluntly. Like, there's so many things that were going right for them, but little tiny sloppy mistakes. And again, things like Macko getting away with daylight robbery at times. Like, again, that reinforcement should not have been allowed to happen.
Insane.
They're way too slow on the take there. Insane stuff, by the way. Insane. Again, it really looked like it was spiraling back into Wylde's favour. Unfortunately, yes, you're covering for the plan. You're being a bit aggro on the window. But that line of sight works both ways, and when you're holding a pixel angle like that, all they have to do is kind of spray and pray. You're the one trying to find that little tiny pixel. They're the one that can just kind of do it a little bit more sloppily, and they'll get it in the bag. Good assertive behavior coming out from Macko, contesting against everything Wylde were trying to do. Every single push, every single bit of cover, Macko were on it like a car bonnet.
I love plays like that. I love little intricacies. You keep a little reinforcement in the pocket, you pull it off. Yeah, it's a bit of a risk, but when it works, oh my god, it looks brilliant. Down to the bottom floor here now for Macko. That basement site, bringing along the castle, shoring up some of those doorways, make it a bit slower here for Wylde to try and approach. The double SAS duo coming through as well from Ghost and Teb, bringing along the smoke and mute respectively. On that attacker side, also got the Maverick. Boogie devices coming through in the hands of Mats here on the Ram, and now looks as though Wylde are just going to prod at these doorways. Not really quick to the march for now. Open up this warehouse wall. Evan getting on the drones and trying to get some information. Start to flesh out this round a little bit here, but the first 45 seconds already surpassed here. And not really all that much being done here from Wylde.
Yeah, half your drone's gone. And you've not even got to the halfway point. It's a little bit awkward. Have to be careful about that. No intel ops on the attack right now. Have the Ram. Have that sledge as well. The Ram can give you a little bit of a safety net with Verti, as we've spoken about time and time again. You know what? Air jabs coming out from Sneak's going to be maybe a little bit of a benefit. Garen will deal with Acqui. Castle panels will still be out and about, but that's at least first blood going in the favour of Wylde. No trade coming through either, as the buggy starts to rip open those floorboards and give them these aggro lines of sight towards the objective.
This is kind of dangerous positioning from Evan as well. He's pushed up into warehouse and he's holding quite far. The danger is that Macko might not be aware of that and they might lose a member, but if they are, that's where the diffuser is. Oh no. He's moved, he's rotated across to the bottom of the yellow staircase. Didn't get too aggressive and step up. Bimsy though will get aggressive and remove Teb off the back of some of that vertical. Absolutely excellent work so far here from Wylde to establish that two-man lead. Entering the final minute of the round, Dora hit the prone angle, holding off some of that vertical. The smoke and the fire will try and deny Wylde, but Evan doesn't care. Just runs right through it. Stomping up into sight. Goes as far as he possibly can. He will lose a member on the other side, but he does not mind whatsoever. Lolo and Ghost together to deny here, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Evan will probably get this diffuser down. Doesn't happen. Just in time, Ghost pulls it back. 2 each now. He'll find himself a double. The rookie stepping up. And Bimsy in a 1v2. Wylde will let that round slip through their fingers. And now a smoke to slow down Ghost. Shotgun close.
15 seconds.
We have a circular action as they both move round one another. They don't know the exact position. Lolo trying to support from the backside as well. But Bimsy trying to hunt. And Ghost has found a triple. Macko, when they needed it there, Ghost steps up. 2 versus 4. Acqui's immediately into the chat to let them know that that should have been a round they had.
100%. 100%. I think everyone knows that. Everyone saw that. The issue here again, right? I will say this. I am a massive fan of when players just tank a bunch of util because they're like, you know what? I reckon I can get into that nice little bit of cover. But yes, there's Toxic Babes. Yes, there's Vulcans. I'm just going to send it. That is one of my favorite things to see players do. It's very assertive, very aggressive, but it can give you a nice power position to work on. So how, when you're in this power position, you're getting into sight, you're getting those plants down, you've tanked a load of util in order to do so, are you then just going to let Ghost turn around and clean you up like that? Absolute daylight robbery. Absolute shenanigans. 10-5, by the way. 10-5.
Insane. From Ghost. I can't overstate how big this is for all of these players, but especially Ghost. Just a few months ago, he was just playing ranked. That was it. He had no competitive experience whatsoever.
Great point.
Gemini left after the SI quals, and they needed to pick up someone. They wanted to stick with this ethos, this a super Italian team that they've been trying to build, and they thought, yeah, we'll bring in a new player. We'll mold someone into the position that we want, and that's exactly what they've done.
Precisely. Yes, albeit they did have him as a sub at times, but mostly he was just in the shadows, as you say, being that ranked star. He knew the guys well, so certainly in terms of vibes and communication, things are fine, but this was a new ball game for him, and he's hit the ground running. We've said this time and time again. 2 KD right now, alongside that 1.25 KPR. It's really good going throughout this map for that young gunner.
And rounds like that one that just passed where he's taking it by the scruff of the neck and being like, yeah, I'm gonna make a play here. Yeah, we're 2-4 down. And I kill the planter, we've not got the right cover. So you want, I thought I was gonna go post plant that full time, but it doesn't happen. Round number 9 though. And this is the best that Macko have looked. They've opened up a gap of 2 rounds. Head down into that bunk site. Dora just getting rid of some of the drones. On the top floor though, Boomsy's brought along that glass. A glass action here alongside the gridlock of all operators. You don't get to see gridlock all that much, Grace.
Big Wonder herself. Track singers can be very, very useful though, especially when it comes to holding, little positions where you don't want people to come sneaking behind you. Things like stairs, even pushing back aggressive swings on certain corners. If you know the defense are there, you can sometimes lob them out. It gives you that extra bit of cover. Now, Wylde. Let's be careful here. A lot of you still being sent upwards, it would seem. The smoke all the way on that top floor. Sending out those toxic babes. Dealing with pressure on the horizontal. I can respect it.
Yeah. That's can I. Evan now, trying to put pressure directly onto the site. Knows where a couple of them are, and the smokes will come through to deny it. They're just ignoring the top floor hold from Macko. They're just trying to step in and find a gap, but Dora will bury Garen. Still trying to stick the diffuser through. I think he spots him just in time. That's twice now. Macko absolutely no right to pull that one back, and Mats is in a 1 versus 4. They're looking to go into map point. Huge from Macko. Yes, you spot the gap from Wylde, but Macko, they're looking good.
Nah, no way is that occurring. No, absolute shenanigans. Right, well, at that point, they're like, you know what, go direct. Try and force that plant. We'll get stuck in. We'll go for something slightly off and make sure that we have the smoke to cover. First of all, spray and pray through the smoke deals with one player covering for that plant. Then they just literally run up and kill the player planting in the smoke. Okay.
It nearly worked, though.
Okay.
It was so close. And I get it, because you've seen how aggressive Macko were on that top floor, and they went, yeah, I don't know. Don't know if I want to do that. Let's try something different. I get the vision. However, now we're on map point, and now this could be going to a third map.
I'm at this point, surely it gets to the third map.
I mean, surely.
Like,
the thing is, though, and this is the thing a lot of teams forget about, is, yes, you win the first map and you set yourself up good, but the issue is if you lose the second map, momentum is a huge factor. Absolutely massive factor. Because then the winning team, they go into that last map, they're feeling warmer, they're feeling better, they're feeling stronger, and they can just continue on. And that is a bit of a concern for me here, for now, because Wylde, they've really struggled here earlier.
My main concern as well is that we would be going on to the 3 Cs. It's like Consulate, right? It's the third and final map where, yes, Wylde, they have a 71% win rate on it, but that's from playing it 7 times, right? Winning 5, losing twice. Macko have an 82% win rate, which, to be honest, that's a disgusting statistic in itself. Yeah. But 14 wins on that, 3 losses. You know, you're playing it 17 times. A lot more experience playing it in officials as a result, right? So it's gonna be a bit of an uncomfortable one. And again, well, they need to pull their socks up because there's been these moments of brilliance, and then suddenly it's getting a little bit silly.
Yeah. Umzi here as well, doing a lot of face checking on that middle floor. Trying to move through with the knock, trying to find a gunfight, trying to catch someone out. Lolo's already somehow managed to lose their Pantheon shell, so that won't come into play later on. Actually takes some damage as well. Wylde. Looking a bit scattered at the minute. Doing some vertical play from below Evan. You can see Bimsy eventually gets to the top of the staircase to try and find an engagement. Mats has also found Lolo, and Bimsy will come out on top versus Ghost, the young gunner put in the grave. It's the hope here for Macko is that the hit points aren't looking too hot for Wylde right now. It's still Bimsy marches. Surely not going to get another one. He does! He manages to find Dora as well. And now he's right outside the site. He continues on. They've actually dropped the hatch as well. They don't want to take that engagement. Want to try and change it around. That he's had at least a response. Gets a double response, actually. Surely not 3 rounds in a row that Wylde let slip. Teb eventually falls, and now it is just Acqui. Can't do anything about Boomsy, who's lingering right behind them. Wylde, they hold on inside of Lair.
Certainly so. Still in it to win it. But even more importantly, at least getting more rounds on the table. So even if they lose, it's a bit more of a dignified loss at that point. Right now, still a lot of tension on the side of Wylde. Yes, they've got that map in their pocket, but again, it's dangerous to let this go to the third map. It's dangerous to enable Macko to go to one of those free Cs. Saw it with Eminem the other week, right? That chalet. You don't want to do it to yourself. I think Consulate has the same kind of vibes. Consulate actually having a slightly more high win rate compared to Macko Chalet, and that should send a very big point home right now. Chalet being that 81% win rate, Consulate being the 82. The free Cs, those default maps, Macko, they know them like the back of their hands. And Wylde right now, there's been so much promise here to cause such a significant upset. And for what was initially the academy team being picked up as that main roster, it really would be a fairy tale story for Wylde to snuffle that EML spot away from the hands of Macko.
Stats. Yep, it is tense. The stats, of course, they lean in Macko's favour. But we've seen what complacency can do. GK already out of the competition. A team that people were like, yeah, they'll just make it through. You might as well just be like, yeah, cool. You might as well just call them already. And they're out of the competition. No one is safe at this level. Absolutely no one. You have to just turn up on the day. You just have to perform. Right now, Macko, they're in control of Lair, but Wylde still have a couple of rounds to bring it back. Evan's already taken quite a bit of damage in the opening minute or so of this round. Now making some work of that vertical using the skeleton key. This little setup here with the shield as well, right, playing behind each other. You've got Teb with the Tachanka ball operator. It doesn't happen that often. They won't get to do anything this round. Evan on the reverse cycle through that vertical will remove him. And the Italians suffer their first loss here on this round.
No trade. Also, more pretty, the Tachanka going, right? I love when people bring Tachanka out. Gives you a bit more bang for your buck in terms of number of mollies and how you can constantly send those out in almost a flurry, right? And really delay things, especially used in conjunction with Smoke and those toxic babes. Does allow you to burn out that timer more and more and more. You've lost that now. A heavy dependence on Lolo, already sending out a pre-placed toxic babe. Wylde in a good position. The buggies and the skeleton key will start to rip open. More and more pressure towards the heads of Macko as well. So where you need a little bit of rotation. Bimsy already at the bottom of blue stairs with that Dokkaebi. Shoots out the goo instantaneously. More cool in pocket. Has to be careful. Getting a little bit cheeky here. Looking for an opening. Retoro being sent in just to deal with that shield, I would assume.
Does it get
up
it?
An additional line of sight.
It just gets it.
Really struggling to deal with Acqui right now.
Yeah, really tough time of it. Acqui holding on for dear life. They have got rid of his shield now as well, and they do open up that wall to make sure he moves. He goes back again. I don't know how he's crisscrossed away from that death. Ghost with a super shotty to the face of Evan elsewhere finds himself now in 12 and 7 kills. What a performance he is having so far. Boomsy prone. Now, holding an angle right across the site. Anyone who crosses it will likely lose their life. So Macko have to be careful. They have to be mindful of it. Mats is on the other side as well. Oh, he will have received the call that Ghost is playing inside of Stockroom. Very close. Super short. He swings out again. Ghost has been unstoppable so far. Lolo's also got himself a double, and now it's just Sneak to deny a third map. He finds one kill. Can he find a second? No, he can. Lolo's there, and we will be going all the way to Consulate. It is a 3-map Scorcher. That's what we wanted. Both teams fighting for it. What a day of Siege we're having here.
100% the free map series. This is what we want all of this weekend, to be honest, because remember, everyone at home, This is the creme de la creme of T2, but not only are the creme de la creme of T2, but they want to be going into that T1 league. They want to be an EML, so they have to put on these high performances. Every single series this weekend should be going the full hog. It should be going to that third map, and we should be seeing a lot of overtime. But so far in this series, yes, we're going to that third and final map, but it's been a very unusual series so far in terms of expectations going in and what's actually happened, Jam.
Well, the thing is, going into the third map, it's now just a best of one. That's it. That's it. One singular map between you and an EML spot. You're potentially... One of these teams will be a tier 1 team after this map. Of course,
crazy.
It's going to be Consulate. It's a high pressure moment for everybody involved. I'm so excited to go for it, but we are going to have a very short break before we come back for that final map.
Well, this is starting to look more like the banger series that we wanted for this qualification game to the EML. As you already heard Chem say prior to the break, one more map. And after that map, one of these two teams will be a tier 1 team. They'll make it to EML. And I'm glad to see Macko fight back here on this second map. I think Yuzu already talked about some really important performances from a player like Ghost. Definitely stood out there. And I think as well, Grace, there were definitely some moments where Wylde were making mistakes and Macko were able to capitalize off of it perfectly.
Yeah, 100%. There were a lot of times where I was like, especially after that first map, I was like, surely Wylde have this in the bag now. And again, there was kind of this inkling of this kind of almost heartbreak story just on the horizon, especially when you give it, like, you know, how much Macko have actually done in the last 9 months or so. And it was kind of like, is this really going to happen? These wild cards kind of coming out and in them on the ropes a little bit. But ultimately, Wylde just sloppy mistakes there. Sloppy mistakes. And Macko just sailing away with it in the end.
Yeah, they look better at the end. There was a point where maybe in that round, just before it kind of got a bit more chaotic, but I thought they might come back into it well. They might close that gap. It was getting a bit, and I was kind of like thinking that Macko's mentality might falter a little bit. Ghost, though, stepped up huge. Absolutely massive player for them on that map. That's what you want from your rookie when you take a risk to bring someone in new and they step up and win new rounds. Yeah, because you can look at statistics and be like, oh, this player's got so many kills and stuff like that, and go, oh, they must be so good. And some of them could be completely meaningless, but they were impactful kills. He outright won them a couple of rounds in that, and there's a few rounds where Wylde absolutely should have either kind of closed them out, and it should have been a closer game. But Macko, that's what they needed. They need someone to kind of step up, and I'm kind of thankful that it did, because I wanted this to go to 3 maps, and no, it's the best of one shootout.
Yeah, that's obviously what we want for a series like this. We don't want it to be like a one-side run over from either team here. But yeah, like you mentioned, really some impact plays coming out from Ghost. I felt the same for a player like Dora and Acqui as well. So that kind of balances it out as a full team with players that have each got their individual moments coming into this map. This balances it out in a 1v1 now. We need that final decider map, which is going to be Consulate. And Chem, you've already mentioned this is indeed a rematch from what these two teams were playing against each other earlier in the Swiss stage. That was a 2-0 for Macko. This would have been the decider map then as well. So we're getting it this time around. But Grace, you said I wouldn't let Macko go to one of the big three Cs.
Yes, 100% no. Like, it's one of the 3 Cs, and again, even more so than Chalet, this is even better. By 1%, albeit, yes, that is a tiny percentage, but it's still one of their best maps, and that is a dangerous situation to be in. I do understand that Wylde themselves are looking at that and being like, well, it's also, you know, a really good win rate for us. We've got 71%, but they've played it 7 times compared to the amount of times that Macko played, which I believe is 17. At that point, it's like, okay, is this going to come down to the analysis then looking at the VODs of Macko and being like, specifically in terms of qualitative data, this is what is happening and this is how we're going to counteract it? Because realistically, kind of going in and trying to win off vibes alone is not going to cut it this time, especially on a map like this, especially when Macko have just had that little comeback on map number 2 and they're going to be going into it all guns blazing.
Yeah, this is a big game. This is a really, really big map. I can't stress it how many times we can talk about it. We can build attention for how big this actually is. The thing is, Grace, you mentioned how good it is and how well Macko played on maps. You know, the main 3. The thing is Wylde banned the other 2. And they only got 2 bans at the start, so there's not really. You're going to probably end up going to one of them anyway. So, I guess.
Yeah.
It's fine, I guess. I don't know. They're just like, I'm looking at it like I'm trying to find something for Wylde that it's not just to feel like, oh, this map's going to be bad for you guys, but because you've not played it as much. But they'll have a reason for letting that go through.
Yeah, I think a really big point here, Anne, is, to be honest, like, if you're Wylde right now, you should have done your homework here, worked out specifics of what Macko do, finding those gaps in their approach to Consulate, for example, and just adapting it. And again, Wylde do these incredible creative pocket strats, allow for moments of aggression that does give them a lot of space very, very quickly. That's what I want to see from them going into this. At the same time, Macko, they're in a power position, I'd argue. But again, judging how map number 1 went, do we really need to deeps for data that much? Who knows?
No.
No, and I think as well, after we talked about the vibes being really high on the side of Wylde after that first map, right? I mean, it showed that even that doesn't really guarantee you anything for that second map, because apparently the vibes from the side of Macko were even better going into this series. But our game is almost ready. As we said, the most important best of one, essentially, what it comes down to for these two teams. I want to hear from you two. Doesn't have to be very long, just a team that you think is going to win this series, and we've called an EML team after this one. Chem, you go first.
I think I'm going to be boring, I guess, and I think I'll probably say the match will probably get it done. And I'm not going to lean on the fact that on the statistics. What I am going to lean on is just momentum. They won that last map. They looked better at the tail end of it. They looked like they were warming up, and I think that that'll be enough to kind of push them over the line on Consulate.
If you asked me at the start of the series, I would have said Macko based on statistics alone. But again, given how things went on that first map, I'm just going to say Wylde. I think Wylde might be able to surprise them here, catch them a little bit off guard and really get into their heads. But ultimately, you know, I'd like for the data to be correct.
I totally get you though, but I feel you two mentioned already pocket stress as well, Wylde being a really good team at that. I feel Consulate obviously is a map that once you get on the attacks, there's definitely an opportunity for a pocket strat or one or two there on their side. But as we talked about it, this is probably one of the most important maps that either of these players are going to play in their career. If you lose, it's still okay. You still have that lower bracket final and eventually a rematch later on, but you want to make sure you win this map to be calling yourselves an EML team after this one, to make that big step up to tier 1, which all these players have been dreaming about for a very long time. So the match should almost be ready. Let's get into it. Consulate is our final map of the series to determine who's going to be an EML team after this.
It is indeed Consulate. Macko versus Wylde. The good luck, guys, rings out in chat because this is a big game, a big map. Absolutely huge for both of them. Promotion is on the line. It's been a long time since we've had it, Grace, but it is here. One of these teams at the end of this map will be a tier 1 team, and for some of these players, that's the first time ever.
100% do or die, now or never. And again, one thing to consider here, Macko, these Italian wonder boys, they have been backed by that org for a long time now, coming together in September and sailing through the T2 circuit time and time again, putting up incredible performances. The roster change, Gemini going out, and Ghost coming in. It didn't impact anything. Ghost has been phenomenal. We saw in that last map. Can he keep up with it? Can Macko keep sailing forward? Wylde, on the other hand, again, it's a lot of confidence that the org have in them to be like, now we're making you our main roster. We're sending you into things and you're gonna put on an absolute show and performance for us, and certainly that is something that Wylde have done. But can Wylde get that EML spot? Wouldn't that be massive? But again, for Macko, they'd be arguing it's way overdue for us. We deserve it.
Yeah, they would.
We want it more than anything, and this is where things need to get very intense indeed. The lock-in needs to be absolutely concrete, Sham.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely does. Speaking of locking in, we have locked in a few of the bans. Of course, Blitz, Valkyrie from Macko, and Clash and Grim from Wylde. I don't think I'm looking at that too overtly and thinking that that's too crazy. I guess maybe the Clash from Wylde is a bit more surprising. Lolo does enjoy playing on the Clash, though, on Consulate, so maybe a little target ban, but Wylde also like to play it, so hey ho. We'll see. We'll see if there's method in the madness. So top floor is where we head to the first time, and we're getting a little bit of a treat. Skopos to start things off here from Wylde. Not really been on that impactful over the weekend though.
10 seconds to go.
No, I think that's the thing. Whenever I see the Skopos, I'm always like, okay, great, loads of movement, loads of potential for flanks, loads of potential for retakes, but we haven't seen it come through as well as it can. That's a very good point to make, Sham. A little bit lackluster from the Skopos plays thus far. Potentially in the hands of Mats right now, we might be able to see something a little bit golden. Of course, we are going to start in that top floor position. Again, it does give you a lot of little nooks and crannies to hide behind since the changes to this map, but at the same time, that can be nooks and crannies that the attack can use themselves, especially when you've got the Blackbeard in play. Shield ops can be so powerful. Ooh, I think that was a little bit of a missed shoot. Dealing with one of those mute jammers of your own util is a little bit unfortunate, but well, right now it's a pretty sturdy setup that they've got going. Very safe, very reliant on denying information and hiding around corners, as expected.
I think this is also going to be a pretty standard take here from Macko. There's a bit of focus on that main window just into sight. You can already see the flames are getting burned away. Boomsy though starts things off very quickly. killing off Teb at the top of this yellow staircase, which has always been such an important part of this map, even before the rework. There's always putting... It's never not going to make me laugh every single time somebody does something, especially Boomsy. Just immediately trying to josh up Teb a little bit and just try and get in the head a little bit there and get, see if they can do something. The shotgun on Thatcher is definitely a choice, but I'll see if Dora is cooking something well down below. You've got Akwi on the buck opening up as much of that floor as possible so they can set up this execute.
% having those smoke bolts, one being sent out by Lolo. Presumably this is a wait. Try and get stuck in. There we go. Dora getting stuck in. Could try and attempt the plant, but the toxic wave's there. He has to jump back out again. Ghost will fall.
Huh. A bit of a strange choice there. Not quite sure how Ghost was removed. But Akwi's going to remove Matt's on a rotate downstairs. Just unfortunate timing as Mats was trying to make something happen. Caught out. And another round. Oh, what a shot! Sneak with a swing onto Lolo. There's another player close by though. He's conscious of someone below. Sneak finds himself down but not out. And the shotgun of the Thatcher trying to get more and more aggressive. Evans also removed. And now it is just Garen trying to go for a plan here. Doro, they can hear it and they have a red ping on it. Close for the bailiff though. I think he's going to try and recover Sneak. He knows where one of them is. He knows one's on the rappel. Has to step off it for a second because he thinks he's getting aggressive. Still just going to waste time. He knows now he can't go back for Sneak. He just swings straight out with the bailiff.
Oh, nah.
Puts Dora in the mud. Not a chance that you could do anything about it there, Dora. They tried to cover him. Sneak, not on great HP, but Akwi's down below. He's not going to get back to sight in time. He's only got 8 seconds here, but it's just a 1v1. If he can isolate Garen, he could win the round, but Garen's going to be long gone. He's hightailed it out of there. He's miles away. And the defense, Wylde. They'll start off with a round here on Consulate.
Oh, Akwi, that is unfortunate. Again, we spoke of this last map, sometimes players just tanking through utility and being like, yeah, what of it, whatever. Sometimes you have to go a bit aggro and do something dangerous. Pushing through the line of sight and not being punished for it and then just being like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to pistol whip you and you're out now. There we go. What are you going to do? You're rappelling on the window, your teammate's dead. Kit's down. I can rotate again. I can rotate back out of that corner position. Like, there's 2 moments where Akwi could have got that shot and it did not happen, and that is massively unfortunate. Wylde ultimately getting that first round under a belt, albeit by the skin of their teeth, because again, that should not have happened, Sham. That should not have happened as well. Daylight robbery, if I'm honest.
But
Macko.
They get one back because Macko had a couple of those in layer, so
yeah.
The universe,
yes,
the universe finds a way to balance.
Yes, they did. Certainly, they did. The thing is with Consulate, right? You do need a little bit of shield work, and it's something that since the changes to this map, I mean, even before the changes, to be honest, having a bit of shield potential was always a benefit, right? So it is something we're going to see a majority of rounds when it comes to the attacking side. This instance, we have Akwi on the Montaigne. Yes, you don't have the kind of amount of aggression that you'd get with the Blackbeard, but remember, it gives you the opportunity to create immediate pressure, but also to be used as a bit of a walking drone, a little bit of a distraction as well.
Bottom floor hold here now for Wylde. Classic setup as well, combination between the Kaid and of course the Tuberal. Waste as much time denying those hatches and that main breach as possible, but there is a bit of an extension here from Mats. Does have that bailiff, which you've seen being so imperative in that last round. He's extended it to Teller side for now. Not doing much with it though. Well, I suspect he's about to get some pressure. It's actually Sneak that gets the pressure. Ghost lashing in from behind Akwi, but there's an immediate response. A double here. Mats there with the aggression takes that round back into their hold.
Massive stuff there from the side of Wylde, being able to get that pressure, and again, so much time for them to still play around with as well. Granted, that time works on the both sides. Macko have a lot of time to try and go for something a little bit more alternative, but Lolo with a spray and pray, getting caught off guard. The prone position from Bimsy. He's gonna get it done, and Teb and Dora in a very difficult situation right now.
Chat lights up again as Boomsy still trying to get into the head of Macko. Dora, though, unwavering for now, trying to open up another avenue into the site. They don't have the diffuser. They are going to have to go and recover it. He steps out for a sec. Now can open up that back entrance. Still the bottom floor that they have to try and get to. Teb is nearby. And HB is not looking amazing for two of the members of Wylde. So there is an opportunity to bring this back into Macko's pocket, and I wouldn't put it past them. I would not put it past them. 50 seconds now. It's Teb getting more and more aggressive as the time ticks, and still Boomsy still lighting up the chat, still trying to distract them. Teb now covering off this angle to make sure they can't get across. He does spot one as he just shows their head for a second, but no one wanting to take an engagement. Now down to the last 30. Dora will find one. It's Garen that falls. He's still trying to smoke it off. Still trying to get a cover here as he steps through, but it gets a bit scrappy for a second there in the smoke as he has to step back. Now Dora has the diffuser. Flashbang into sight. Macko starting to run out of time, and there's cross angles galore all over the place, but Dora doesn't care. He finds Boomsy. Dora finds himself a triple! It's Evan now in a 1v2, but he's managed to sneak in from behind. He just needs to hold strong. He misses his shots, but he's killed the planter, and he's crossed away! He manages to dodge, and somehow Wylde win the round!
No way, Jose! Has that happened yet again? Daylight robbery! Wylde snuffling the round from the hands of Macko. My goodness, what are we watching? Oh my days, Sham. My head is
Unreal.
in my hands. Daylight robbery. Macko, what a great attempt at coming back from a really tough situation. Again, being that team with that really long track record at this point with each other, 9 months or so. Having that faith for one another. Going for these assertive takes and bringing back things in your favour. All it takes is for one spicy little Wylde player to just suddenly go on a little bit of a jog.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where I spoke about momentum. Macko had it coming into this, and they haven't been able to continue on that form after winning Lair. Now, though, Wylde, they win the opening 2 rounds in Consulate, and they win it in a fashion that is shocking, is a round they shouldn't have won. Yes, they were in the 2-4 situation. That was a round that they should have locked out anyway. Macko, they fight it back. But that's a round that absolutely should have been bounced back to Macko, but somehow Wylde play with the smarts, they win it. And that's so big for the mental game now, because now they're 2 rounds in a row. And they're not quite cruising yet, but it's a pretty good start.
Again, it is coming down to the nail, to be honest. And again, how many times can Wylde still bank on the fact of these kind of crazy, spicy moments at the end of round? It needs to be a lot tighter when they have the advantage. They need to lock in a little bit. Maybe now's the time for both sides to kind of ignore the all chat. Put that on the shelf for now. Get on those cams. Can't be on those cams if you're getting loud in all chat.
Yeah. Yippee yapping away. There's a very quick drop actually here from Macko. They've already dropped down and Match has punished them for it.
Oh my
Akwi was the Deimos and was on the hunt there to try and help Lolo and guide them into the site, but it's not going to be happening here. A Yinkandela comes through, but it's a Warden on the other side, and back and forward it continues to go inside of this matchup. 3 each now as Matt's Wellberry Ghost. And now, I'm about to say it's going to be 2 people, but Dora's there. This round has been absolutely electric. Dora stepping up to the mark here so far inside the Consulate. And Matt's 1v2. They know what he is though, because he's in a 1v1 with the Montaigne. Can't do anything about it. There's Dora to snatch it up, and Macko, they'll finally get around here on Consulate.
But notice this as well, Macko in that round, they're like, you know what, we need to go a little bit gung-ho here because they're getting a little bit too cocky and we don't want that to happen. We need to go a little bit aggro. Immediately from the get-go, getting stuck in, Wylde, shoot it down, shut it down immediately. Then we just see this massively scrappy back and forth because both sides, they're willing to just throw everything they have at each other at this point. The gloves are coming off, Sham.
That's what you want to
It's
see.
not even going to come down to positioning or place, but it's literally about bodies flying towards each other and who ultimately will be winning the ones. One slight oversight on the side of Wylde is perhaps positioning. Yeah, people getting caught off guard through windows. Maybe something you don't really want to see at this point.
I think that happens though when you're you're rushing, you're panicking, you're kind of like, oh, you know, where do I need to go? What's happening? Where's everybody? You kind of forget that someone could be sitting on a window, just holding out. 2-1 now. Here, still in favour of Wylde. Heading to this top 4 hold here now. Wylde running it back.
5 seconds to go.
Of course, remember this was where that chaotic round ended with the bailiff swing denying the plant. Seems as though we've seen that so many times today. People denying a plant just as it's about to go down. It's just been so exciting to watch, and it's just what you want. It's just exactly what you want from a game like this. Fine margins, because some of these both these teams could be well up, both these teams could be well down, but it's not. It's very, very close. And this from Evan, he's hiding the mute.
I rate it. The problem is though, Shamrock, fine margins, but this is the EML qualification game. So it's like, okay, we could argue that we are going to see these fine margins, and we would expect and want to see these fine margins, but the fine margins are occurring in such a chaotic way. It's not even down to like, oh, this is a very sensible game of Siege, it's very classic and blah, blah, blah. No, this is pandemonium that we're witnessing.
Leave it all out there. This is the game to do it. One singular map between making yourself a tier 1 player. Lolo now trying to pressure the top of that yellow staircase. Sneaks in, kills the covering angle, though his Ghost was trying to guide them. Seems as though I've said that so many times. His Ghost has tried to cover Lolo. One of them on the Montaigne. Usually Lolo, just his Ghost is trying to support. But this time it will be slowed down. This time it won't be as effective. And now Macko are on the back foot as they just try to figure out where to go next. Lolo still trying to pressure the top of this yellow staircase, still trying to displace Bimsy here, who's just going to deny time, slow them down. They've actually got the double. They've got a run up of the double SAS shield operators to try to pair together to stop them at the top of this yellow staircase. It's pretty filthy.
That's what you want to see against tight corners. Shotguns are always going to be a benefit. Ooh, a little bit awkward for Evan dealing with Acqui. But there we go. The buddy system works. Mats will deal with Lolo. Goodness me. 10 will fall too. Sham, what is going on? Dora with the Candelas. A desperate attempt at sending out that util. It's not going to do much. Shotgun in hand. A flawless for Wylde. And
this
goodness
game
me.
Just keeps delivering. It just keeps delivering chaos and antics, shenanigans, as many words as you can think of to describe it. I'm lost for words. That round was so chaotic. I get what Macko were trying to do.
A really big factor though is the fact that we've had Mats basically being the main buddy system there, right? Mats, like twice, Mats just suddenly springing up, basically defending his teammate constantly throughout that last round. That's what you want to see from Wylde. They're dealing with the aggression that Macko are bringing with that buddy system at this point, and that's something I want to see happening more and more and more as these final rounds of their defense play out.
It's getting a bit dangerous though. Macko really need to get into this, really need to start getting some form. Wylde currently in the lead, 2-round deficit, though it's not all lost, you know. Still, a couple of rounds on Consulate attack is still pretty good if Macko managed to lock that away. Bit of an extension here from Wylde. Bottom floor hold. And you've got Sneak out on the roam as well, joined by Mats. Of course, up to their old tricks, both of them. Back to back, they will be playing. Trying to cause a nuisance. Main breach, though, will be a bit of focus here from Macko. It's just Heb hopped onto the thermite. There is some denial on that wall, though. They do have the Kaid to stop it for now. He's managed to get Isabel all the way up to the wall, and there's the EMPs, of course, from the Thatcher to open the wall up. And I think they'll likely get this pretty easily, but I think that for now, it will be denied just because of Tuberal wasting some time, and it goes over the top as well just to try and remove it, but it doesn't quite find its mark. They will continue to try and deny. Thing is that they'll probably lose that thermite charge. I think they have indeed. And that is just a teensy bit of an issue, Grace, because now they've only got one.
Have to be careful with this. Ooh, Zoto going down. Electroclaw to follow up. That's unfortunate. Do you have some EMPs left in pocket? Tadora could start lobbing more out. It's again relying on the M59 shotgun, the SAS shotguns to come through.
They do
Be a
get
bit
it.
spicy.
This is kind of spicy here from Boomsy. Look at this, stepping down the yellow staircase. Knows there's one, but doesn't know which way to look. Lolo removing him. Elsewhere, Garen has fallen as well. That's 5-3 in favour of Macko for now. But we've seen where these rounds have gone before, Grace. We've seen how chaotic they've ended.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I am not counting it that this will end easily for Macko this round.
We'll see. They do have the play advantage. As you just said, we do tend to sometimes throw this away at the moment. And again, there's a lot of kit to hide behind. He's still got a Vulcan on that doorway. And it takes forever to shoot it out.
Oh.
Never mind, Evan will drop. Lolo getting taken out by Mats. But it's a 2 versus 4. Plant is going down. Can they deny it?
Beautifully done. Sneak as well, still on the top here, trying to deny the plant. It won't come through. Mats has somehow got a fire kill on Ghost, and it's suddenly 2-2. Yes, it's a post-plant situation, but this is actually scarily winnable here for Wylde. They just need to try and find where Macko have been hiding. They've got information on where one of them is. Sneak decides to get aggressive, steps out for a second. Mats is trying to go out as well, trying to take the engagement to Akwi. He does, he's found himself a triple, and now he can just cover his Sneak, tries to deny it. He will manage to get a 1v1 here though. Teb stepping up, he's found himself down, and Sneak has won the round for Wylde. 4-1 on Consulate.
Defenders have disabled the bomb.
Oh my days! What is going on? My Macko. Macko. That is stuff that you really gotta win. Wylde once again by the skin of teeth. What a post plant though. Again, things getting a little bit heated in chat between these two. But it is
Just
to
a
be
tad.
expected at this point. That was insane, to be honest. Again, really looked well from Macko. It looked like they were doing really well from the get-go. It looked like it was kind of linking up to be a little bit of a flawless situation. Then bodies start dropping, and it's like, okay, well, at this point, you've got enough time, you've got enough util where you can get that wall open. They did indeed. They started applying pressure to the bottom of yellow stairs. They had all of the tools they needed to go for that execute. Got the execute. At this point, everyone and their nan is thinking, there we go.
Attackers
There's
have
that
located
second
the
round
bomb.
for Macko on the attack. No.
Nope. I did say
No,
it.
no.
I said it in the middle of the round because I didn't think that was going to end in a non-scrappy manner.
10 seconds left.
To put it, to describe it in a terrible way, but
You've got like spray
what a
and
game.
praise through smoke. This is the thing. You've got spray and praise through smoke happening on the side of Wylde, and that's daylight robbery, right? That is full
Yep.
daylight robbery. That should not be happening, Sham. They shouldn't be getting away with this.
yeah, they are, and Macko need to be careful not to rattle, not to waver, because a 5-1 half is not where you want to be on one of the biggest maps of your entire career. One more defense here for Wylde. Bringing along that solace, this time in the hands of Evan. Doing quite a bit of setup. Getting a lot of this map's redesigned so they can hold it from above. It is piano that they've decided to go to for this defense. There's the Spec IO at work, Grace.
My fave bit of kit. Gives you a little bit of an inkling. Could potentially see a jump down coming out from Dora, getting stuck in from the get-go. They're waiting for it. Here comes that call. Think they're aware of that drop down. Think they're aware of this approach nade going out just to cover things. Plan already being stuck though in piano. He's been able to sneak in. Sham, this is absolute chaos yet again.
Yeah, they've distracted the player upstairs enough and he hasn't realised what's happened, and now he drops. Evan's like, what is going on here? Garen at least kills the Blackbeard, so now he can make a march right down that yellow staircase, but finds himself in an engagement with another shield. He's supported by Sneak at the very least. Akwi's found himself a double as Boomsy falls, and now Ghost burying Garen, and it's all down to Mats trying to wade through the smoke. But Macko, they have set it up to perfection. Cross angles galore. Not really much you can do. Akwi closes out the round, and Macko respond 4-2 now on the round, on the half.
We talk of daylight robbery. That was a solar heist coming out from Macko, finding that space in Piano, being able to just go in and get that plant uncontested. There were players of Wylde downstairs. They should have had it covered. Bimsy, I believe it was. Very difficult position to be in there. Very awkward. Again, the fact that, yes, you've got the Spec IO to maybe cover for that plan. Maybe the call didn't come through because there was a heavy reliance on that bit of kit. But then at that point, you've got that player distracted by the drop down from Yellow. The buddy system, not quite there on the side of Wylde. The information, not quite there either. And now they go onto that attacking side. Yes, they have the advantage, but we've seen how things go with Macko in the 3Cs, especially when they're put in a more powerful position. Going onto that defensive half, it is going to be a lot more clean cut for them. They're going to be playing around that timer a little bit more. This is where we need to see Wylde do what they do best. Bring out the freaky deaky action. Bring out those pocket strats. Already we're seeing a little bit of hovering over globals, which usually means some pretty aggressive takes. Some pretty aggressive attempts at grabbing those chokeholds. Maybe something a little bit more direct. I mean, it's not just double global.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No, it is double global.
Filthy lineup.
It is.
The KB, the Lion, Ying, Deimos, Blackbeard. Take your pick. You can pick any one of them and be like, oh, this is not fun operator to have to deal with. Altogether, it is a smorgasbord of chaos, to describe it. Crazy. Just like this match has been.
This has been insane. I knew it was going to be insane, but it's been insane in a way that I have not been able to predict, and I'm kind of here for it. I love the chaos.
I do know that this will break your brain a bit, though.
It is slightly breaking my brain. It is slightly breaking my brain. But like the point is like, realistically, whoever wins this is going to come down to whoever adapts to that chaos as quickly as possible.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Right on the money. Akwi holding at the top of the L staircase. Was a second there where Boomsy tried to step up, but he was spotted. What a shot that is. Akwi buries one. There's another kill coming across the kill feed at the same time. Tebs found himself down as Boomsy falls. Lolo with another. And it's technically 2 versus 2. Teb cannot be recovered. Now he'll be finished off. Do manage to get to sight here, Wylde. Lolo has to be careful. This could be another round for Wylde as Sneak and Garen try to pair together to win out this first attacking round. The diffuser now being attempted and stuck. You can hear it ticking off though. Where is it going down? Has to try and cover off that angle as he goes for a cross here. Lolo, I don't think he knows where the diffuser's gone. Don't think he knows where the player is. In fact, he does. Deposits that Keeper barricade down just to try and stick the plant. He's going to attempt to go for it, though this is going to be a very tight angle. He's just going to stick it through the wall. You have to kill him!
No!
Lolo with a masterclass!
No!
Unbelievable. He trusts his timings. He trusts the Keeper barricade not to break before its time, and he wins the round. What a game this is, Grace.
That is insane. Again, oh, goodness me. These tiny gaps are just punishing Wylde right now. Oh my days. Macko nipping back at the heels now, but again, so close to the mark. Yes, the way that round ended, who could have predicted, right? Because again, Wylde, it looked like they had the power position. They got stuck in, and that's exactly what I was expecting from them. We saw that very aggressive lineup, and we were like, okay, they're gonna go aggressive. They're gonna get stuck in. Macko, they tried to fight back. It didn't quite go the way they wanted. Plant went down completely uncontested, mostly due to the fact it was a 1v2 and kind of dodging around in no man's land. But for it to end that way, oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
How many times are we going to say this today, though? For the way that round ended, the way that round ended,
genuinely,
it's mental.
Like, how? And again, what's even crazier is this is the qualification game for EML. We cannot keep saying that enough. This is such an important game, and it's absolute shenanigans from both sides.
The good thing is, right, and this is purely a vibes thing, right, is it doesn't feel like it's mistakes that are costing rounds. It feels like it's big plays. It's people taking a grip of it. There's Dora with another huge C4. Boomsy finished off. Absolutely lovely stuff. The Maverick gone, and that puts more pressure on getting that wall open because they've only got the Habana. Yes, they've got the Twitch if they want to get rid of that Kaid, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. But the point I was trying to make was that it's not felt like anyone's to blame for this, other than looking at around and going, they made a huge play, they made a big decision that won them the round, and I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing in front of me right now.
Skaros to open up those back hatches. Of course, losing that Maverick makes it a little bit trickier when it comes to getting those main breaches open. So you can't go a little bit default, a little bit old school here. You have to potentially push from the back.
This is cheeky.
That's where, again, the buddy system is going to come up on top, because you need to be playing very aggressively around those trades as you have to drop down into these hatches now.
Okay, guys, so Lolo's still on the top floor, and they're trying to push. Evan has taken quite a lot of damage trying to push up from yellow. The worry is that Lolo could snatch at any point this round away from Wylde as Teb will remove Sneak there. And there's Akwi coming round from behind Evan. He had absolutely no idea that flank was coming through. Mats has answered back with a double of his own. And this is looking breathable again for Wylde. A sign of life in this round again. As always, these rounds end in chaos. Lolo, though, with the big rotate right round to yellow, will finish off Garen. And Mats doesn't know where to look. Macko, well, even us up at 4 each here on Consulate.
This is a massive example of why the solos can sometimes be so impactful, right? Because it wasn't just one player on that tippity top floor. We saw the solos rotate all the way from that top floor down the yellow stairs, going quickly before they shut down that approach to the bottom of yellow as well, which you might think, okay, well, a lot of shutdowns are occurring, but that was a very important piece of the puzzle for Wylde to have under their control, because it gives them additional dimensions to work from. The issue there, obviously, as soon as that body drops it again, you can't have people checking the flank cams, because you can't have those flank cams because they've been shut down by the Solis, and at that point things are start spiraling more and more out of control. Wylde, they've allowed Macko to equalize here now.
Attackers have located a
Thankfully that last round it wasn't anything too crazy. Again, the main factor there was that initial C4 dealing with the Maverick.
I will just say this very briefly, that when Macko find themselves in a best of one situation, it more often than not results in an overtime. Because that is just the type of team that they are. They played through the Olive Rumble, and yes, they didn't make it out of the group stages, but they won pretty much all of their games. They just couldn't get it done within regulation. In a league game, that costs you. In a game like this, it's huge. The mentality to be able to go all the way to overtime and still win, that's what you need if we do get there. 4 each, though, for now, and a spawn peek being attempted here from Dora, because he's feeling himself. 9 and 7 so far. Hopping onto the Solace, dashing around, I'm just trying to find as much information as possible for now.
This is certainly starting to heat up a little bit. Macko feeling themselves. Certainly after the last 2 rounds, Macko being able to be in this equal position. And this puts a little bit of the pressure off Macko, right? The cord still comes down a little bit. You just have to make sure that they mind their P's and Q's, cross their T's, dot their I's. Get for Wylde. Using a fair amount of drones already. There's another one. Need to be careful, need to keep on top of it in terms of the info, especially when you're bringing out a little pocket strat. Little sends moment.
Yeah.
That's going to be very, very useful as the round progresses, but remember, you need to get the info in your pocket. You need to work out if these flanks are going to come through, but it's difficult. Dora, once again, on that Solis.
That is true. Now, though, Wylde have a control of that spiral staircase, but still haven't been able to root out the players that Macko have put in place on the top floor. That is what they, of course, are trying to get a hold of, with it being one of the middle sites. Of course, Piano and Expo is where they are trying to put the pressure down onto. Then spotting out that mute jammer. Make sure you check the corner, though. Yeah, it does. Does spot that Wylde is there. And now they begin to build direct pressure on to the site. Nade over the top of the wall will remove some of that denial and open up that wall. Continue on, but look at this from Dora. Sneaking down on the bottom floor. Boomsy has to be really, really careful here. They both actually need to be really careful. I don't know if both of them are aware of one another's presence. So you just keep an eye on that kill feed in case someone dies in that engagement. I think that Boomsy is aware of it, but it doesn't matter because Dora's just quicker anyway, Grace.
betrayed. He's going to hightail it out of there. Again, very limited information. Well, nothing to go off right now. Face checking has to happen. Sneak will fall.
Aquis well will remove Garen, and Max and Evan now have to double up to try and stop Matchko going into the lead here on Consulate. Lolo though catches out Evan, and Lolo with a double. It's a flawless round from Matchko as they go into the lead on Consulate. 2 rounds away from getting to the so important series point.
Tep in the old chat. Rightfully so, if you're Wylde right now, you are calling that timeout. Maybe I'd argue that should have come a bit earlier when Matchko started to nip at the old heels, but
I'm a big fan of Teb coming up with that when he's at the bottom of the leaderboard. He's like, you know what, I'm going to keep going. Dora's here. I'm just going to keep hassling them. Love it.
Do you know what? Like, it is something that they do have the tendency to do, though, play around the old mental warfare.
Mm-hmm. It's a big part of it. It's a huge part of the game that's completely underrated and don't respect enough. That just someone getting loud, someone distracting you, can just be like, oh, geez, man, like, it's just relentless. Especially when they're doing it from that position, because Teb is just going to be at it all the time. It doesn't matter if he's having the best game of his life. He's still just going to be hassling you.
Certainly does add a little bit of benefit. I'm wondering at which point as well. This is an interesting factor. Well, during that timeout, are you saying mute the old chat? Are you saying mute everyone?
Me?
Are you...
If it's me.
No. Like, if you're the coach of Wylde, are you like, you know what, mute the old chat, lock in now, focus up?
Probably. The thing is, though, is that, like, there's, like, the mental aspect of that as well, because the second you do that, you kind of admit that they've won that part of the mental warfare.
True.
So that enough could be in the back of their head, like, you know, like, that's really got to me. It's got to me so much that I've had to mute it and I've had to look away from it. Whereas if you muted it from the start and you've never seen any of it, it's never going to be bothered you anyway. But doing it now, that's the difficult thing. Hey ho! Big point anyway. Well, they've just came off of their tactical timeout. Felt that it was needed, so they will not have a chance later on to utilise that. Matchko just won that round. 5-4 now. The score stands, and they are on their defence. Top floor is where we are. Now double up again on the SAS operators. The smoke and the mute coming through. Fenrir as well as the Goyo. Pretty standard stuff. Nothing too crazy. Although that attacking side though, Grace, the sense combination, I've not really seen it work as well as it could have for Wylde yet.
It hasn't, because again, the big benefit of that is that you're cutting off lines of sight, right? But in order to do that, you need a little bit of a space beforehand being created. Again, you've got the double global, you've got Sneak and Mats, who can create a lot of space for you here, especially with Bimsy on the Blackbeard, right? That's a lot of aggressive utility when used in conjunction with one another. Sneak looking down into that desk area. Could catch someone off guard, but a lot of people don't like playing around there for that reason nowadays.
Oh, the timing.
Already getting in. The keeper, the timing, yes! Jam, that's a little bit awkward.
Oh my word, Teb just wins it anyway. Boomsy drops the shield, just to his detriment. He loses his life off the back of it. Now Matchko are in a bit more control here. As Wylde have lost that tip of the spear, they're just going to have to hold back and reassess where they're going to come from. Really stalling it for now.
It's sensible of Matchko pulling back to one another, working around that buddy system, right? You've got that opening pick. You've dealt with Blackbeard to boot as well. That's, again, a very important piece of util when establishing control, especially on this top floor. And now for Matchko, they don't want to give needless bodies away. They're going to play more around that buddy system. Toxic Babes being set out by Dora as well. Just to burn down that timer more and more, but Garen preparing with the discs here. Turning off some lines of sight. Could be an instant stampede alongside that. We'll see what happens.
Could well be. Just tosses it out. Sense Tech is here, just trying to cover off that foot angle for now, though, and the double global. Or the global comes through even as well at the same time. Lolo, though, will slow down Garen. Removes that. Lolo with a double as well. A big swing out from behind the desk as Ghost has removed the mats at the same time. What a shot that is from Evan, but I think it's just going to be a consolation prize. Nothing really can be done to get back into the site. It looks like this could be it for Matchko. They could find themselves on that series point, on that promotion point. Evan locked out of sight. Smokes have been burned away, but there's still impacts that could be dealt with, and they're just going to hold and hold and hold. Ghost with the final one. Macko now. The biggest pressure moment that they have experienced so far. They head on to promotion series point.
Crazy. Crazy when I hear you say that out loud. Map point. Series point. The promotion just at the tips of their fingers. And again, you'd think in this moment there might be a bit of anxiety, but to get to this point, that last round, again, getting that opening pick, dealing with the Blackbeard, and then going back to that buddy system, suddenly getting a little closer to one another. Good thinking, clean cut from Macko.
Did see Teb's post saying they've been working at this for 7 years to get an Italian roster back to the top. It's actually been closer to a decade since we've seen a full Italian roster in the top flight of Siege. That's how long it's been. That Makers roster, remember, made it through the qualifiers to get all the way to SI. So, huge point for them, but Wylde are not out of this yet. They still have 2 rounds, still have a chance, and Wylde are a creative team on the attack. If there's any team that can bring this back, and I don't think we're over for the storyline for this match anyway, it would be them. Ghost, though, has been an absolute highlight so far for me for this entire thing. Max at the same time. This is a game. This is a game, Grace.
Certainly is. Difficult moment right now for both sides. Macko are getting their heads here. Well, they have to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Love the fact that we're doing the whole mirror window on the breach shenanigan. At this point, the run out from Akwi, absolutely massive. No one punishing him for it. Yes, they are. They're there. Evan gets it, opening blood in the favor of Wylde.
Just goes for a second bite there. He sees just the backside of I believe, I think it was Garen potentially. He's just seen them, just seen a glimpse. He was like, I can get this. I can go. He's not noticed yet. Still not came off the cam. Fortunately, he's punished for it. And now Sneak getting a bit more aggressive here, stepping into that main entrance. Rotate round at the same time here from Garen. It wasn't Garen that was out there. It was Boomsy that was down that side. Now Boomsy and Garen trying to link together, open up this wall. There's a mirror window in the way though that does make it a little bit more of a hassle to do so. They have managed to rid the wall of the electricity that protects it, and now they can begin opening it. And the impact misses as well, Grace. That's kind of massive, because now they can get that wall up fully open and walkable at the same time. It looks as though Lolo, the spiral staircase to try and bring this back into a balanced situation.
Okay, so Evan needs to be careful. Dreadnought has caught him out. Spray and pray from Ghost occurring. He's going to hightail it out of there. Again, Macko, safety first. They've already lost one body on a little bit of a silly shenanigan. They don't want to lose another. Lolo dealing with Sneak.
It works.
It's a great clapback.
It works. He heads up that staircase. He knew he had to try and do something. He finds one. The nades are there, though. The flashbangs from above. They're trying to hunt him down. He gets even more aggressive, but he'll lose that gunfight because he can't see a thing. Teb answers back as Evan falls. But there's another response from Wylde. A huge response from Wylde as Ghost is in a 1 versus 3. The rookie with all to do, but he can't do a thing. Wylde, hold on.
Holding on by the skin of their teeth, but I have one question on my mind. Wylde in that situation, no information whatsoever. One drone left on the board. That cleanup came from face checking alone, from dodging and diving, getting closer and closer to where you're predicting these players are. Macko getting caught a little bit with their pants down there, I am afraid to say. Again, maybe that initial play. There might be a little bit of a grumbling at one another in the chat right now. Maybe we're not going for things like that. I understand you want to try and get a little bit of a cleanup in terms of their drone util, but did that really cause a kerfuffle of ruckus for Wylde in that round? No, it didn't. We just saw one drone they had left, Cham. One drone, and they cleaned up shop.
What a moment. Macko still sitting on the all-important promotion point. Still, the pressure is on them. Wylde obviously wanting to come back to send this to overtime, which I think this map This match would deserve it. The tail end of Challenger Series would deserve it. Of course, there's still so much games. There's still an opportunity, if you do lose this game, to continue on. But right now is where you want it done. You don't want to have to go through the lower bracket. You don't want to have to face elimination. You want to get it done now.
Especially when you're going against two essential Kingslayers at this point, Honvade and M&M Academy. They're going to be battling it out to go against the loser of this game. And their two teams, again, more wild cards to be thrown in. You don't want to let it happen. It's do or die now or never. Dora, once again, the solo's being brought out by Macko. Let's be looking for those drones, looking for that approach. I think Wylde have somewhat wised up to it. They're trying to be a little bit more resourceful with the old drone utility. But it's going to be tricky.
Yes, indeed.
You do have the Deimos. You do have Blackbeard. Can go a bit aggro if you need it.
Looks like that's going to come in the form of some Candelas into sight. Dora with the opening pick here. Max falls. And another one as well. Tebas, 3 in a row. It's completely unraveled for Wylde. Sneaks in a 1 versus 5 for the competition to stop it from getting away from them, to stop Macko from going to EML. They just need to hold out. They know where the diffuser is. They don't know where Sneak is now. But they need to hold and not falter, not give Sneak 1v1s, not do anything that could compromise this position. This is the best position they've ever been in. They could be sending themselves to EML, and they have! Macko go all the way to the top! They find themselves in Tier 1 Siege, one of the first Italian teams to do it in almost a decade. Macko Esports will be competing in EML next season.
EML right at your fingertips. EML now firmly grasped in the palm of your hands. And what a round to do that in, to be honest, Sham. Again, a flawless to send you into that promotion spot. If you're Macko right now, you're having a whale of a time.
Unbelievable. What a finish. I wanted it to go over to overtime, but Macko, they didn't care. They were just like, we'll walk this off now. We'll bring Anne in, though, of course, to have a little discussion with us, a little debrief. Anne, how are you feeling? Whew.
Wow, I mean, I agree with you. I would have wanted to hate overtime for this series as well. I feel like that's what we deserve, because I was on the edge of my seat for every single round in this final map here. What an exciting way to end the series. First of all, big congratulations, of course, to Macko. They deserve it. They make it back into Tier 1. I say back into Tier 1 for some of the players who've already been on that level before. And of course, for them as the Italian Stallions that make it into EML, a big congratulations to them. But yeah, what a final map. It was swinging back, left, right, center, front. It was going everywhere. It felt like it was incredible, huge plays from each player individually, especially in that first half, where it was either Matt or it was Evan or it was Garen to absolutely do something outrageous, win at a round that they absolutely should have not won in that situation. But I'm glad to see Macko come back there in the end. A great performance again from Dora. I think he's been a standout player in this whole series so far. And I think it was just a clear moment as well, Chim. You could see the momentum shift in the way of Macko as soon as they got on their own defenses.
Yeah, exactly. They just looked confident. They looked more composed. Of course, I did think that the chaos factor of that entire map would bring us back to overtime at some point. But, you know, there's a few rounds that should have been closed out either way. There's a few situations where both teams could have won a round, or should have won a round even. But I think at the end of the day, I think Macko were the better team, I think. I think they looked a bit better at the end, especially that last round. That was a really, really convincing last round. I'm really happy for him. Really happy for Macko. You know, commiserations, of course, to Wylde. I'm also really happy for Ghost because, I mean, he was playing ranked in January and now he's in Tier 1. Yeah. Insane.
It's incredible stuff, especially from that player, you know, especially filling the boots of Gemini, right? You're filling the boots of someone like Gemini. It's a large task. He's done a phenomenal job. This has been insane from Macko. And again, credit where credit's due. You know, Wylde, they're still in it to win it. They're going into that lower bracket. And I do think in that series in particular, their inexperience compared to Macko kind of did them in. But Macko, I think I would have scratched my head if Macko didn't win that. That's the reality, right? Macko, they've been together as that stack since September. And time again, they've been tested and tested and tested. Their resilience, their stoicism, it's been really, really tested over and over. Now that finally they've got that promotion spot. I mean, certainly they're going out tonight, surely.
Well, they have to. I mean, for the first time this weekend, though, within the EML Challenger Series, we get to speak to the newly promoted EML team. We have Teb on the line to ask him a few questions, and most importantly as well, to congratulate him on this big promotion here going into the EML. I can't wait to get to speak to Teb. First off, a massive congratulations. You make it back into Tier 1. It must be an amazing feeling.
I mean, yeah, it's amazing. It's a dream that came true. We always thought of that since our start of our careers, even like LoL, Loagwi. We always fought against, and we always had the idea of try to find out 5 players to be in Pro League under like the Italian flag, and I think now we have the right org, we have the right players, and we got the spot.
All right, that's awesome. I see you proudly having the flag there as well. I mean, you talked to me prior to the whole playoffs about how you two used to always play against each other and you wouldn't speak, but it's like all the Italians coming together, like it is the World Cup right now, to really put yourselves together and make it into EML. Now, for this game, this whole series in general, what are you most proud of when it comes to your team that really pushed you over the line to make it back to EML?
I think like we managed really good the pressure. Obviously, it was an hard match because they knew exactly what they were gonna face. So what we were gonna do about our strats, our attacks, defenses, our bans, whatever. And in bank, we suffered a lot. We lost the momentum. Like we never take the momentum. But then on layer and Consulate, I think are our 2 best maps, and I think they did a mistake leaving them open. So we obviously lost some attacks because of individual mistakes. Even myself today, I was not the best performance of my life. But the first thing our coach said today is today we are gonna win as a group or we're gonna lose as individuals, and I think we won as a group.
It's a very powerful thing to say there in general. Now, look into the future, Teb. Your life's gonna change maybe a little bit. I mean, in about a month you have the EML to play. How do you feel like your life is gonna change in general? Like, is your day gonna look different? How do you feel it's gonna make that big change for you going into EML?
I mean, obviously, everyone knows that living outside of T1, especially in Siege, is not easy. Like myself, I struggle a lot because I live alone. And Siege was only my only job. So now we're back living, I think. We had to sacrifice for those months, and now we got our first goal that was getting back in ML, and now the journey begins. Now it's time to show everyone that we can work and we can be the best.
I can imagine it definitely must have been a big sacrifice there, but it's been rewarded with the greatest reward, making it back up into the EML. Looking forward to it. Is there any team in particular that you really look forward to playing against?
I think we're gonna be very happy to face whoever. Like for us, it's a dream, you know. Like there are players in my team that never been in EML, even if they deserved a lot, like Aku. And there are players in my team that just started playing comp 7 months ago, or even 4 months ago, the Ghost. So for us, it's a dream, and we're gonna just work, be happy every scrim, be happy every match, and just thanks ourselves for this hard work that's paid with this good result. And obviously, if again, I would like to thank also all my team and our families, because part of them were next to our players cheering with us. I would like to thank our community, Italian community, that did everything possible to help us, and they almost played with us like on the Twitch chat. So and obviously Macko, Antonio, the CEO, and whoever worked behind the scene, our coach, and our new addition, ATK, our analyst. So I think we're a very big family, and we're really happy.
So looking forward to the first big family trip. Then the EML coming up in June. Once again, a massive congratulations. Teb, it's a very well-deserved opportunity for you and your team. And go and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right, awesome. It's always good to speak to the winners, and especially when it's such a big game and such a big following afterwards. Making it up to the EML. They said they were looking forward to playing it as a big family, champ. Playing it with friends. They are going to be happy every single scrim. What more can you want, really?
Yeah, that's when I met Macko back in, it would have been February at Tier 2. They moved as a group, the six of them, just them on their own, just a team, and they were completely locked in. They went everywhere together, and they really did look like a family. They really looked like they were kind of out there to kind of do it together and do it as a team. It was the same in Malta. They brought an even bigger team to Malta, and they didn't quite get the result that they wanted, but it still looked like that. It looked like such a big cohesive unit. And as much as like it would have been nice for Wylde to qualify today, of course, after just making that step up to Tier 2 just 9 months ago, I think that Macko probably are the ones that probably deserve that. The work that they've been putting in, the time that they've been putting in, and how much they just wanted it, and they just wanted it more, and that's what it came down to.
That's precisely it. It's something Macko have done time and time again, right? When it looks like their backs are against the wall, they dig deep. They go right down into themselves, and they're able to pull it back. And that comes with having that mileage, that history together as a roster, but also that closeness, that brotherhood. It's something we've seen time and time again since September. And yes, there were changes to roster, but it did not matter because, Ghost had been lurking around them for a while. He was subbing in at times. It's been really, really good stuff. And again, an expected result, to be honest.
They wanted it more, and they got what they wanted. I'm so sorry, Chem, to
No,
jump
you're fine.
But no, we have another series to follow up after this. You two won't be here for that final series with us, but we do jump down to the lower bracket once again, because despite these teams having already played a game earlier today, they still have to fight for their survival in the EML. They, of course, want to join Macko in the EML. They want to be also a promoted team, but they have to fight through that lower bracket first, and then they have to play against Wylde tomorrow. But first, they need to determine who that is going to be, if it is going to be M&M Academy or if it is going to be Han Vade, and we'll find that out after the break. It's already time for the final series of the day at the Email Challenges series, and while we just celebrated the highest high of the evening, we go back down to the lower bracket and we send home another team. Now, Whippet, you are here for your first game of the day, surrounded by the Dutchies. How are you feeling?
Good. It's honestly, I cannot wait to dive into this one. The lower bracket brings so many stakes to this one, and we had a glory of a team going through towards the ML. Now we have the teams fighting for everything, every last scrap they have.
We definitely will see a lot of fighting here and a lot of down to the gritty here for these two teams, especially looking at Hanvade and M&M Academy. Now, both these teams have already played a series earlier today, and Hap, you are here for the Hanvade series. That was a very close third map earlier today. They did take down another giant, but if you had to summarize that game, what is your main takeaway coming out from Hanvade in that last series?
Oh, just a summary. I mean, they have incredible highs. They have some, like, let's just put it, mind-challenging lows. Where, like, why? Like, why do you do this? Like, I cannot wrap my head around it. Why a certain decision is being made. But the thing is as well, right? They yes, very fresh roster, full Hungarian stack coming through, and there's no pressure that was rising on them. However, now they're going to be meeting a team that is quite literally in the same boat here. So it is going to be an interesting game for sure for them after they basically just beat one of the tournament favorites.
And even though they might have not had a lot of pressure on them, I'm sure that's building right here, right now, with 2 elimination games on the same day. The same does go for M&M Academy, though, Whippet. I mean, they had a close series earlier today against Le Galerian, full overtime on layer. A decent series last week as well, but we need to keep in mind, this team has less time than some of the other teams to prepare, due to also having jobs on the side of it.
Yeah, this is a side that are, I think, probably not quite part-timers, but they have to commit elsewhere on this. This roster, this core 5, have been around for an incredibly long time. Interesting little fact, of course, my first time casting a Tier 2 show, Ikari was one of the players in one of those matchups all those moons ago. So still here and on the cusp of promotion if he gets through and survives on towards tomorrow. Well, this team, this roster have been there, seen that, done that. And for a side who's never hit the glory of Tier 1 play, they bring a level of expertise and somewhat experience that a lot of sides often struggle with, and they played exceptional Siege. And I do think, deep down, they might be one of the most technically sound teams we've had in this bracket so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we do have a best of 3 between these two, as we already mentioned. It's also a rematch, so let's roll in the map veto. We'll talk to you about the rematch that it was essentially. They played against each other in the Swiss stage. Back then, Hanvade beat M&M Academy 2-1. M&M Academy had won Bank. That one will be the decider for the series. Chalet was being won by Hanvade. We're not playing that one. And Consulate was also being played. That was also won by Hanvade. Now, both these coming out as bans. It's looking like we'll have a relatively shaken up map veto here. Hanvade themselves go for a Clubhouse pick. A lair pick coming out afterwards from M&M Academy. And if we need a decider, we'll be going back to Bank. Now, we've been talking about this map veto. Do you think it might favor anyone? Who might have the better cards going into this?
I think this is all stacked up for M&M Academy. The pick of Clubhouse is the first thing that screams out to me as being incredibly beneficial for this side. This team, as I mentioned, have all that experience, seen that, done that, and they have played exceptional on this map time and time again. Last week, they were able to dig themselves out of tremendous depths on this map in particular, and I think Hanvade going here, they have the confidence obviously to pick this one out, but I think they've left the door wide open because M&M Academy have their preference second up with layer, and Clubhouse has been their domain for a very long time. Initial picks, and it have to be M&M Academy to take this one because the map veto swings their way.
I must agree. I think Lair especially is going to be focusing and favoring M&M Academy for this matchup. Clubhouse is, though, like, I would like to throw in, it's the basic map, right? Like, everybody has a Clubhouse, everybody knows how to play Clubhouse, and if we just, I mean, these teams have had a break, everybody responds differently to that. Maybe Hanvade is a little bit better after that break, and they're instantly managing to hit the round running here on Clubhouse, whereas M&M might still have to get back up a little bit. It is the ever-old, like, discussion that we have, how do teams do after a break, because some absolutely love it, others despise it, so it is a question of that as well.
I think in general, with those two series being really close this morning, it might be nice to have at least a little bit of a break afterwards to at least catch your breath. But yeah, it's been a few hours now, of course, this series. We've had before this between Macko and Wylde obviously went the distance as well, which means it probably was a longer break than they maybe anticipated to going into this final series here of the day. But yeah, I think, looking at the map veto, I get where you guys are coming from, that it might lean in favor of M&M Academy, given that, also Bank is in there. That was a map that M&M Academy won in that previous matchup in the Swiss stage. But I also will have to say, Hanvade, they have so much footage on what M&M Academy might be doing. Surely they can do something with that as well.
Of course, you can always do something, but once again, the fundamentals start coming through, and considering Bank is also going to be the decider, I'm just gonna say it. They started 7 hours ago. They started playing 6 hours ago. 6.5. There we go. It is going to be a long day. We're going to be 2.5 hours out as well before we're reaching that bank. That is a brutal day. That is up to 10 hours that these players will have been working on Siege. Do you still have the full mental capacity to, give it all you can at that point and truly play flawless Siege is what these teams need. So again, it is going to be a battle of stamina, it's going to be a battle of resilience, and it is going to be a battle of your fundamentals throughout this entire series.
I certainly agree with that, and the big thing for me is going to be, as you mentioned, it's all down to basics on these maps. Bank, Clubhouse, all down to watching your P's and Q's and being very, very perfect with your basic strategy. Fatigue, a massive factor. If we see that third map of Bank, expect things to be survival mode for both these teams, because everything on the line here in this lower bracket.
Stamina will for sure be tested in this series here, but like you said, Clubhouse as well, a very basic map. It will come down to the fundamentals. How is the teamwork? How is the communication? After having had a little bit of time off, it is up to these two teams to decide who gets to stay in the competition. Will that be Hanvade or will it be M&M Academy? The series starts on Clubhouse.
Thank you very much for that one, Anhap. I'm super excited for this one. Hanvade, a roster that, formerly under Secret Academy during their previous run in Tier 2, made some changes, going back on its Hungarian organisation, have backed themselves to make this deep run, and have delivered so far. M&M Academy, aside from the UK, that have been around oh so long, and finally, somewhat shining stars. Can they get the job done and survive on towards Sunday as our band's rolling out? Monty, Blackbeard, Kaid, and our fourth to go. Anything catching your eye early?
I mean, we could go for it any of the big four defenders, right? Like Valkyrie or Izami or Kate. Kate is already bent. There's plenty of options for them to use right now. So it's hard to call really which one it will be. Okay, well, Melusi's not the one I had on the board.
Certainly not. This is not what I was thinking going into it, but we look at Clubhouse, obviously, you can get massive benefit from those Banshees. Certain positions that do jump to my mind initially would be out towards Red Stairs, if you're going to go out towards Cash CC, Main Stairs on towards Gym Bedroom, any of those choke points where you're really going to have to contest what angles as you deal with it. It's just one extra problem in the back of mind of an attacker now dealt with in that ban phase, and it will be Hanvade who did take that away. Church Arsenal, the first site here for M&M Academy going into Basement, a pretty safe guarantee to start things off here.
It is a safe guarantee, and as I mentioned, M&M Academy is a very experienced team. They're individuals that have played this game for such a long time. Their big disadvantage, which also could be their advantage, I guess, I don't know, is the fact that they do not have a salary right now. That is not an advantage, but more so the fact that they have limited time scrimming, so they need to make sure that all of that, what they do, is absolute quality. And because of that, I believe we've mentioned it last week, they are running on vibes. And the vibes are good in this team. The vibes are immaculate, as they are able to basically just overcome challenge after challenge after challenge, and now 2 best-of-3s away from making it into the EML. That would be an incredible story. A team that, did all of this preparation without any pay.
It's the storyline that somewhat Tier 2 is here to represent. These players have worked absolutely relentlessly through days in, days out. They've had up and down performances. They've been competing in everything in our Tier 2 circuit, from South Breach to Rumble, and just never really being able to get themselves across the finish line time and time again, but always being one of those teams that we thought about in contention going into it. So opening up here as we begin to see the map of them open and give themselves access in the map early stage. Open up towards server, open inside a garage, just trying to gain themselves that initial access going into it. The big thing initially is going to be that addition of that Blitz getting brought out. Going to be a very potent operator to use in towards that executions, but you have to put your Blitz in those positions where that shield is going to gain the most value. So expect a late rotation via Oil Pit, for example. I think they might be trying to line that up.
Dodo has struggled, though, on that Blitz in the last map that they were playing. He struggled finding kills. He kept on finding himself taken down as the very first one, which is not really what you want to be expecting from a person playing on that shield. So you gotta hope that he has changed that a little bit, that he's able to, you know, pick up on that downfall that he had out there. Big thing as well is because we're seeing the top floor being taken, they want to make sure there's no roamers. An EMP is going to be used that will take care of any utility that might be there, such as these glasses, but they didn't actually quite activate, and now the Blitz is in trouble. However, trades come through.
Great trade-off there. We're going to see a 1-for-1. You're going to lose your buck for this, but the primary vocal point of that buck was open up this floorboards and allow you to get access to clear that player in towards main stairs. Reinforcements going out just to shore up the last of this, and with just over a minute left to work, Hibana begins to work with these hatches. They'll open up Dirt Tunnel as well. I think they might have already gained access into that, and Dodo will be down below, just trying to cause some chaos perhaps with it. And just watching their angles. But Honved in a great position with everything set up, but they can't take too long here. That's the big concern. You've got everything set up in the right place. You got that one pick. You cleared away your Warden, but you can't wait too long. You have to begin to move everything towards it. And the drone eco looks good for that. 4 flashbangs to make things work on execution as well. And a lot of utility in back pocket. They can make something happen here for sure.
Definitely can. They just have to make sure it all connects. The time is slowly ticking out, and they don't have a lot of ground. Gotta be careful, Eminem, that you do not show yourself too much on these kind of hatches. Now, rotations comes through. Skitty will find 2 for his efforts on the main breach. And as a result, suddenly Eminem Academy, they're finding themselves in a big driver's seat here. As the shield is looking to come around the corner, Skitty will finally be taken care of. However, still another member right behind the desk and table that will eventually be taken down. We're in a 2-on-2. However, Tazzy will find that final kill. And as a result, we have the first round to go Eminem's way. A huge step up there from Skitty on the main breach, finding 2 of those on those main stairs.
Massive, being able to play behind that keeper barricade, just expecting when those salvo charges go off, you can sit there, hold that position, and expect that peek on the right hand side of double door. Great positioning and timing and awareness. 3 in the round total for Skitty as well. He found that trade earlier on the day on towards our buck, and there will be that first round for Eminem Academy. They did get their basement, and that's your banker round really here on that defensive side of Clubhouse. We're expecting them to be able to do well here as they move up to our second preference. It will be gym, bedroom. And Dodo, once again on that blitz, you mentioned that it wasn't the best performance we've seen from Blitz again. And seeing the addition of the mutes coming out, we're going to have limited value with that shield if you're caught in the radius of a jammer. Is it maybe decision-making time to move away from that, perhaps onto a Blackbeard, for example?
Well, Blackbeard's banned, so they won't be able to move on to the Blackbeard. That can multi. So the one other opportunity you would have is to go to the Fuse Shield. However, he's just a little bit slower, a bit more clunky. Do have some utility you can use through the floorboards, but I still think Blitz is probably going to be the best. I mean, it was just well read that the Mute Jammer was out there. They tried to stop it with the EMP, and I'm not actually sure if they hit the Mute Jammer because they definitely did not hit the Warden that was right behind it. He still had those glasses up, so it was really a double stack. Whether the Mute Jammer was going to stop that flash from the Blitz, or if it was the Warden that just wouldn't care, they were prepared for it on the side of Eminem Academy.
So action phase rolling out now. Tazzy going to be on that Goyo. Those Vulcan canisters is going to be so valuable in the later stages of this round if Honved allow the time to become a little bit of a rival. Exothermic charge placed by Headset and should open up this wall in good time. No Mute Jammer to stop it so far. Nerf playing extended in towards Cash and CC. Tazzy will be backing him up on the red stairs, just looking to choke out as much time as possible. A lot of commitment out towards that Cash side of the building. Bodies stacking up out by Jacuzzi. Just working their way to get their window access for the time being. As we will see. Flores in effect by Dodo, who did pick away from that blitz, using those Rotero drones to clear away key utility. Likely opening and exposing the opens. Ability for that wall and Jacuzzi get opened up as they begin to pivot everything away. But good setup so far from Honved.
So Keeper Bearers will be in danger with those RC Roteros around. You see the Goya pockets as well. Those will have to worry as soon as those drones start rolling around the corner. Now, what we do see is that one of them has been placed next to Jacuzzi wall. It is about to be breached. It's going to take about like 10 more seconds before that's fully opened up. After that, most likely the fire will detonate, or they will detonate the fire later on when there's a little bit more pressure to come through. Actually shooting out the Selma out there, so there's no need to really go for that. The keep a barrier here from Skitty will also protect him if he needs to go for a bit of a swing to take out a Selma. There's only one left, so there's limited opportunity of dealing with that mirror window, which makes Jacuzzi a very tough place to actually take and use as a balcony when you want to push through. So you see a big rotation towards the side of Logistics Hedge. You also see them around Cash. They're looking to eye up. It seems like a construction push right now.
I'm somewhat forced into this though. Atiz does lose the second Twitch drone towards Orzami, and that's going to be no option to get rid of that mirror window. So Jacuzzi is completely untenable from the offense realistically here. They're going to get information in towards logistics and realizing it's not going to be an easy push at all. And this is the Gyro Cancers getting brought out by Tazzy. Just makes things a little bit more difficult. The Fenrir of Raiden stuck in Vault. Not going to be too keen as that window's opened up behind him. But with 40 seconds, Honvei need to make a dive in. 10 players left, fall standing on both these teams. And the information is there, but Azami can play a little bit of a dance with the devil around these keeper barricades as Grimbees go out. C4 is prepped. It's going to be Dodo finds the opening. Nitro not good enough to find the pick of the balcony. Could at least confirm it. That's going to be a knock, a massive play. Tazzy swings out wide. Dodo's down. Great pickup from Fantasy on that window, and Honda begin to swarm. Can they absolutely crush this defense? All they have to do is flood in these remaining defenders, and it's going to be a mirror stuck in that angle. Caught by the flames. Booster has to hold fast. 8 seconds left to work with. Can he get one pick? Yes, he can. And this should be the round unraveled. And there's all done with T's. He'll dive in. 1 second left to work with. Mirror gets picked up, but it will be time. MN Academy play their cards perfect, and they get the job done. Second round in a row.
Booster basically single-handedly winning the round there with it. The Nitro Cell, first and foremost, going out. It didn't find a confirmed kill on the Thermite. However, it did drop the diffuser on the Jacuzzi balcony. He was alone out there. There was no cover whatsoever, so someone had to go all the way over and rotate. That wastes about 15 seconds where the rest of his team is sitting by, standing inside of constriction. They were hoping to find any of those rotation. Booster, in the meantime, rotates in deep. They should have been aware of that, considering the fact that there was bees spotting out the person. So the Grim just deciding, or I don't know if it was the Grim actually, that eventually picked up the diffuser and decided to make a run for it, ran right through his crosshairs, got downed once more, and then the diffuser is on the ground. And all they had to do at that point is just send one defender up deep enough so they couldn't be able to find both with the last man standing. So a very good round coming through there from the defense once more. M&M Academy finding themselves at 2-0.
They find themselves in a great position, as you mentioned, and the big thing for me is M&M Academy on these defenses are a very difficult team to make panic. They thrive in those final few moments. They love to feel that pressure. They love to have their backs up against the wall just a little bit. And well, the composure of Booster just to sit inside a shower as long as he did, absolutely perfect. CCTV and Cash is our next side of choice, and we'll be repicking Dodo straight back on towards that blitz. Maverick getting deployed this time around for an old school Maverick trick to open up this wall. Booster has to be very much aware of it, and I'm not too sure, but it looked like for a brief second Bandit might even have the M870 equipped.
Well, I'm just wondering where our overlay went. Just decided to disappear on us. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
I was going to say, it's just gone for a little bit for a cinematic shot. Heads are taking a little bit of damage and is going to find themselves quite low for the count. And now you're going to be wondering, are you still going to try and open up this wall? Is there any explosives? Yeah, there is a Nitro Cell, but, you know, you're not really going to be too keen on throwing that one out on that wall. If it was an impact, it would have been easier to actually try and get the shot off. 2-0, instant damage as well on the side of Honvei. That's looking good for the side of M&M Academy, because that's one player that's just a little bit less healthy now.
Booster does burn that C4 early, forcing them into a position where, well, Raiden's the only one that realistically has the ability to play down below in Lounge and deny that plant in the later stages of this. Just before the halfway stage of this round, no real entryway being made by Honved so far. C4 prep to shore up this position. They want to hold on to storage here. This is a great call here. Raiden has a little pocket of influence on this map, but if you don't push into construction, you're going to walk straight into him. You have to realistically control him. Great use of the Capitao darts going out through that drone hole. Booster takes a massive damage, and looks like they're all lining up from this. And you're right, Hap, they don't know. As these will get one pick. Nerf's going to be the first to fall. They just dive straight in, but guess what? Azami still up on Raptors. Cover needs to be good. It is so. Dodo gets that confirmation. They can't retake upstairs. I correct myself. Tazzy finding two, going huge. Raiden's Nitro pops off inside his stock. Atiz gets one trader back onto towards Raiden, but 60 seconds. We're down to 2 versus 2.
The Fuser once again dropped, this time on Rafters. They spotted a player rotating around. He's going to be on the 90 corner now. Fantasy pushing up, probably on the rappels. Going to try and see if they can isolate. What do they have left? 2 smoke bolts to use. And Tazzie's just going to, well, wait snazzily in his corner. Here's the barbed wire being spotted. That keeper barrier makes things a little bit awkward, but a tease finds 2! And looks of the round out of nowhere. They were waiting for him. They knew that he was going to be coming up the staircase, and yet finds both kills. Doesn't need his teammate.
What mechanics to win that round on his shoulders. Great two-piece to find it walking up the rafter stairs, and that's exactly what Honved need in a matchup like this. They get themselves their very first round here on Club. They keep themselves within striking distance of Eminem Academy, but an absolute scramble of a round there from both these teams. And the aggressive dive of that blitz on the rafters was perfect from Honved, realizing that that's our approach. That's what we have to do to break down this line. But Tazzy down below, with his UMP and a dream, gets to pick onto the blitz, gets one more to follow it up as well, and resets that round. MM Academy made that much closer than it should have been. Honved had that round in control early days as he moved back downstairs to this basement, and initially Tazzy looks like he might be setting something up upstairs, but don't expect him to commit to this room.
No, it's just going to be a temporary, hold. You're trying to waste as much time as you possibly can. Waste resources as well at the same time. Because what we usually see is when we're down in the basement, it is a top-down approach. So, you want to take the top floors first. That starts with jacuzzi. That starts with the normal balcony on CCTV. Now, if you want to open those up, now you have to use heart breaches on one of them. And that is going to be causing them to expend some of their utility or decide to go around it. But if they do go around it, suddenly, if there's a roamer up there, he's going to be finding himself a lot more secure, and there's going to be a lot more work needed on the drones and, on the checking to make sure that no one's actually out there. So, how good is the drone network currently on the side of Honved? Have they set themselves up properly? Do they know exactly where Tazzy went, or are they unaware?
We have a lot of drones still standing, only losing 2 within that prep phase. We do see lots of blue silhouettes of Eminem Academy lurking all around the map. Great shoulder check. Spots a player by Chains. Not enough to get that confirmation. Eva Barricade decides, nah, not going to do my job. Going to bounce clean off that countertop. But he will get himself nice and shored up in this position. This is going to be very difficult to clear. He has a hatch for an immediate drop and can realistically get himself back to site quite safely, and will do exactly that. Eminem Academy still have an extended roam presence. Actually, correction, they've all dropped back very early, but wise to have everyone standing on a site like this one. You can wait and let the map do all the work for you. This bunker up strategy, great for Eminem Academy.
I mean, it's fine to drop back earlier, right? Because they have now the opportunity to, as you mentioned, just all be alive on the side and fight, but there still has to be work done by the side of Honved. They're going to have to drone things out. They're going to have to confirm that indeed everybody's currently back on site. They're not still around trying to make a stick happen. Whilst I say that, Booster actually inside the dirt has a little bit of an opening he can work with, so might actually be able to spell a little bit of trouble for 1 or 2 members on the side of Honved.
Amara now going through the steps. Open up those hatches, get as much control as possible. EMP goes out just in case someone's lurking down below on the bottom main stairs platform. No one is in proximity just yet. And yes, actually, perfect. And well, 3 C4s are available from the side of Eminem Academy. So I'm very curious if they'll be able to make those a nuisance from them. Most of this floor opened up inside the kitchen and that main hall. And Honved just staging everything so far to make everything work. All 10 players still standing. With that blitz in the fray, it can be very dangerous, but no access in the dirt tunnel, and this is going to be a few vital seconds burnt away as they clearly want to push this and the kitchen hatch, and well, every second counts in these final few moments, Hap.
Yeah, he's just quickly getting on his drone as well. I like as well, just making sure that there's updated information as he decides to move in. The nitrous cell pops up. Look at that, he's 1 HP. That is definitely going to be slowing him down. Of course, Booster will not be aware of this, but a single shot that ends to him is going to be enough to down him, as you have it right there. To confirm is there as well as headset goes down, I believe, from the hatch. And it's not looking good for the side of Honved, who are looking to lose their 3rd round. At least the pickup will be there. A trade to come through as well. However, Tazzy instantly striking back with 4 seconds left, and that just kind of runs them into a dead end. And once again, it is Eminem Academy that is able to win this basement site without too much hassle really coming through.
It doesn't feel like on this round in particular they necessarily had the break a sweat. They started off with that roam extension. There was 2 bodies upstairs, and when they realized they dropped off kitchen, everyone came back to site. Honved just ran themselves into their own problems. This map is very difficult to make that execution work if you don't leave yourself enough time. Does it help when you skip the step and not giving your blitz route in the dirt tunnel? Great Nitrocell to buy that early damage on the Dodo as well. Great shots to confirm that pick. Once you lose that blitz, you're essentially fighting blind from it. And with only 7-8 seconds left to work with, M&M Academy just had to not overextend, not be silly, not make mistakes. And that's what they are exceptionally good at doing. And they find themselves a 3rd round here as they move the gym bedroom yet again. And I expect this to be the exact same structured setup that we saw in the previous round. Booster once again dons that mirror, and I imagine goal number 1 for Honved, stop him having as much influence on this round as he did previously.
5 seconds to insertion.
Okay, Honved. Something needs to change. They haven't called a tactical timeout, but I wouldn't say that things have been easy breezy for them. If anything, it's been very hard. I don't know what the complete opposite of easy breezy is. Right.
I'm trying to think now. Is there a phrase? Is
I
there
don't
one?
know. Just wondering if there is. Production is even gonna ask question marks right now. I don't know. I'm not a native. It's like if there's another thing, I don't know. But yeah, it hasn't been easy for them. They've been struggling, and they decided to not call the tactical timeout yet. I think it's too late now if they do it in the next round for the last round of the half, so they're probably going to be saving it for later on. It's not like Honved have actually called that many tactical timeouts, so might just not do it at all. As grenade there is going to be stopping Tazzy from even thinking about a bandit trick, and instantly we have the opening to be made.
Small pivot on what we're seeing with Honved bringing out this time. They're going to lose the Grim. They're not going to bring out a Capitao either. And this is just going to help enable Booster to have just as much, if not even more of an impact. They're not going to have those bees to displace him. They do have range breach potential in with Joker on those Salma charges with only 1 of those remaining. They did clear that opening wall Jacuzzi fairly easily. Oh well, 5 bodies stacked up, now make it 4. Still on the roof, just getting themselves positioned up. Lots of players on their drones gathering information. And we still have a lot of those drones to work with. And it's going to be the Ash Charge getting brought out. It will be able to destroy that mirror window, break the glass on it, and give them an opening. And in comes Dodo, charging straight in. The Nitrophone Booster's perfect! And the cover from Skinny's even better! And what a play! Honved to the dive straight in, but shut down by the crossfires of M&M Academy. But just like that, in the blink of an eye, Fantasy and Heads Up bring this back. 3 versus 3, and lots of time for Honved and M&M Academy to recover after that initial trade of blows.
It's a shame that it just falls away that quickly from M&M Academy. 2 great picks. The initial push completely halted as they found a tease on the Ash. They found the Blitz as well, and then I get it. You want to just go in. You need to start attacking because for the same, for the same time, Fancy could have been jumping in that window. Maybe Joker was pushing in as well. You gotta make sure that there is someone down on cash window that instantly puts that pressure back. But sadly, losing your life to it, and well, Joker now finds Booster as well. And suddenly, after you have such a great opening, you're on the back foot.
This is a horrible position to find yourselves in, now outgunned. But the real question if M&M Academy can just keep their composure. With the opening on Jacuzzi, this makes things oh so difficult. You can't realistically cross, and those track stingers make your movement even more limited. Nitrocell out towards main stairs, not good enough that it's shot out mid-air. And with 15 seconds, a pick from Fancy is there, but the traders are Tazzy finding too. But Joker just from main stairs saved himself from that Nitro and shuts down any potential of a Tazzy Masterclass clutch. Honved get themselves a 2nd round here on Club.
They lined up for Tazzy there, but you gotta go back to the earlier start of that round for M&M. A wonderful opening. Nitrocell at Jacuzzi breach where they managed to find the Ash. The Blitz being shut down by Crossfire as well. I mean, I get that Skitty was trying to go a little bit aggressive into the bathroom, into the gym, sorry, trying to see if he could hold on to that. I'm not sure if the cash hold or the cash window push was really the most necessary idea at that point. Like, you could have maybe stalled that out a little bit more. I believe the windows were still closed at that point even, so just a little bit questionable. Like, it feels like a round given away in that matter, which is just a shame because it was a beautiful opening from M&M Academy.
Absolutely was, and that's somewhat what you gotta feel like. This is gonna be a war of attrition between both these teams. Simple mistakes like that will be punished either way. M&M Academy have taken full advantage of any time Honved have left the door open. We saw a reply in that. Defense setup with this, once again, is going to be very centered around holding lounge, holding in towards stock, double reinforcement, double castle barricade out towards bar as well. They really want to make this entire area below the objective itself their influential sphere. They have to hold on the garage, they have to hold on the lounge. They've committed so much to it. 2 Nitro Cells in effect from this, going to be arriving on Radiant and going to be available on the side of Booster with that mirror window. Those mirror windows going to get brought out this time around. Very curious if they're going to be used on the Wylde's main breach to enable impact trick, but with no impacts, that's going to be very difficult to do. They'll likely be on towards red just to shore things up, and a Kali getting brought out by a tease.
And you don't necessarily need to impact trick when you have the breach there, because often, you know, you can place it on crouch level, which makes it kind of awkward to put an extra thermic charge above it. So, in worst case, you can just open up the mirror window, then shoot out the extra thermic charge, or get a nitro cell through and get the person on the other side. It's not a prerequisite to have the impacts there, although it is often combined. You are correct in that. I still haven't seen the mirror windows. I mean, that one is expected. Question is, where is the second one? Have they placed it on the A wall, like towards, like between CCTV and cache?
I wonder if it's down below in the lounge, facing in the bottom garage to hold that on. That would explain the enabling of Tazzy's castle barricades here, just to make everything more. And this is going to force everything out towards construction. We already see Honvade kind of stacking up here. Nitro Cell out. That's going to be a lot of damage done to the headset. He's going to get that breach opened up and established, but this is going to be the problem now. You've got direct access on the site. A shield operator can be absolutely just devastating right now. And they just hold on a little bit longer. What does M&M Academy have in the back pocket to try and shut this one down?
That bulletproof has an immense trolling value here. If the Blitz decides to push in, you can use the EMP dart on it to stop it from being able to flash your teammates there. So that is something to keep in mind. Not sure if they'll be using it, but it is a neat little trick that could be used to basically take a little bit of the angle out of that Blitz.
Just with 60 seconds, lots of posturing up and getting ready for this final play. And M&M Academy really feeling a little bit compressed as this window on radio really locks out that movement, but there's no access in the garage yet. There's nothing from that main breach. It's going to remain closed, and the first of those fire darts goes out. Raiden gets the opening pick, a tease falls. That's going to be down below. This is going to be a massive problem because now you have a nitro cell on your mute down below. Charging is going to be that blitz, but the information needs to be perfect. Is it going to get relayed? Yellow ping, not quite accurate. Nitro Cell's not going to hit its mark, and this case goes down. Honved have found themselves in a post-plant position, and they're 1 man down, 5 versus 4, and everyone in a great position to hold the cover. They should be able to get this one done, but Booster has other meaning for it. His Joker shut down. Booster finds a second one, and just like that, the tables have turned. M&M Academy in a 5 versus 2, and everyone being so pushed back from Honved have to make a play. Shotgun in the hand of Tazzy gets the job done. He will get traded away as Dodo's there, but the long arm attempt goes out. A little bit of a mess, and I think Booster should be able to stick this one. He will. Raiden with the shot. Locks it out. 3 in the round for him. And the Academy get themselves another round here on Club.
Yeah, well done. And you know, let's be honest, it should have been a 5-1. It should have been an even better opportunity here for M&M if they didn't give away their second to last round. This was a huge comeback, though. The plant went down. They didn't quite know where it was. The angles were set up for it. However, Booster just deciding to boost his team. Like, he decided to just go for those swings, find 2 of those kills. Instantly, you're in a 5v2 at that point, and you can just keep on pushing through. Wonderfully done, that retake.
I mean, even before that retake initially, Raiden down below finds that pick on towards the pressure arriving to him. And the big thing here is, okay, the nitro cell doesn't land, but that stops any potential walk up from rafters, walk up red stairs, basically forcing this into a one-dimensional play. You got everyone in construction via the breach door and radio window. That's achievable for M&M Academy. Great retake, great mechanics. Booster as well. Great shot with a vector on the player boosted up by radio, and they very much deserve to find themselves a 4th round. Basement from the side swap. Honved go here on their first defense. This is where you'd expect a team to be able to get their first victory, but I'm very intrigued by this initial lineup of operators. Mute Mozzie combination, the choke on information, really make that information come at a massive premium, and open hatches and bar mean they're going to try and roam. If you can't see the roamers, it's much harder to hunt them down. Hopefully Tazzy's logic bombs can make that easier when they generate in his back pocket.
I'm just a bit worried here for Honved, considering the fact they were only able to find 2 of those rounds on the attack, and one of them was basically just barely. And it's their map pick. You don't want to go out instantly losing your own, so they decide to get out themselves and find Booster, who has been a massive part of the start of those defenses from M&M. He's not going to be allowed to do his job. A heart breach gone off the board. Is there any secondaries on the board? No, there is not. He's going to be making their job infinitely harder attacking the basement.
One silver lining is going to be with his extended presence upstairs from Honvid. That means the hatches will be open. Dodo gets one traded. He's going to be raided off the board. He will lose his teammates and himself now as Nerf and Skitty get everything back to a level playing field. 3 versus 3, and we're still very early in this round. Yokai drones are retreating back towards the objective. They want to keep them alive. The influence these have in these later moments is huge, and they can even send them up those hatches for a little bit of extra information towards the late game. As we see, the SMG-12 in hands of Tazzy just waiting. 11-4 so far is Tazzy. Huge individual performance. And feels like this is the calm before the storm. They got themselves in the building. And Academy, time to make a plan. It's going to be all down to your IGL decision making right now.
Wondering if they're actually going to try and go to hack those cameras with Tazzy. Of course, using the Logibomb to do so. Provide him with a little bit of extra information, possibly. The bulletproof, that is, for example, on site. You're thinking of the Yokai drones as well. A lot of information to be gained. There you have it. Yep. Like, he was not in position, but he knew that it was too big of a, reward to pass up on. And now they have a good opportunity to just start looking through these drones. Let's see. Okay, there's the Yokai drones. They've spotted them now. So those are no longer going to be surprised when a plant is happening.
And this is just going to be a little bit in the back of the head of Honvid as well. We're going to see those bulletproof cameras have been taken, and they're going to be really under pressure from that. Now, this is where the loss of your hard breach is going to be oh so impactful. This kitchen hatch is going to remain reinforced the entirety of this final 35. And, well, Booster hopped on that Yokai drone, relaying information to his team. Yellow pings, red pings going out, and you don't want to shoot that valuable utility. And this blitz creeping up, spots one of those Yokai drones. Should be able to clear that, and that's going to be the benefit of his teammates having that, relaying all that information. The sonic boom goes out, and they're just choking this play out second by second. Skitty gets one upstairs, a tease falls, but everyone compressed in dirt tunnel needs to win their one. But Tazzy finds himself his 12. He gets himself traded away, 2 versus 1, but 9 seconds. One player stuck in blue, and you're going to try and play this win condition. The case goes down.
Wonderful.
This cover is perfect. Skitty, mechanically gifted player, needs to win his one, does a massive damage, but takes some in return. Case goes down in a blitz in a 1v1, blinds him, shoots him, Nerf takes it, and then Academy win their first offense here in the basement of Clubhouse.
And this is how that Logibomb from Dokkaebi could be so huge. Like, what they did is find those Yokai drones. Those were partly a win condition for the defense at that point. They knew where they were, they took him out, and afterwards, you kind of just find yourself with the tools that you were trying to use to win the round taken away from underneath you. And M&M Academy managed to make it stick with the support over the shoulder from the blitz, finding the first, Tazzy on his lonesome, finding another, leaving themselves in a 1v2 situation where they can attempt and successfully get down that plant. So M&M Academy, 2 rounds away now from taking this first map in a super convincing fashion. And then you're headed towards Lair, which... I mean, the newest map to the map pool, there's mixed opinions on it from teams and players, and I believe talents as well, as I have heard you are not the biggest fan.
I might be a professional Lair hater, but but I will have to say, I have enjoyed how teams have played it so far. Unfortunately, Wylde decided to take Macko there again in their qualification game earlier today, and losing it. Shaking my head. Halo's all his time instead of tier 2.
You can't have everything, Like, sometimes you just gotta take the beast to its lair to beat it. Sadly not happened there. But
I heard a pun, I had a sigh. I can't believe you dropped a pun on me. We blasted 8 rounds though. We blasted 8 rounds, I'll give you that.
I mean, I tried to drop one before, I just didn't know what the English equivalent for it was.
I still don't even know what the equivalent was for it. I think we're both at a loss.
Either way. M&M Academy, they're doing amazing so far. They're really starting to stack up on that momentum and just being smarter about the game. I think that's just how we can put it. They're being more thought through in their actual pushes here. They're being very smart about the operators they use and then using every single little bit of it. Because it'd be so easy to be like, I am 2 floors away from getting that foam. Do I really do it when there's a minute left on the clock? And they did it, and it was a huge help, even though they lost some time.
Oh.
And Booster and Skitty, they decide that it is time to put Honved out of their misery. 2 gone off the board. 2 minutes left on the clock. Joker, he was looking to think about going towards that window, decided against it because he doesn't want to lose his life right now either.
This is now a nightmare start for Honved. They're going to be in the basement, so this is at least still somewhat winnable, but we're going to find ourselves, and you see it once again, in the same position. Yokai Jones have been hacked, Skitty gets himself a second, we wave goodbye to Leisure, Joker's off the board, and with just under a minute 30 left, you got a tease of the roam upstairs in by pool table, who might get himself a freebie. Logic Bomb goes out, and that's just going to sell him absolutely short. However, his mechanics buy him out. He gets 1 pick. Raiden finds the Echo on site, and it will be the lonely Mozzie up in pool tables, stuck up against a world, and this case will go down. MM Academy surely destined and bound to take Honved's map and go 1-0 up in this series. Capitao takes out that duel, does lose it to a tease, finds himself a second, but at this stage likely just Constellation picks as he will creep his way towards it, and that hacked camera just makes things even more difficult. So Hap, MM Academy once again played this absolutely perfectly.
As I said, like, they're just being smart about it. They even realized, okay, Tease is inside pool. What do? They all just drop the hatches and decide to go for the side. Like, we don't need to go and hunt that kill. That only gives him the opportunity to fight back. And as a result, it is another round that goes into the ways of M&M Academy. And it's an honor to see a team play as they currently are. Just completely outsmarting their opponents. Just being 1 step ahead every single time. And that's kind of what Siege is about, right? Like, it is the tactical aspect to it. It is not just 5 guns against 5 guns. It is all the operators. It's the setups. It is the rotations. It is the movements. And M&M is showing it all right now here on Clubhouse. And you mentioned it. It's a good map for them. It is the basics. It's the fundamentals. And if there is teams or any team here with really good fundamentals, it is the team that has been playing this game for ages and is now trying to make it back, for some at least, into Tier 1.
What a story that would be. I really have to double down on what you just said, because this has been the story for MM Academy throughout everything that they've done here in Tier 2. They are that team that brings an incredible amount of structure. They just sit and play very good, solid, basic Siege. I often use this phrase, risk aversion. They don't like to take risks. They only try and take engagements when they're in their favor. Watch how they play. They're always trying to manipulate engagements to suit them best they can. They always want to take 2-on-1s. They always want to play the numbers game. They always want to find every single inch to take the advantage. And Honved have been struggling with that pressure so far, and they've not been given many opportunities to pounce. They have been very close to flawless so far, MM Academy, and can they get this done? Get across the finish line, a 7-2 victory here on Club. Honved's map selection in this best of 3. What a result that would be for the side as we look towards Layer in our second, which was chosen, of course, by MM Academy.
Aware now of the fact that there is going to be a bandit. The instant tricks to come through, that is going to be too late, and the opening is there. The Selma didn't blow up, but that's fine. The exothermic did. That is the job done for that time around. FNAT destroyed as well. Now attention can be paid towards Garage. I believe Skitty is already working on that. As he's trying to enter, he's already finding himself down below. Is there someone on the steps? The answer is no. Careful about Oil Pit, but he is slowly starting to move up. Of course, this is only the first set of things. The site is not CCTV cache, it is gym and bedroom, but it often is a horizontal take. It is often a take that goes through CCTV and cache, and yet again, it will go through now.
Get themselves control of CCTV. Looking to get that opening pick. Nitro's good. A tease gets himself traded away. Red's there to confirm it. Fancy gets that credit on towards Skitty. And Honved get themselves a man advantage with just a minute 40 still to work. Tazzy, case in hand, and the Grimby's in back pocket. Only 1 hive remains, so he has to be very careful about where he delegates his position. Damage taken. That's going to arrive from behind him. He's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what encounter to take at this stage. Grimby's go out. I have a feeling MM Academy ran themselves into a bit of a roadblock here. Booster sneaks out around the player, boosted up, makes things also difficult. Back here, barricade, but he sneaks underneath it. What a play from him. Dino deep in construction. Finds himself a second one. Tazzy, you're insane. 2 in the round. And just like that, MM Academy are straight back in this fight.
Nitro tossed out. Is not going to find anything. It's Dodo coming in from logistics as he finds one. Tazzy finally been shut down. Makes his way back towards the site. He knows there's a drone around in gym. The bulletproof camera is still up as well. And Booster is finding himself at about 1 HP. It is not looking great still for the side of M&M Academy, but it's suddenly a lot more winnable than it was about 20, 30 seconds ago because of the fact that Tazzy decided to just pull one on them, go prone underneath that Kiba barrier, and find 2 kills on the back of it. There is Castle Barricades. That's the good news. That's going to be slowing things down, and the plant is already being attempted by the side of Booster. Are they aware? Well, his cover is dead, so it's only up to him now, and that won't last any longer either, as a double kill comes in from the UMP on the back, and also the 1 kill beforehand from Logistics onto Tazzy. That almost was a beautiful turnaround of that round.
Tazzy nearly put M&M Academy on his shoulders and said, let's get this job done right here, right now. Unfortunately, just too tall of a mountain to climb, and Honved stay alive just a little bit longer here on Clubhouse. They will be going down or up to CCTV and cash to their last potential defense of this. M&M Academy have played so good time and time again. You mentioned how they've playing Siege in that strategic point. They're not playing just around their guns, but I'll tell you what, one gun that has been active is Tazzy. 14-6 so far, leading the charge. One of those players, every time we watch this team play, absolute joy to watch, has put on a clinic today so far. But for the rest of his team, can they get across the finish line here and wrap up Clubhouse? They've already played a best of 3 today that went incredibly long. They want to get these rounds done and keep everything to a minimum, as fatigue will be a factor that will slowly creep into this series the longer we go.
I mean, they're headed towards CCTV cache now. This is, and it doesn't feel right saying this, but the easiest site to attack out of the 3. It is still going to be a fight. There's just such a clear step-by-step plan that if you follow it to the letter and your guns are on equivalent level, you will always be winning this round as an attacker. Like, that is just the reality of it. If you open up the wall, if you open up Garage, you make sure that you have pressure from Garage, suddenly it's just going to be hard to take that control, and as the cherry on the cake, you're going to make sure that someone's unlounged to stop C4s from going through. It is as simple as that. You don't need to go deep into the map to try and take that control. Most of it can be done from just a single door or wall that is going to allow them to just, you know, hold the angles from there on because of the fact that this map is so open but also quite linear.
Mirror window in effect on that main wall. Impact grenades have been brought out and maybe serve this up. Does make it more difficult for the extra 7 as you mentioned earlier, but they will see that impact trick work and denies one Salma and the second. And with 2 impacts still left in back pocket, the amount of them brought out, of course, by Fantasy on the Scopos means that this wall basically unbreachable at this stage, as a Thermite has 2 extra thermic charges, might try and maneuver himself in a position to get this job done. But all Salma's burnt at this early stage. An ideal position early for M&M Academy. It's going to be one of those impacts left, goes out and doesn't get the job done, so extra thermic charge is good, and a wall has been opened.
I was about to, you know, gniffle a little bit about that one because it's like, just how many more do you need before you finally get that wall? But it actually stuck out there. The impact slightly misthrown due to the fact, of course, they were inside of the mezzanines. Gotta be aware of Fantasy's position now, though, and that means pressure needs to come towards Garage. You need to be pushing that player out there. There is 2, however. Joker as well. The fire is there to stop it. Fantasy's quickly trying to swap shells. Is he in time? Yes, he definitely is. So he lives his full HP. Just the shell died from the fire.
That's a completely worthwhile trade. They're going to burn away one of those fire darts as well. And that's going to make Joker even more difficult to clear. Smokes go out. They're going to put one more fire dart deep. But look at this. Out by R1. That's going to be where your Zami is. They'll clear one set of them. The Thermal is going to betray a Zami. But it's going to be a tantalizingly close stray of shots as they can't connect. And now with just under a minute to work with, Honved need to play everything perfectly. And they want to throw this smoke deep. They want to try and get more close towards that main staircase so they can walk up and try and put pressure on directly. They're going to make a labyrinth of smoke all the way up. A pathway of thermal vision for our glass, but it's not good enough. The single gap of Tees finds it, opens thing up, but Tazzy, Skitty get everything back in advantage of M&M Academy, and Honved find themselves on the back foot with 30 seconds left in this round.
The big worry now, though, is that Atiz is currently way offside. He's given away that he was inside of Oil Pit. Skitty is quite close to him. The Nitrocell snipes it out at the perfect timing. Noton is coming up from the door, finds Atiz before he gets traded out. Hey, that is another player down below, but he has a Nitrocell. You gotta be careful. That's the opportunity to end this round. The explosion comes, the explosion fails, and Raiden will find a kill, and the good halves are out, as we do see that it is going to be victory for M&M Academy here.
7-3 victory here on Clubhouse. M&M Academy get the job done on map number 1. And the map choice of their opposition, nonetheless. Unfortunately, it's taken away from them. But this is an ideal start for M&M Academy. Both these teams fighting for survival here in our lower bracket.
It is definitely the ideal start. You want to be taking that first map with quite some conviction, and they managed to do so. And now, before we head to the quick break, or well, after I guess we head to the quick break, Lair is up next. That is a difficult map to play, and the way that M&M have been playing just now, they definitely have a bit of an advantage out now.
They certainly...
What a start to the series for M&M Academy. They win out their opponent's map pick on Clubhouse. We talked about the importance of having your communication, having the basics down to the wire. And I'll have to say one thing. Even if it sometimes seemed at the end of the rounds for the attacks on the side of M&M Academy, even if it sometimes felt like the rounds were dire, given that last round is a great example with it, they can't get the breach. They walk into like the garage door, smoke tunnel, great idea, doesn't go well. Still, they managed to win the round. So creativity and teamwork seems to be amazing on the side of M&M Academy right now.
This team is on the same wavelength, and they have been for the last few months, it feels. They have been so good at always buying themselves or digging themselves out of these dire positions, as you mentioned. It looked like a round is done. The tease gets the glass. That's almost your big execute player gone on Raptor Stairs, and the rest of the team realize we've got to dive in, we've got to get control, and they do that. They don't hesitate, and likely a call came out from the IGL of Nerf realizing we've got to make something happen. He saw a gap or someone called it, and they committed to it completely, and that's going to be one of the massive factors of this team. They're always willing and always brave enough to commit to those last second plays.
You both are forgetting one thing, though. Tazzy just decides that rules of physics do not apply to him.
Yeah,
he just sneaks through. He is liquid like water and just gets himself in there. That glass dies, that's great, but did you see Tazzy on the other side all alone finding 2 kills and deciding, you know what, this round is actually ours even if you take our glass? He kept on doing that every single time. Like, he kept on finding these huge kills in rough positions and rough times that M&M just allowed to benefit of.
Yeah, and players like Skitty as well, for example, decided for himself, I'm not dying to a C4 today. Just the sheer perfection of what these players are doing, like we mentioned, the fact they're pulling out rounds that are looking really dire for them. The fact that Tazzy's gone and popped off throughout this whole game, by the way, putting up insane numbers. Talking on Skitty on the side as well, I feel like, in general, Tazzy's been a player that really stood out to me for the whole course of the EML Challenger Series playoffs so far. Putting up numbers almost every single game consistently, and especially you talked about Lair already, I mean, that's going to be our second map of the series. It's also M&M Academy's map pick. Honestly, the odds are stacking up right now. It's looking like this, I mean, I'm not trying to jinx it for anyone here, but it looks like this could be a 2-0 for M&M Academy. What is it that what do Hanve need to do? Like, surely they can't let us slip away this easily after fighting so hard this morning.
Well, they did play Lair once in the EMLCS against Myth. They did manage to win it 7-4. It is just my worry that Myth is not one of the top 8 teams. They're currently, you know, neither a top 6 team or a top 5 team, because we're down to like the last 4. Are we down to the last 4 now? We're down to the last 4 teams currently. So it is going to be a completely different kind of ball game. You managed to win that one quite comfortably. However, it hasn't been your map pick. You've banned it 4 times, or well, 5 times, I believe, out of the 7 series that you've had. We need to see some miracle happen on their side.
They certainly do. The scary thing for me, if you're going to be backing Hanve in the chat here, is that we've seen M&M Academy play incredibly risk-averse. They're not going to give anything up. They're not going to make mistakes, especially on their defense. Now, they're not starting there here. But, well, no, they're not. When they are on their defense, do not expect them to overextend. Do not expect them to give up that first pick. And that's going to be what they're playing around. They're going to always try their best to not be first to die and make sure you're at that number disadvantage moving to that mid to late stage. They're really good at just sitting still, holding crosses, and they trust the system so much.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's not really what I was hoping to hear, guys. I was hoping to hear something positive for the side of Hanve. But what I'm hearing is, if M&M Academy would play so disciplined, you're gonna have to try and find a way to work around that, I assume, right?
Yeah, I mean, on a map like this, at least you realize that you have a lot of cut-off positions and you can play around it. The big thing about teams that are all just disciplined and do like to play within a very similar structure, they don't make variations round for round. M&M Academy will do the same thing time and time again. If you can learn from that and realize how you can manipulate them, you can definitely gain some rounds, especially on your offense side. The big thing, when we saw from Hanve when they're going to go on the defense first, is they have to play a very similar mindset. They cannot give up early mistakes, and they have to be very careful at how they hold their ground. You just have to trust each other, and this is going to be where all that pressure is on this team now.
It is definitely not over. There is a good opportunity here for Hanve. They just need to make sure that they are playing better than they did just now. And, you know, they just have a little talk right now. Like, okay, what went wrong? What do we need to work on? It could be little things as communication. It could be little things as just acting quicker on the calls that are given to give the opposing team less time to respond. So let's see whether or not they're able to bring this to a map number 3.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over. That's, I guess, the positive thing that we're looking for Honved here, because they need to survive in this competition. The next map needs to be won if they don't want to lose out on that EML spot. So a lot is on the line. The stakes are high for this second map. Let us remind you, it is the map pick of M&M Academy. The next map in the series is Lair.
Long has this road been to get to this stage for both these teams. Unfortunately, the journey for one of them will end in this lower bracket. Whether it's on Lair or Bank a little bit later on, it's down to Honved to decide that for us. The map choice of M&M Academy, Honved trailing this series by 1 map so far. All comes down to this, their journey, their story. Can it finish on Lair, or can they live the fight one more day on Bank?
The big question that we're all waiting to see answered, will it be a map 3? Will it be the end for one of these two teams as we speak? Capital, the first to be removed. That is going to be keeping at least 1 extra shield on the board. And then you're starting to think, okay, are we maybe seeing a little bit more of a pressure there? Because that allows M&M to just ban 1, and it's the Blitz to be removed. So Montaigne and Blackbeard will be available. And I'm just going to say, we saw Honved earlier today struggle immensely against a double shield setup when they were being attacked on Skyscraper. They were just overrun the entire time. Had nothing to bring to it. Didn't know how to counter the shield. So, if that's the angle M&M is trying to go for here, they might have found themselves a little bit of a gold pot.
I certainly think so, and the big scary thing is you take away the Blitz. That was Dodo's main pick on the previous map. We saw time and time again, that was his default. The team relied on that operator. Now, they'll have that taken away, and of course, they'll be ready for that, they'll be prepared for it, and I'm very curious if they'll move that pick on towards a Blackbeard or a Monty, or even use that double shield setup that they struggled so much with on Skyscraper. Nerf will initially pick up that Monty, and I'm not even 1 bit surprised that the Blackbeard brought in combination with that Monty. It's Lair, and that's going to make things oh so difficult for Honved.
Now, one of the big changes that was there, is here right now, compared to the Skyscraper that we saw from Honved earlier today, is that the fact that the Clash is allowed to be played. Clash has the opportunity to slow down its approach. Has the opportunity to just zap and make sure that those shields are going to be losing all of their momentum, if they're on the right side, that is. Because if they're finding themselves opposite of where those shields are going to be making a quick push, suddenly they're on the front door of the side by the time that Clash is coming around. So they're going to be relying on a little bit of information here for Honved as we go over towards that top floor. We're going to wait and see how they'll do on the defense, because I'm just going to be honest here, if they're starting off and they're only getting 2 rounds here on defense, or worse, game is over. Like, they still have to play the attack, of course, but it's going to be rough.
Oh, absolutely. This is the most important 6 rounds this roster have played in a tremendously long time. You want to bank yourself a minimum of 4 here. A minimum of 3, realistically. Ideally, a 4-2 split on your defense here on Lair. This top floor should be a near guarantee. Lots of deep angles. Just make everything oh so difficult, but that's going to gain more value from that Blackbeard, from that Monty. Early stages, Salma Charge does go off, and, well, there's moving to the process so far here on Lair, setting everything up nicely. I'm very curious to see where our Blackbeard... Actually, no, we picked away from our Blackbeard, unfortunately. I'm very curious where Skiddy's going to be on that Deimos, I should mention now. Will he play down below, trying to use that Vendetta just to displace people, maybe catch a freebie from the verticality options that gives him?
Talking of the beast in its own lair, it is Deimos, of course. It's the opportunity to play that vertically, you mentioned it just now. Stasi on the sneak. Have no clue he's here. No one's watching his direction. He's just waiting for a drone to give him information to act on, and as he's rolling in slightly and steadily, he might actually be waiting for the rest of his team to be ready for a bit of an execute as well. As Booster comes around the corner, there's some barbed wire that has to be removed, and that is going to be giving away the information that they're there.
Those smoke canters going out, extended out towards the site, gonna choke things out. That's gonna be the last one burnt away from Fantasy. So good effect so far on it, but this is gonna be down all out expended at this stage. Grimbees go out, or the Clash gonna spot out a pick, and Tazzy just staring down the barrel load of gun, it feels. You don't want to be too close towards that clash. Of course, they can chip away damage on towards the Monty as well, and they'll be playing in that deep rotation, and that's going to be Raiden opening pick of tees first of all, and that's the worst case scenario. Honved need to keep the numbers game in their favor as long as possible. Down below, the Skeleton Key tries to pick the lock. Unfortunately, not good enough to shut down the clash just yet, and that first death mark goes out, and hopefully it's going to arrive on someone impactful, and it will. That's Joker trying to make a play down below, and that's going to be information fed down the Raiden, who's going to make very much important use of it as he has to hunt them down.
I was going to say that's huge. That was the one player that's out for the roam and was looking to stop Raiden, now shut down because of it. So that's a huge death mark that just went out. Is going to be giving him crucial information of winning this round. Now the Clash in a good position. However, there's 3 around. The EMP impact will stop him from being able to actually go for a bit of a swing, as Fantasy is kind of stuck in that position, and now it's a one-on-one for the shields. The bash is there. The shots are as well. And it's only up to Fantasy now as he's dancing in the bees. Shots from below, shot from the side, gets 1 kill before Raiden shuts him down, and M&M Academy, what a wonderful round.
That was absolutely sublime use of utility. MM Academy, at every stage, every corner, we're always in control of this, and they're attacking here on layer. They're going through that initial dance, baiting out all 3 toxic canisters. They do so without taking significant damage. They realize there's going to be someone down below. Let's send out a death mark. Great timing. Captures Joker on that roam, meaning Raiden's safe to use that Skeleton Key down below. And the secondary EMP in the hands of the Monty takes away the CCE shield's ability to stun, and they just walk deep inside his sight, using the extended shield to cover, deny that cross, and they just demanded space, and they took sight while the defense still occupied it. Great play, M Academy, very worthy of their opening round, and it will be a replay yet again of this side coming out, and it will be a very similar lineup getting brought out. Rain does pick away from that Deimos, this time opting for that Blackbeard booster, moves on towards Monty. Rora getting picked up by the nerf. Oh, they are cooking indeed. They've got a very clear-cut plan here for this team.
I mean, you can understand that they're trying to go for a bit of a repick here. For them, I think for Honved, it felt like they weren't too far off the mark. Like, they were stalling it out quite a lot, and then everything just kind of fell apart. So maybe with just a change of utility, a change of pace, maybe they're able to drag this round over the finish line. Because the alternative is more scary to me. If they're thinking of the fact that we don't really feel as comfortable on any of the other sides, so we're just going to have to try and win this one eventually, and then we'll go over to the next. If that's the case, they're kind of doomed. So I really hope that is the fact that they are aware of the fact of what went wrong, and that they have a direct plan to improve on their previous performance.
Well, hopefully for Honda, the confidence to repick this site does imply that. And this is going to be MM Academy, just patient yet again. They're not going to dive into things, or Blackbeard waiting for that confirmation. He's out by painting window. Joker holds the staircase in towards lobby. Everyone in their default positions as you'd expect. I think Skitty inside a bathroom. Candela's ready. He's going to send these out, and that's going to stun on towards that Clash. Aware, and he's got a shotgun to work with. Nerf gets the opening, and he just charges in. Shotgun in hand, doesn't even need it. Tazzy picks up Joker, and with a Monty bearing down on towards your Clash, gets that melee off. But Fantasy plays an important role, but unfortunately, he won't have much of an impact. He's left all alone, and Booster shuts him down. MM Academy make this look easy. Honved need to find a way to solve this, and I think it might already be tactical timeout time for this roster.
But what do you say? Like, they thought, okay, let's rerun because we figured out how we can make this win. And M&M Academy said, okay, we know how you play now, let's speedrun. That is the 2 different approaches. I mean, the Candela, sure, they helped there, but it wasn't even like they were necessary at that point. I felt like they just got outrun, overrun, and this is exactly what we had on Skyscraper as well from Honved. When they were up against this shield, suddenly the pace gets so big that they're unable to, you know, keep up. And now decided to go back towards the basement, or not even back because we haven't been here, so down towards the basement to see if they maybe can find a bit of different fate here. But 2 rounds to M&M Academy already. That to me says trouble. The fact that that second round was as convincing as it was because they decided to just hold shift and go for it, even more troublesome than it currently looks like.
We don't often see attacking rounds ever get that close here on layer. They're often somewhat of a give and take in M&M Academy. So dangerous. Only 3 kills collected so far from Honved, all arriving from Fantasy. The one player standing up, that will change as this game goes on further. We do go down the lab, that basement site, and I think Chan mentioned it perfectly in our last game, our previous series. This is one of those sites that often I see teams on the defense, it never looks convincing. It often looks to be a very treacherous and perilous defense, no matter what way you cut it. And the big influence on that's going to be the verticality brought up by Radiant. They have committed themselves upstairs to hold it. They do have the mirror fantasy combination as well with Headset upstairs just to extend their control. Make things oh so difficult. But M&M Academy will be aware of that and they'll begin their initial roam clear.
And they're very efficient. You can see it in how quickly they are moving. Already the top floor being manned here by the side of Skitty, clearing it with face, has the drone that rolled in earlier. It's going to be able to use that for a bit longer. You see Raiden already putting down the boogies down below, and that means pressure on the side is already, or well, adjacent side is already starting to come through, and that is something that these roamers are going to have to worry about. The basement roamers will have to worry about as Tazzy slowly looking to descend the staircase. And I believe there is one or two around on the middle floor here for the side of Honved. I'm just not quite sure where they are and what they are currently doing, as that's a beautiful shot from Matisse, a very necessary one as well.
That takes away Tazzy, that takes away the Nomad, but I think I'll repeat, that takes away Tazzy. That's going to be a huge one. He was 14-6 on Clubhouse, not off to a flying start here on Layer, but shut down early, so Honved do have themselves that numeric advantage at this early stage. Vertical control is opened up at the hands of those boogie drones, and Raiden will be lurking above those rafter beams, just looking to catch any member of this defense. They get a little bit over-aggressive. We're out by Dog and loading Bay, and Skitty gets that drone out, does spot one player, that's a tease. Only person to kill so far in this round gets compromised. Logic Bomb should go out soon to hunt him down, but gets caught for the cross. Skitty gets that credit, and back to a level playing field. 4 versus 4, and Honved might consider retreating themselves back to site completely.
Also important, the cams will now be hacked. They're going to be aware of that bulletproof that is out. Is it just one? I believe it is just one. No, it's 2. One has been destroyed. So they will at least have that information. Going to be able to call that out to the rest of the team where it is. Maybe even use the information themselves, depending on where it is. Still have 2 roamers around, though, on that first floor. You see that booster is currently working on it. One just rotated off. The second still present near Rocket. And it seems like they're trying to collapse on him, but they need to have a little bit of a move, a little bit of sound that will force him to move out. And there you have it. The kill comes in as well. Booster finds Joker as the surge pressure is coming through. Nerf finds one for his efforts, is in sight with the diffuser, but drops it as it gets traded out.
Skitty in an all-important fight here with that Vector in hand. Needs to win his warm-up booster. Going to be good for a second one. 5 seconds to work within this round, and they need to get this case down. Fantasy has been the shining star of this team so far. 0-0, but the Nitro still hits the door frame. The lifeline denied, and Skitty gets that credit. Oh, it's the finest of margins. Millimeters of separation between a round loss and a lifeline, as it will be one more round for M&M Academy as they complete a flawless 3-round rotation on the attacking split of Layer. Red flags and red alert for Honved so far. They need to find a way to change this tempo of this match sooner rather than later, and still no timeout called by this team.
Very well done as well, shooting that Nitro Cell out instantly, not giving him the opportunity of picking it up, throwing it out again. I doubt it was actually able to fly far enough to get that kill from the angle that it was being tossed at, but you don't just want to risk it. You want to make sure that you're on top of that. So great responses to come through in M&M Academy. Even though that was a bit of a tougher attack, I'd say, still managed to find themselves come out on top. And again, we found ourselves with a rerun. Honved deciding to just bring it back here. They realized, hey, we were actually quite close. Maybe we can bring this back. Maybe we can actually convince the round to go our way. My worry is now that the last time they reran, it was M&M Academy that decided to go for a bit of a speed run. So if they're running a very similar kind of setup with 2 or 3 roamers, what is going to stop M&M Academy of just taking the side and just holding them as they get back in?
It does look like it's a very similar structural setup from the defense yet again. You're extending upstairs with your mirror. You got a combination of headset up there with those mute jammers to shore things up. The only major addition to this will be your Valkyrie. Brings an extra Nitro Cell, 4 of which active in this round for the defense. So, very curious it'll have an impact with those nitro cells, but the extra information always going to be good. But the one big thing about this is time and time again in this series, Emma Academy are taking full avail of that secondary utility brought up by the Dokkaebi of taking away those cameras. If your expansive network of Valkyrie's taken away, that can be a blow, and Blackbeard runs into a Valkyrie early, and Tazzy's there for a trade. Worst case scenario yet again, Honvid one player down, we wave goodbye to the Joker, and Tazzy gets his third. Skitty compiles the issue, Dodo's gone, and Academy in complete control here of round 4.
As I said, you rerun, they speedrun. It is not looking good. And right now, again, instantly the opportunity to hack these cameras, and now all those black eyes you just put up, well, they're now feeding into the attack as well, and they can use this information to first and foremost secure those cameras, but also maybe spot some of the rotations that will come through eventually. And there's a hatch to be destroyed. Well, there's still 2 players out and about on the roam. Booster, you do not know how close you are to an engagement. And both are backing forth, backing out. There's Fantasy, the man close by, looking to make a change as Raiden is taking some damage from below.
Alright, another detonation goes off, likely one of those extra nitro cells, and it was. So, Yellow Pings raining out for Emma Academy. They've got a lot of information, and all of that does likely come down to those hacked Valkyrie cameras. And Fantasy likely won't be able to move with complete freedom. Logic Bomb goes out, 2 players caught within its radius. Headset safe from his mute jammers. Flashbang goes out. Charges in Habana, but a crossfire is there. Atiz finds 1. Fantasy a second. A trade is there. Nerf gets 1 confirmed back with that Blackbeard as Tazzy compiles the issue. But upstairs, Fantasy retakes the hatch and does shut down Nerf. And the case does go cold. M&M Academy have a little bit more work to do to get this one down. Fantasy chasing ghosts upstairs, and I imagine this plant will go down with relative ease. Tazzy forced to cover, drop from the hatch of Fantasy, he'll creep around, and Tazzy does shut him down. A 4th consecutive attacking round here from Emerald Academy on Lair. Absolute masterclass. Honved need to find a way back into this matchup before it's too late.
For a second there, it seemed like there was an opportunity to bring it back from Fantasy, but like the damage was already done. Like, yeah, he finds 2 kills, but it's a 4-on-1 in that situation. The plant's still going down, and if there's someone you want to have on the cover, it is Tazzy. He's been having an incredible game. He's been having an incredible series, and he's truly been a force to be reckoned with. And I hate to say it because I don't want to prey on their downfall, but the thing is, if you do not make it to EML throughout these Challenger series, this is your advertisement towards the pro teams. There is going to be, after Reload, from what I saw from Rob, I believe, the head of tournament, another roster modification window where people and teams can add a single player to their team. If you play your heart side now and you show the incredible talent and smarts that you have, these teams are going to be looking at that. And they're going to be like, this might actually be the amount of creativity that we would need to complete our setup. The players like Tazzy are really playing themselves in the shopping window here.
If you're an organization looking at this competition as a shopping opportunity, Tazzy, right now, free agent as well. Well, again,
it's not even shopping, it's just a gift.
That's true. You don't even have to go. You don't even have to open up your budget for transfer window. Again, all these players from an academy, and again, Honved as well, have had exceptional runs. Fantasy Atiz Joker been massive standouts for me as well. The core of this roster been exceptional. But Emerald Academy, if they survive and get victory here on Lair, do move themselves 1 step closer to qualification VML. This is our lower brackets. We would be waving goodbye to Honved if that is the story. And well, Dodo does find the opening. That's going to be Skitty off the boards early. Great opening pick to shut things down. And Honved needed that oh so desperately. Finally getting that opening pick. Hopefully they can play around this and keep control, as they need to get themselves back in this fight. 2 rounds recovered here. 4-2 split. Not the worst case to be in.
Definitely not great though. I said at the start of this game, if this is 2 rounds for Honved at the defense, they're finding themselves in big trouble and the game might be over. So they need to make sure they at least find these 2 rounds as trades are starting to come through. It is a 4-3 in favor of Honved, but it might just as well turn into a 3-3 as they are quite close to finding some extra engagements here. It is the middle floor eventually fighting over, but just look at how heavy this setup is. Hey, look, that's a player down below. You can actually maybe try and find a kill. Be careful that you're not going to get swung on. as now he has to try and get out. Tazzy will find a kill before he gets traded out. We're on a 2v3. Two of those players on Honvid, quite low on HP.
Honvid have done a good job here keeping that man advantage. They've played the trade system perfectly, and they've shut down high priorities like Tazzy, now that Blackbeard of Nerf, and it's all down the booster in a 1 versus 3. 60 seconds to make things work, so he will be able to get some time back. And does get 1 pick on the Joker. No drones to work with, so he's having to fly blind, and he makes this a 1 versus 1. 50 seconds, so much time for both these teams to reset, recover, and try and feed as much information to the final remaining players, somewhat the champions of their teams now. 1 versus 1, both matched up on health as well, and well, that shotgun out in his hands will be his ultimate nemesis as he shut down Headset, sees that opportunity, and takes up that wide swing. Great timing, and it is the opening round of the defense side here for Honved, but you gotta say, as you mentioned, even a 4-2 split here is a little bit disastrous on the defense here of Lair.
And they managed to win the gunfights here, and that allowed them to stay out on top. There was some trade game going on as well, and a lack of information for once on the side of M&M Academy, because usually they're fully aware of where these players are, and you could basically say they didn't because the Blackbeard rushed in, got himself shot in the side of the head. If he would have taken the other avenue, if he would have just gone through the verticality that was there, he would have been able to just, cut the corner close. But the fact that information was missing allowed Honvet to basically come out on top, stay hidden in their hidey holes, and come out with that 1 defensive round. But they need a second. For sure. 1 is not going to cut it. 2 might even be too little to ask for as well, but it's the best they can do currently, as M&M Academy already have 4 rounds on the board. And it might sound harsh, me saying it like that, but I truly believe that M&M Academy, it is a matter of time before they're winning this series.
I mean, with all the stakes, I don't even think it's a harsh statement to say. We go up to our 6 room and office yet again, and this is where M&M Academy have been oh so ruthlessly aggressive time and time again. And for the 3rd time, they see this site, and the 3rd time, they present a different offensive lineup going into it. They're going to bring out the Flores this time around, still combining Nerf with that Monty, likely to stick Tazzy in behind him to get that control as he makes a solo entry here. Up by Skybridge. A drone ahead of him. This could be huge here as Tazzy can just get so much control on Honved, really not contesting him. The barbed wire will betray him. He is aware someone's lurking just beside him. We'll see that Vulcan canister, and that's just going to be playing on the back of his mind. That's going to be a scary one as a tease does find the opening. Raint is first to fall, and a great opening pick from the side of Honved. Swing out from Tazzy, can't get the job done. Fantasy will get 1 of his own, and that's going to be a pop of that Goyo canister. They'll fall back from it. 2 minutes and an advantage, 5 versus 3 in favor of Honved. Great start from them here.
Yeah, definitely a great start. Managed to shut down those 2 individual, basically pokers that were looking to see what they could find in that map. Nothing gained here. It's going to be rough to try and come back from this as M&M Academy. They are sending out some utility. They are doing some of the work. They still need to find 5 of those kills with only 2 active guns in a walking doorway. And Skitty, as he's holding tight, it is a very dense setup though from the side of Honvid. There's completely no width to it. Everybody's on the site or adjacent to it. There's no one down below that would be looking around to playing with those nitro cells. It's just holding back the main entry points and seeing what they can do from there. That will give some opportunities like that.
That might just be a gift given to Skitty. Fantasy does fall from it. A great level of patience just to sit and wait. And speaking of patience, it's Nerf. We are aware that Goyo just staring, waiting for this entryway. But Nerf, trusting his team to do all the necessary legwork to gain him access via this jump in. And while Bandit, tantalizingly close, laying prone, can't do anything from it, will get blinded by that flashbang and perhaps an invitation to walk in from our Flores of Skitty. Second flashbang goes out, gets a great pick, but a tease unfortunately shuts down Nerf. It's going to be an open door as Booster gets one traded back. Dodo, pistol in hand, needs to win this one against the guy, but the spray is just too good at that vector, and it's down to Skitty in a 1 versus 2. Makes it a 1 versus 1. 3 in this round for him. He's aware his final threat lurking just past this reinforcement. Sees the shoulder, can't win his 1. A tease gets his team a 2nd round, and they wrap up the opening half with a 4-2 split in favor of the offense here on Lair. But they have a pulse, they have a heartbeat, they have a lifeline here on their map.
Those last 2 rounds were way too close, though. They managed to find huge opportunities. They managed to find huge advantages. And then, suddenly, whip it. It is a 1v1. Twice. So it's like, you really don't want to have that.
No.
You really want to make sure that that doesn't become the norm. And as you're heading over towards the defense now, or the attack, sorry, you gotta make sure there's quite some conviction behind your attacks. Because if there's a little bit of hesitation, people like Tazzy, they are gonna be feeding themselves off of that.
Absolutely. I mean, Tazzy's going to be likely playing in a position where he's going to be able to use effect of that T5 SMG and the Super Shorty, just playing around the crossfires. And this is going to be where Honved are going to find everything oh so difficult. They go up to R6 in office. This entire top floor is labyrinthine in design. So many deep corners, so many crossfires set up by that defense, and you can be incredibly fluid with where you want to establish that control. Expect M&M Academy just to sit and hold their crossfires. Sit, wait, and be patient. They've got a Goyo combination with a Mute, combination with a Smoke, combination with a Melusi. There is so much denial potential and slow down potential on this side. Honved really have to be proactive how they want to get that initial control. And with that Roar on the board, that's going to be one massive resource to deny the number of angles they have to contend with at any given time.
Yeah, those dom panels on Aurora are definitely going to be a bit of a talking point. Like, I'm wondering how Honved is going to be using them. Are they going to try and go for a pretty one-dimensional push and lock off the angles with those dom panels? Or are they going to, you know, be a little bit more secure about it? Use them as sort of flank watch, where they lock off doors where they've already been and don't need to be anymore. So if there is a defender coming from that direction, they have to shoot to give away their position. Multiple ways, of course, they can use those dom panels. And I'm interested to see how exactly Honved is going to be using them, as there are Ciroteros. Sending rocket stairs will descend again as to get those barbed wires out of the way. You want to make sure that that push is clear for later on. And I wasn't going to find anything else anyway.
May as well clear it if you're there. You never know when a bit of barbed wire can bite you. Drone goes out, doesn't last too long. Tazzy's aware, watching that drone hole, playing in close proximity. Joker, with that LMG in the hands of Rora, can spread a lot of lead downrange and just continue to look to get that information in towards bathroom. Spots that no one's in close proximity just from his perspective. Should have heard that Goyo. And the first Grismot does apply. That's going to be Joker sending, or Fantasy sending those out. 2 stuns, 1 impact. And Booster, as you spot, playing tantalizingly close. And a good decision. They need to drone him out. They need to spot him. And hopefully they do. They have done. But as Blackbeard goes on a hunt, Dodo should chase him down. But Booster drops the hatch. And he lives to fight another day.
He escapes, he runs, he's not willing to stick around, and that will allow Dodo to start moving up rocket stairs, though. That's going to be putting up some direct pressure towards the side in just a couple of seconds, and these dome panels are holding and keeping things shut. Now, you do see that the Banshee out there is holding that Blackbeard back. It's not going to be allowing him to move in further as the dome panel is open up. But, oh, look at that. That's a neat little angle they can use now. Closing the dome panel again. Don't want to have that one around. Actually, might have still been on cooldown there. I'm not quite sure. See, Nerf is worried about someone coming around from that window, and he was rightly so.
Nerf is stuck in a nightmare position. 40 seconds, the Blackbeard bearing down, but he finds a huge shot. Case goes cold, and Joker drops it. And they all have to worry about recovery at this stage. Nerf controls this round. Raiden gets one, Tazzy another. Honved falling, but Fantasy brings them back up. A T stands up tall for a second. And with 20 seconds, we're down to 4 surviving players on this server. Nerf the hero, denied with a triple piece from a T's. And all down the skiddy. The SMG-11 not good enough for a knock on the Fantasy, but time is his ally. 3 canisters, but caught with damage. Makes a deep rotation, can't win the one. Fantasy goes huge, and Honved find their opening offensive round here on Lair.
A very big round. It got quite scrappy in the end, and they were forced to just go for kills, but they found them all in the end. There was no place to run. There was no place to escape. They find themselves 4-3 up. Honved said that they have a pulse. Those 2 rounds that were so close when they were out of the fence, they might just prove to be the lifeline they needed. And as their first attack will go their way, they need to now continue this pace. As what we see from M&M Academy is actually the opposite from Honved. They're deciding to instantly rotate down below. Not going to be sticking around too long on that top floor. Let them simmer. Let them just, you know, keep those cogs turning in those brains as you keep throwing new sights at them.
They don't want a repeat of the rerun speedrun style that we had earlier on in this matchup. So, this lab site, though, scares me every time I watch teams play it. I mentioned earlier, it's often I don't see it very convincingly defended by so many teams. Just leaves so many openings, and you can just essentially walk into it, and it's a basement site without the perks and benefits of many other basement sites we see in this game. Direct access, you can just walk straight into it. No real worry about hatches or stairs much of the time. And all this down for Academy to hold that verticality. They've extended upstairs, Booster with those mute jammers, making her nerf with those mute jammers, just extending a little bit. Try and choke things out. Only one solitary nitro cell applicable from this side to use. The real question is, will it have benefit? Can you get anything from a tease of the LMG on that Finka? Brings a lot of firepower. Combination with Dodo on that Monty. This roam clear should be relatively effective.
Started as a masterclass from Eminem here on this map, finding those first 4 rounds seemingly flawlessly. Things started to slip away a bit. Honvet now finds themselves on 3 rounds, and I'm gonna say it wasn't without trouble. There was plenty of trouble on that team. Now they have the opportunity to continue that pace, to continue pushing in, and as the Montaigne is now starting to gain some ground, it's Tazzy to be shut down first by Fantasy. That is a huge pick, if not the biggest pick that he could be finding this early on in the round.
Great opening. This is going to be a massive blow. Tazzy, who's been so active with his SMGs and his rifles, no longer of action. Working away through those drones, running themselves into those jammers, placed down by Nerf, just choking away information. Drone economy still looks good though. 1 in back pocket, 5 slain, 1 in reserve. They're just gathering as much information as they can. Eminem Academy do find themselves in a position where they can't take any risk at this stage. They do have a nitro cell to work with if they're given the opportunity to throw this through the verticality. But slow and steady from Honved so far. Open up your verticality. Begin to displace these power positions.
Openings incoming. Is the pressure also there? A minute left. The time is slowly starting to tick away. These hatch drops will be dangerous, so you don't really want to rely on them. They're great for support, and also great to have as the sole entry towards the side. You saw a bit of a floor bang attempt at Skitty, however, that will find a tease. Huge pick to come through as well. That's the Finka gone. That's any regenerative ability gone as well. And one of the 2 players that has been keeping Honvet in this game, Matiz and Fantasy. Those are the names that you need to be honoring right now if you're a fan of the Hungarian roster. As Radiant, ready, prone, and ratting, more like rodent, as he finds another kill for his efforts.
Massive play, dropping prone, making it oh so predictable, and with 20 seconds remaining, advantage slides in favor of the defense of Eminem Academy. Smoke canisters go out, and the Monty should stick this plant. The cover is there, C4 goes out, will it be in the right position? No, it's not. Headset is there to deny that, and the plant goes down, 2 pieces around for him. Booster, Skitty, the last 2 standing from our defensive side. Yellow pings go out, relaying information, but you're up against the Monty, with a player lurking just behind him. He spots the shoulder, but not quick enough on the draw to find that connection. Relays that information to his teammate, but Skeleton Key finds one. The trade there with the shotgun is good, but with a Monty and a player upstairs bearing down, we are almost guaranteed and destined to find ourselves level after 8 rounds of play. He will try and stick it, but for Booster, it might just be an act of futility, as he's got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and no time to work with. Eminem Academy's lead has turned the vapor. Honvet are all the way back.
At least he found Dodo for his efforts, but the round is what they were hoping to find. A nitro cell tossed in the wrong direction, the lack of information that was out there basically resulting in that. And of course there was an early pick in favor of Honved. However, Eminem Academy, they were able to bring it back slightly. Suddenly set 3-3, the plan's being attempted, but they didn't have top floor control anymore. And that is that issue. You really needed to send someone up top as soon as that nitro cell filled. And because they didn't, it was never going to work to begin with. Yes, you might have taken out the Monty. Yes, you might have taken out the cover that was there on the horizontal level. But the player up above was always safe. Was always in the right position. Was always going to be winning that fight.
Well, just like that, we find ourselves in a level playing field yet again. We almost wrote the eulogy for Honvet when we said they went into half with a 4-2 deficit against Eminem Academy, but they have looked exceptional here on their attacking side. The 2 rounds they've played, of course, the 2 victories that they've had, Eminem Academy need to find an answer now, because if you let this momentum begin to build, even though you're on the higher preference side, things might begin to slip away. And this was the map choice that you brought out here in this series. Honved building a little bit of momentum, and maybe might be able to find a miracle to flip this bracket or flip this best of 3 and force their hand to bank. Still a long way to go as our action phase begins to roll out.
I'm definitely up for it. I would like to see a bank to come and rolling through. But M&M Academy, they will have the different plans. And we mentioned it before. Stamina, resilience, the longevity of these teams is eventually going to come into play. Honved, they had a slow start on Clubhouse. They had a slow start on this first half here on Lair. But suddenly they found themselves in a second win. Suddenly things are starting to connect again. And you just hope that it continues, that it goes on that way. As M&M Academy, well, they have been on the wrong side of the entry for both these rounds here on that defense. They need to make sure that that turns the tide. Because if they have that 1 man up, it's just going to be so much easier for them to move through.
And 2 players primarily responsible from that, from Honved, so far have been a Tease and Fantasy. Toxic Canister sent out, trying to buy some damage on towards the Monty. Doesn't quite find it and finds himself between a rock and a hard place here. Shield bearing down for 1 position. A Banshee does sure him up, but he's going to be locked in here. Has to rely likely on that Goyo canister. He needs to pop that. He will do so from cover. Has a second one to work with as well as the toxic canisters, but I don't think Skitty's long for this world. He peeks out with a shotgun. His teammates there for cover, maybe considering falling back, but he wants to try and get his 1. They'll pop that canister, and a retreat has been made. Good decision, and can even patch up this rotate as well.
Now 2 of those canisters gone as well. That is a pretty big advantage here for the side of Honved. They've only taken a small amount of damage, and also 2 smoke canisters gone as well, of course. So a lot of the stall, a lot of the opportunity is already out of the hands. And as the skeleton key rips, it is a missed opportunity from Tazzy onto Joker. He gets a second attempt and will succeed in that one. He will maintain the control from below. And that is now a little bit of a worry point for people like Dodo, who are fighting down below. As Atiz is also paying attention towards it, and Tazzy is just deciding to keep on rotating, keep on being a menace, keep on having that 1 member that will be forcing to watch him basically, so he cannot pull anything weird, which allows him to fight a 4v3 on site.
Jump in from that Grim will be denied by that goo just lurking beneath his feet. And with 30 seconds to work with, M&M Academy in the driver's seat for the first time here on their defense. But Honved have been so good time and time again, and Headset will shut down Nerf. Brings us back level, but with just 15 seconds, the case should go down. The cover needs to be good, and Fantasy gets into the action. Skitty gets 1 with the toxic canisters, make it a second 1, and a flurry in your kill feed, leaving it. He's the last one standing. He gets that case recovered, but only to be welcomed by some 5-6, 5-7, but the hands of the MP7 of Bandit. What a round there from Academy. It got very scrappy, but Honved just not good enough to get across that finish at the end of the day. An advantage back with Academy.
A rough round once more, but this time it was M&M Academy that comes out on top. The resilience out there, you know, able to stall long enough so they couldn't go quick towards that side, making it scrappy when the final 30 seconds arrive and finding themselves in the advantage. And I think rightfully and timefully so as well, because things were starting to slip away from them. After their 4 consecutive rounds, it was 4 consecutive rounds for Honved. We can almost forget that with the scoreline that we've had. But M&M, they break that tide now. And they're 2 away from going on towards the lower bracket finals tomorrow, where they have the opportunity to qualify. It is quite literally 2 more rounds and 1 more series. And they find their dreams come true.
This has been such a matchup, and as a professional layer hater, this has been great matchup, and really both these teams have played to the strengths of this map, and they've been able to manipulate it to their perfect benefit. Honved not out of this fight yet, even though they are on the offensive side. They've been so good time and time again. Can they get across this finish line? Can they bring us all the way level after 10? Or will it be map and series point for M&M Academy? Lineup wise, Nerf bringing up that Tachanka. I have mixed thoughts on this one, Hap. What do you think?
I mean, they might have wanted to have a little bit of extra stall present.
you know, what happened last time was the fact that, you know, they were getting that plan down with that Monty, and they only had a single C4 to deal with it. So what you can do now is just spread the entire fire across the entire floor. You're almost guaranteed to at least get the Montaigne in one of them, which isn't there now. It is going to be the Blackbeard on Dodo, but it still comes down to the same place. So it might just be so to have a little bit of extra coverage on the Nile, because it is so hard on that basement to actually get those swings out if you've lost site control.
The scary thing is going to be, though, the inconsistency that Shamika Launcher often has. So many times on maps like Bank, for example, people being able to sneak Case going down just in the midst of those flames, and they don't just reach far enough. You have to be perfect with your placement. The radius not as big as a Goyo canister or one of those smoke canisters available in the hands of Booster. Fantasy 12-8, Ateez 10-7 so far. They have led the charge for this team time and time again, round after round, and they will likely be asked to do the same yet again. Verticality opened up in towards Lab, just trying to gain as much control and as much pressure as they can down below. Our Blackbeard stacks up, and you mentioned it is going to be a quick one. They're in knocking door position. Can they break this front line of M&M Academy?
Gonna have the Grim above. He's gonna be able to shoot those bees down, which are gonna be on the doorways. As such, they're gonna be aware of the fact when swings come through. And the big difference is that there is currently no roamers out there. So the Shumika, as it's currently being used in the doorway that they're all currently stuck at, is keeping them at bay. And whilst the radius might not be as big, it's definitely enough to stop them from moving through a doorway, as Joker is looking to open up a little bit on the verticality out here, getting a flashbang through just to defend his own feet, and instantly hopping out afterwards.
Right value gained from that Shamika Launcher, and has forced a pivot here from Honved. They're going to make a complete rotation out by barrels, and we're going to have that initial pressure right. The nade goes out, but it's going to be a double stack. Tazzy finds one, make it two. Taz Dog stand up. It will be a Rotera Joe in the force mana position, but it was going to be M&M Academy, and there's going to be all that pressure. Dropping prone will be the Ash. Raiden gets that confirmation. He does get knocked in the midst of that chaos. Ateez makes a drop in the site, gets that confirmation, but no, he doesn't. Booster finds a Tazzy, finally shut down, but it's going to be a 3 versus 1 in all technicality. Ateez stuck within the fire, he'll burn away. Booster shuts him down. Round 10 for M&M Academy, and they move to map, match, and survival point.
I want a formal apology from you towards the Chunka.
Yes, I will take it.
It definitely was a big one. They stopped that push coming down initially.
Oh, I Whippet, formally apologise for any of my slander towards the pick of the Chonka for that one. Great benefit going from it, and well done from it. And I believe we're going to go to a little pause for a second.
A little pause. Just at this moment in time. It is a tech pause, and that means that these teams are not allowed to be talking to one another, which often only lets them marinate in their own thoughts, in their own, well, you can almost say like demons right now, because if you're Honved, you're suddenly a map, a series, a tournament point behind. 2 actually, after you've managed to just basically make an entire comeback happen, 4 consecutive rounds, and it just starts slipping away again.
Yeah, this is going to be what I like to call a massive adrenaline dump for a team. When you begin the stage, that comeback, you're almost all the way back, and it could be this huge moment. And you've just had a round like that where everything fell a little bit flat. You got shut down time and time again and ran into problem after problem. You know, again, the Tachanka on the doorway to stop the fast push going in. They had to make that pivot to barrels. They run into Tazzy. Not much you can do against him. This now kills that momentum. This resets everything. And now if you're Honved, everything's up against you. Your survival in this competition, in this bracket, and your chance for EML glory rests in the next couple of rounds. You have to be perfect. You are forced to be perfect now.
It might even be the right idea to call a tactical timeout right after the technical concludes, just so you have had the time to at least talk to each other. Because right now, everybody's just going to be sitting there. Everybody's just going to be thinking about, oh, what could I have done differently in this game? Or what could I have done differently in this round? Or what can I do differently next? And you really want to make sure that all of that pressure is just off the shoulders. So just taking the timeout right afterwards is probably the best bet. Because if you don't, you might not have the opportunity to do so at all, and suddenly you're out of the tournament. And then the 5 Hungarian boys who sent down and knocked out favorites of this tournament would go home themselves.
What a storyline that would be. This Honved roster has found huge upset result after upset result. Of course, eliminating Geeke earlier on today as well. And the big thing I'm going to call out here is that just shows the class that we do see from Everyone Academy. Both these teams are at this stage of the competition for a reason. They have survived a grueling qualification, a even more difficult Swiss stage, and now they're fighting for this one. But we are going to go to a quick little break before we dive into what could be our last round here in Layer. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as possible. And we are back for what could be our very last round of the day. M&M Academy lead 6-4 going in to this layer match. Now you see at the top middle of your screen, they have already claimed a map victory earlier today. This is so important to have going to the Honved survival rest on these next few rounds.
It does, not just the next few rounds, Whippet. It relies on this entire next round. Single. Not sure what that means. Probably something rule technical about attackers not being able to repick.
I believe they can't repick because... Yeah, I'm not an expert in the rulebook.
Neither am I, but Booster is pretending to be the admin right here. I see that the heat stroke is not just getting to me, but it's also getting to some of the players at this moment.
It's glorious weather outside, and most of Europe, it seems. Raining where I live.
I feel so sad for you.
Everyone in production talking about how lovely the weather is. Oh, it's so warm. Oh, it's so warm in our office. It's grey and raining where I live.
It's 28 degrees yesterday here.
It's
not
I'm
that
jealous.
far away from you.
I know. It's like, oh, why am I not there right now?
Good question. Netherlands are goated. Either way, 2 minutes 30 in what could be the final round of Honved for this year in the EMLCS, and their dream could go away and fall away if they are unable to make this stick. And the clash on the board might be a bit of a curveball that is exactly what Honved isn't prepared for.
This clash has been so effective for so many teams, and the big thing about this is the Honved's going to walk in with that Monty, and that clash can stand there and just do chip damage slowly on towards your shield. It's going to be very difficult to deal with and forces you to try and maneuver Nerf into a crossfire. They don't have a buck down below, they can't do that work because the sight's down below, you can't do that. And this is going to be pressure arriving from this Monty out towards, from that clash in the window. Lots of utility out by Booster. Nades, smoke grenades, flashbangs all sent to him. And they're just going to hold this crossfire. The Monty met by that clash again, but no one's there for that support.
Booster as well. For a second he was being flashed. There was a grenade coming out as well, and instantly you see the Clash trying to provide a little bit of support here with some knowledge. Of course, the Montaigne is going to be problematic. He's going to be out there, but slowly but steadily, Fantasy is losing his life as he's being chipped away. The Dom panel is going to be locking down Booster for now. He's not going to be able to move too far out, but it will be opened up yet once more. The gridlock panels are being removed as well as the Montaigne is trying to rotate out. A smoke canister dealing a chip damage towards Joker, but look at that. There's a minute left, Whip It. There's not a lot of time, and there's almost zero control on the side of Honved for this push.
Honved have ran into a massive roadblock, and M&M Academy are not giving them a single inch. If Honved want to get themselves back into this, the road is going to be paved with a lot of blood, and it needs to be M&M Academies. As they get locked off from that Dom panel, they can't deal with that, and now we'll hop on board. Fantasy might have an opening to make something work. He should be able to stick this one, but the Solace upstairs spells his disaster, but the shield on his back might mean he gets his case down, but no! Shut down by Tazzy. Who else would it be? 35, and the case is cold inside. Booster makes it even more of a problem with his shotgun. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. At Honved, their likelihood of survival begins to fade between their fingertips, bearing down a clash of Nerf as M&M Academy are 20 seconds away from moving on to Promotion Sunday, and Booster sends them there with a shotgun. Honved fall, and M&M Academy make it to Sunday.
The good lucks are being tossed out, and Honved, whilst they've shown and have played an incredible tournament, it ends here. It ends at the hands of Booster. It ends at the hands of Tazzy, and ends at the hands of the rest of the M&M Academy team, who have played, again, an incredible game throughout this previous map, but also here on Lair.
A perfect 2-0 victory. They get the job done. We can welcome Am back to help break this thing down. But congratulations to M&M Academy.
Yeah, massive congratulations to M&M Academy. I mean, we talked about how difficult it is to have to play that series earlier today, have a break afterwards, and then get back in the mindset for this next series here today. But they keep themselves alive in the lower brackets. Very important game here, won in clean fashion as well. And for me, when I was watching M&M Academy play, every single round. It felt very relaxing and comforting, because if you see a player play, you know there's always going to be someone that's got their back, whether it's on the attacks when they're taking that top 4 and they're pushing against someone. There's a player in front of me, there's a player backstepping them. Then this final round as well, with that lock in the small room with the smoke shotgun, the Clash supporting them, it just feels like the communication, the teamwork is so well oiled on the side of M&M Academy. I think they're going to have a really good matchup against Wylde tomorrow.
It's going to be a tough matchup, that's for sure. Wylde, of course, having the support and, you know, coming up throughout the academy as well to eventually play for the main team as they're trying to regain that spot. That support might be the difference here between M&M Academy and Wylde. However, M&M, they've been running on vibes, they've been running on experience, and they have probably got further than anybody would have guessed.
They have so much experience in Tier 2, and they're going to be facing against a fledgling side of this Wylde team. I think stylistically, this is going to be super exciting, but if I'm going to say one thing, Wylde going to look at this layer. They don't want to bring layer against M&M Academy. They brought it against Macko, they paid the price. I think that's going to be an auto ban for that matchup next, but what a story M&M Academy have had, and what a run in this bracket this team has put together.
Yeah, and I think back about when I spoke to Skitty prior to the playoffs, and I asked him, like, hey, you know, talks a little bit about your team and talks about, like, what you've been doing so far to get here. And he said, oh, yeah, of course, we've got a little bit less time than other teams have. We don't have an organization backing us, right? So it's a whole different scenario for us. We remember that the game is supposed to be fun. We play it like that. And every team that we're not supposed to take down and we do take them down, is a big plus from there on. So I feel like that's what they've been doing out throughout this entire series. They've definitely taken down some big teams. They sent GK down to the lower bracket. They then sent Le Galerian home earlier today. Now they send Hanved home. Those are big teams with big names playing in there. Definitely with some people that we have seen in Tier 1 competitions, if not international competitions before. So amazing results for M&M Academy so far. Really excited to see what they'll be doing tomorrow. But that concludes our final game of the day, and that means we can have one more look at the bracket. Because today we've actually filled in a lot of games, a lot of names in those empty spots in the bracket. We have concluded our upper bracket to the point of the upper bracket grand final earlier today as our second game that saw Macko Esports move their way into the EML. Once again, a massive congratulations to them. They'll play the grand final tomorrow, and whilst they're already qualified, it doubles the prize money that you get if you were to finish second or first in the EML Challenger Series. So that's hopefully some great stuff for these players that are still competing tomorrow. But if we look down to the lower bracket, that shows the majority of what we've played today. We had those lower bracket quarterfinals running at the same time. Le Galerian eliminated, as well as GK Esports. And then what just happened, of course, that lower bracket round between M&M Academy 2-0 versus Hanved. And that means M&M Academy find themselves tomorrow with a date with Wylde. That's going to be, Whippet, probably their most important game of their career. Whilst Wylde already played that one earlier, they'll have to go all up for it again tomorrow.
This is, I think, for M&M Academy, the final chapter of what could be a fairy tale run for them. This side have been together oh so long. They're full of names of, if you've been following the UK scene for a long time, you're going to recognize names like Nerf, Skitty. They've been there, seen that. Everyone is rooting for those guys, including myself. And again, Wylde, a fledgling side, called up from the academy of this organization, and they are on the cusp of getting that spot back in the EML for this org. A lot is riding on this. I cannot wait until we get into the action tomorrow.
It is going to be a fight, that is for sure. And whilst Wylde might have played the most important game today, so did M&M. But tomorrow is the next one. Tomorrow is the even more important game, because Wylde have one more opportunity to try and lock themselves out and make sure that they make EML, whereas M&M, they will have their first but also only shot this year at making EML. And who knows what happens if either of these two teams don't make it, because again, we mentioned it, transfer window will open up again. These teams and other teams inside of Tier 1 might be looking to get an extra substitute on board if their roster allows for it, or maybe even a main player, and start looking at these teams, at the top performing teams and their top performing players, to see which might be able to make the step up as well.
It's something I feel like we always talk about when it comes to Tier 2 competitions, right? It's not just a stepping stone for you as a team, it's also a big stepping stone for you as an individual player, because this is where you can really set yourself in that spotlight for big organizations to see you. Even if your team doesn't make it, you could still be picked up by a bigger organization and still make your way into the EML. But we are done for our game, for our games here today. It's obviously the weekend, but I feel like with how important these games are, these players might need a weekend from their weekend, because again, tomorrow we have these oh so important games. M&M Academy and Wylde, a straight shootout for an EML spot tomorrow. That's the first game we have, and then our grand final, of course, later as well, between the winner of that first series and Macko to determine who takes out home mosty prize money. But because we only have 2 best of 3s tomorrow, that means we have a later start time, whereas every single day for the players, we've been starting at 1 p.m. Tomorrow, we'll be starting at 3:30 p.m. CEST, so that's a bit later than you're used to from us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, because it's going to be very important. We've got another team to send to the EML, and of course, the grand final. That's it from us here today on the desk of the EML Challenger Series, and we'd like to see you again tomorrow. Have a good night.